Chapter 1001 is so much older than himself. Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. Helena turned her head enviously and watched the mole children sit on Dad's shoulders to eat, but she had to silently follow the line behind them. A young female mole noticed this when Lovegood was on her side. She struggled to hold a man and a woman and 2 children in their tens to prevent them from unrest, and said to Helena with some envy, "That's yours brother and sister or nephews and nieces. They have really good feelings, unlike my nephew and niece fighting every day. Are you also bringing them to play alone? Oh, my God, I envy you, so beautiful and so tall. You dress up. Who is it? Are you a model? Should we just sit together?" Originally a little lost, Helena, at this time was praised for her tall and elder parents, which made her not in a good mood. She glanced at the talkative female mole with a ghostly cold look. Mole and the 2 children who were arching were cold, and they shrank back with some fear. "Don't be afraid of the ladies, I brought them over." Lovegood flicked her hair and looked back at the female mole. "The 2 blondes in front are my daughter and my daughter's husband." The female mole was a little surprised to realize that the man in front of him seemed to be a gang with the previous 3. She originally thought that Xenophilius was the kind of freak who came to the amusement park alone, so she was apologetic. Said, "Sorry sir, I'm abrupt, but they are still going to school." "That's too early. Then this lady is you?" The female mole observed Helena's age. "Is this tall lady a sister?" Xenophilius shook his head. No, she is my granddaughter, and her mother is the one sitting on the shoulder." The female mole responded with a banger. Actually realized that she couldn't react, so she stopped talking and took her nephew and niece to hold them in her arms, turning her head and seemed to want to go directly people, only to find that the team behind is too long to move at all. So she barely squeezed out a smile but said nothing, and turned to look at the scenery without taking care of the weirdos in front of her. Feeling that the female mole in front of her was also a little strange, Xenophilius scratched her head, and left her alone, and the group continued to line up for the cause. Just beyond Xenophilius' expectations, when another 20 minutes passed and it was finally Alan's turn, Xenophilius was stopped by the staff. "I'm with them." Xenophilius pulled off his hat anxiously and pointed to Alan in front of them. "Sorry sir, this time the seat is full, you can only sit down again." The staff politely persuaded, "Wait. This gentleman, my daughter just went in among the 3 of them, but she won't be sitting, let me go in." Xenophilius pointed to Luna, and the staff member followed his finger. When I looked at it, I only saw Helena and Alan, and turned a blind eye to Luna, who had been re-enchanted. He turned around and said nothing more, but resolutely closed the fence again. Alan looked back and noticed the situation here. "Would you like me to do something?" "No need, you go first." Xenophilius waved his hand at the thought of his granddaughter. "I'm going to wait for the 2 of you at the exit." Luna lowered her head and said to Alan and Helena, and she turned back, "Dad, do you want to sit down again, or go out with me?" "Don't care about me. We waited for more than 40 minutes to sit on this ghost thing. I have to experience it." Although Xenophilius was a little annoyed because he was left alone, he had been waiting in line for so long. Xenophilius was reluctant to give up, and he waited a little depressed. Alan put down Luna and left the platform by her, then took Helena side by side on the roller coaster. Without Luna beside him, he remembered some of his father's responsibilities and leaned down to buckle up his daughter's seatbelt. While waiting for other passengers to sit down, Alan looked up and looked at the shape of the track that he would go through. After climbing up the rail and diving, the roller coaster would fall into a complicated track maze. In fact, Alan, who does not like to experience these things in pursuit of excitement, has no rich roller coaster experience, and his eyes touched the Ferris wheel much higher than the roller coaster after touching the great circle chin, and then cast a spell directly to summon a shadow 3-eyed raven, and bowed his head to explain a few words. The shadow raven spread its wings and flew into the shadow of a small indoor area in front of the entrance in front of the roller coaster. Trace. Along with the violent shaking when the roller coaster started, Alan, who was originally just playing with her daughter, couldn't help but look forward to it. Hudong, to woo. The roller coaster slowly started and entered the dark room in front of it. After turning down a few times in the dark environment, the light brought by the indoor exit let them as soon as the eyes lit up. Following the laughter of some clowns and the erupting steam coming from his ears, the roller coaster began to climb up a little bit along the upward track at the indoor exit. Suddenly startled by the sound, Alan shrugged and said to the unaffected daughter beside him, "I know why this roller coaster is called a smiler." Helena nodded. "Father, I read that this roller coaster became the roller coaster with the highest number of rolls in the mole world with 14 rolling records." Author's note: the 14 rolling roller coasters are actually opened in 2013. As the roller coaster climbed, Alton Towers appeared right in front of them, and on the left was a beautiful lake with trees on the shore. "Helena, that's the old Daisy they went to." Alan's words weren't finished. Tourists had screamed in front of him, and the front of the car had passed down and rushed down like a meteor. The passengers in the car, stimulated by the sudden pulling sensation, hysterically screamed louder, because they were about to hit the ground in front. But the front of the roller coaster suddenly lifted up and the car drove up quickly. Continuous rolls made everyone on the roller coaster change from excitement to fright and scream. Helena, who stayed at Hogwarts Ravenclaw Tower for many years and has been flying for many years, was calm and calm. She was not afraid of height. She turned her head and watched the moles of men and women around the front and back are crazy and sharp, and there seemed to be hiccups. Was choked by his saliva and coughed desperately. When a large circular track passed, the fast roller coaster began to slow down like a snail, completely stopped in front of the almost vertical climbing track, and some slightly strange amusement parks came by his ears. Wind began to create an atmosphere for passengers. Alan, the best-looking player for Quidditch, did not feel any fear like Helena. He was about to chat with his daughter, but some children cried out in his ear, and Alan turned to the side. After a look, the hair of a little girl with ponytail braided in the previous impression on the next seat has all been hung down, and her father seems to be comforting her and comforting herself like trembling and "we will be all right" and God lines like blessing. Alan turned his head and smiled at Helena, who also turned her head. "Helena, this is far worse than the firebolt." The firebolt accelerates up to 150 miles per hour in 10 seconds, and its brakes are very attractive. But at this time, Alan's ear suddenly heard Helena's crazy screaming. The frequency of the screaming was almost exactly the same as that of the little girl just now. Alan turned her head, and Helena turned back and continued to scream, but her eyes were constantly watching the mole girl in the back. Helena clumsily learned the movement of the mole child, and her expression became it was awkwardly copying the opponent's fearful movements and expressions, holding the armrest in the same posture with both hands. Finally, she turned her head stiffly towards the guardrail on Alan's side and pressed it against the guardrail. Helena's awkward and clumsy acting for comfort made Alan laugh when she was amused. He also used his hand to cover his daughter's hand like the father of the child, and some of the acting exaggeratedly comforted loudly. And Xenophilius on the platform still hid a long line. He had been paying attention to the situation on the roller coaster. By turning into a telescope wand, he noticed the intimate movement between his granddaughter and Alan. Envious of him, he accidentally shed a few of the ears on his hat. Finally, after completing more rollovers, the roller coaster began to slow down, and it suddenly stopped again. The inertia caused all the riders to lean forward and rush forward, and the roller coaster finally reached the end. Re-entered the indoor area. After a while, when Alan left, the staff came to open the fence. Xenophilius grunted in dissatisfaction, shook his head, and followed the crowd into the roller coaster. But after he entered, he realized that almost all the passengers were accompanied. After a little hesitation, he saw that most of the passengers were seated separately. He looked at the female mole who had just spoken with some uncertainty www.mentalnovel.com, but when she had just settled her nephew and niece, she noticed this gaze and quickly avoided Xenophilius' eyes, and ran into a seat next to someone already. Xenophilius, who didn't know why he was so popular, opened his mouth into a round, ridiculous shape, and he kept patting the air around him. If a Pandora is here, she must accompany me. Harass here, there are so many. At this time, the last few people in the team also came in. A middle-aged man dressed in a little too well-dressed and not quite in line with the atmosphere of the amusement park came quickly from behind Xenophilius. He seemed to be chasing someone he was looking for. However, I realized that the tourists in front had already gone out completely. The middle-aged mole bent over, his hands on his knees, and said to himself angrily, "Scum man. Actually took the roller coaster so intimately with other women. And again it's so much older than myself." Postscript, foreign anti-epidemic editing Harry Potter and the Curse of the New Crown Virus, high energy explosion. Pay attention to the VX total, you can understand the public number tong dang. Reply Harry Potter and the New Crown Virus Curse in the background to watch. End of this chapter. August 1st Chinese mobile version reading URL m.81zw.us. Chapter 1002. Am I worth it? Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. The male mole kept scolding, and Xenophilius observed that the other party seemed to be unaccompanied, so he stepped forward. "Excuse me, this gentleman. But this roller coaster seems to be about to start. I think we should hurry up and get on the bus." Saying this, Xenophilius pointed to the impatient guests. The middle-aged male mole looked at the guy who appeared to be crazy in front of him, looked at the other party with some exaggerated dress, and asked with some doubt, "Sorry, sir, do you want to sit with me?" Xenophilius made the middle-aged male mole stunned. Xenophilius swallowed a spit and quickly scanned the roller coaster, explaining, "I hear the companions who came together have already sat on the previous trip. I am not lucky, and I am the only one left." Without continuing to take care of the strange man in front of him, the male mole simply stood upright, stood on tiptoe, raised his head and looked away, murmured, "Boy, you walk fast." After he finished speaking, in the whistle of the staff in a hurry, he took a few steps towards the exit, but hesitantly turned back a moment later, and then as the last person, he could only sit in Xenophilius beside him, he snapped himself on the seat belt. Xenophilius had taken off the hat on his head and hugged his arms, showing white hair like a head. Seeing the male mole sat down, he asked with some curiosity, "This gentleman, why did you come by the roller coaster alone?" The family was lying behind when it was their turn. The anger on the mole witch's face hadn't dissipated, and he leaned heavily on the back of the chair, and he blurted out a little, saying, "I'll play alone, won't it?" "Of course." "But sir, there are very many harassments around you." Xenophilius slapped the middle-aged male mole with his hat off, as if he was driving away a lot. "Invisible big moths, they are invisible and will float into your ears and mess up your brain. Sir, there are many around you that are only buzzing here, which is very dangerous." The middle-aged male mole looked at Xenophilius in amazement and slammed his head, avoiding the opponent almost hitting him with a hat on his nose, then staying away from him a few points. He looked at Xenophilius, the robe with a strong color on his body. I guess Xenophilius just spoke in a tone and sentence, and I have a judgment in my heart. This person is so strangely dressed, and the words are not headless, and the words are unintelligible. It seems that this person is either a little ill-conscious or an unconscious artist. Noting the look of the male mole, and the reaction of the female mole just now, Xenophilius firmly grasped his hat, and some sad tone began to speak to himself. "Pandora. It was the boy's fault. My daughter and granddaughter are not close to me anymore. Both raw Giljuice and Godiganti can't get their attention back. What kind of flowery kid did the kid never let go of? The daughter didn't allow me to say." Here Xenophilius chatter and self-talk to his ears, although there are a few words in the other person's words that he didn't understand what it meant, and what a bird is not let go. But this middle-aged male mole understand that, as the other party is like himself, His daughter also encountered a scumbag. Suddenly, he felt that this strangely dressed guy looked much better. But unprepared, the roller coaster started abruptly. Both of them flicked their necks back, and in the creak of the chain, the roller coaster began to enter the little black house in front of it. The middle-aged male mole, who had been leaning a little bit to listen to Xenophilius, could not maintain the original posture, leaning on the back of the chair. Oh! The startled male mole turned his head to Xenophilius, who also screamed, and struck each other's eyes. The two looked at each other. Xenophilius said a little bit, "Oh, this surprised me. Your things are not running smoothly." "Yeah, hell, it's not so strong," the middle-aged mole scolded. "It seems that neither of us had the same luck today." Xenophilius frowned frowningly. Although he had just started to enter the room, the darkness suddenly relaxed the two of them. "When I'm in a bad mood, I like to go to the playground alone for a while." The middle-aged mole's tone is familiar and friendly. "My daughter is older, and the relationship with me is actually not very close. My wife doesn't like it either." "Come." During the climb, Xenophilius' feet and boots wobbled with dissatisfaction. "I originally lived on the mountain with my daughter, but she didn't accompany me anymore, and my granddaughter didn't like me. Stay. I can only write some articles at home after work." The middle-aged man was amazed that the other party had to get off work from work, but after hearing the granddaughter, he was not sure about his age, so he couldn't help but ask, "Granddaughter, how old are you?" "Ah!" In a scream, the roller coaster that had climbed to a fixed point, such as a decanted shell, began to dive down, which was extremely fast, and it moved quickly, turning wildly. Xenophilius leaned all over his body. Next to the middle-aged male mole, the middle-aged male mole wanted to dodge to the other side, but after all, the space was limited. He could not get rid of Xenophilius completely. He stared straight at Xenophilius' side face, grasping the handrail stiffly, and he was at a loss for a moment. But soon their embarrassment was relieved. As the roller coaster rolled and turned, their bodies also swayed with the roller coaster due to inertia, and turned into a male mole leaning on Xenophilius' shoulders. This is only the beginning. But the track of this roller coaster doesn't look too big, but because of the excessive roll, it's actually very long. The difference between the highest point and the lowest point is so large that the speed of the car is so fast that it's lap-belap. The sentiments of Xenophilius and the middle-aged male mole have also been stimulated to gradually increase. It's like being bitten by Billy Wiggle. Xenophilius' white hair was blown into a mess. "I like this feeling. Light feeling. Gosh, I didn't find it so fun to sit in this before." The middle-aged man yelled happily, wrinkling a few wrinkles in the corners of his eyes. "Wait, man. Your hat is gone." "Oh, really?" Xenophilius was watching the scenery as he climbed. He lowered his head and saw that the hat in his hand was gone. The middle-aged man reminded me, "Wait for a while, you can tell those employees, you know. There are people who often drop things while sitting here." "It's okay," Xenophilius said with a serious look but a careless tone. "My wife and daughter often say that the things that are lost will always come back to us in the end." "Your wife is a man full of wisdom," the middle-aged mole responded with a serious face before he rushed to the roller coaster over the top of and started again. After another multiple rolls in a row, Xenophilius, who was empty-handed, learned the mole passengers around him in a harsh scream. He raised his arms and waved for a long time, and then saw the front row. After celebrating a pair of brothers, he learned to clench his fists and waved at a middle-aged male mole. The middle-aged mole only remained silent for a few seconds, then raised his fist obediently to meet Xenophilius. With a click, some dull fist hits sounded. After half a journey, he started to slow down after crossing a large circle at that time. The two middle-aged men laughed arrogantly and happily. After the rollover, the roller coaster brakes were caught off guard and squeaked. Both Xenophilius and the middle-aged mole's heads flashed forward. "Come again." The middle-aged male mole rubbed his neck. He felt that the cervical spondylosis, which had been working at his desk all year round, seemed to be cured under such sudden traction. "Yes. It's like forgetting. I forgot this stubble." Xenophilius shook his head and complained, This seems to have caused my cervical spondylosis. After the brakes passed, the roller coaster moved forward slowly to get into the platform. The speed of the roller coaster entering the platform seemed to be slower than that of Alan lying down. Xenophilius and the middle-aged male mole sat there. Xenophilius looked at the upcoming platform and sighed. An unspeakable feeling hit his heart. He murmured, "That's how it feels to be hooked by a stink." Xenophilius turned his head and looked at his fellow seat before he had entered the dark area of the room, and found that the male mole twisted his head a little unnaturally without looking at him. He thought that the other person felt like him, because the whole person seemed to be more tranced than his daughter. Finally, the roller coaster entered the platform. After stopping, the tourists who had just taken the roller coaster had not recovered from the excitement just now, but they still left the seat with a smile and rushed towards the exit. Xenophilius and the middle-aged male mole also got out of the car, but did not speak all the way until they reached the exit. Xenophilius sorted out his fancy clothes and reached out to the mole. "This gentleman, nice to meet you." "Yes, me too, sir." The middle-aged male mole reached out and shook hands with Xenophilius, but his eyes were deliberately turned aside, never on Xenophilius. The two men shook hands. Well, after a while, the male mole noticed the eyes of the people around him and quickly turned his hands back. Then, "Sir, I have to go shopping again to see if I can meet the scumbag again." Mole said goodbye to Xenophilius, and turned away without looking back. "I have to go find my daughter and granddaughter." Xenophilius' tone was like drinking a large glass of Godigan tea, and his nose was a bit sour. He coughed twice, waving at the back of the male mole, and then walked forward in this direction, ready to rush to the Ferris wheel. "Mr. Goodliffe, your hat." At this time, a man's voice stopped Xenophilius. He turned his head and found out that he was an armed man in the red department of the umbrella. The other party just thrown him out. The hat was handed to him. Xenophilius put his hat back on his head and shrugged. He looked at her. "Thank you. I must say that you are so powerful. I haven't noticed that you followed me." "Thank you for your compliment to Mr. Goodliffe, but today you are followed by someone else. I just saw your hat just lost. Please forgive me. I have to keep up with my goal." The umbrella wizard bowed to Xenophilius, and then left quickly. Pandora is always right, although the way they came back is somewhat unexpected. Xenophilius adjusted his hat on his head and moved slowly to move forward. He glanced at the door of the roller coaster area when he was about to leave. "When I reached the ticket office of the roller coaster, I paused. There was a big screen where the video of the tourists on the roller coaster was played in turn, and the female mole I met with her nephew and niece took a picture and walked to Xenophilius until the other party found Xenophilius. www.untilnovel.com. Then pull as the children turned around. They walked in another direction. Xenophilius watched for a while and found that the images were not clear, and the photos of moles in his hands did not move. But when he saw the screen, he and the male after the video of the mole fist, Xenophilius shook his head and stepped forward. Xenophilius touched Jinjialong in his pocket. "Oh, it's right to use mole money." Then he looked up at the price list. "Huh? Mole prints a copy that won't move. Are the photos so expensive?" Xenophilius shouted in shock after realizing that the pounds he had exchanged at Guling Pavilion were not enough, and then turned back with some sorrow. "Melon money," but then suddenly felt a scorching sight. He looked up and found that behind the green field in the distance, the male mole was holding a photo in his hand and looked at him with a wounded face. Xenophilius can know the meaning of the other person's eyes without distracting thoughts. "Am I not worth the money?" August 1st, Chinese mobile version reading URL m.81zw.us. Chapter 1003. Ferris wheel genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. Near the Ferris wheel, Alan and Luna had little effort to find it. From a distance, they saw a bench in the shade of trees. Owen and Morgan Le Fay held a glass of charfo, sharing food very sweetly. Morgan Le Fay picked out the fruit above and ate it by herself. and the cream and biscuits underneath were stuffed into Owen's mouth by her. It wasn't until Alan saw them approaching that Owen took out a clean blue handkerchief and wiped Morgan Le Fay's fingers little by little. What about Albert? Alan looked around and saw no other people's tracks. Neither did they return. Albert and Furong still depend on it. Owen pointed to a car in the Ferris wheel. Legends say that the Ferris wheel is for lovers. Every time it makes a lap, there will be a pair of kissing lovers on the earth, and you will be happy if you ride on the Ferris wheel with the person you like. Alan's tone light-hearted. Father, are you going to sit with us again on the Ferris wheel? That's just a legend. We've already sat on the Ferris wheel. The dessert in this cold drink shop is very good. Would you like to try it? Irving's chin lifted up to the cold drink shop on the side. Also, I noticed Aber in particular. They also cast to law. It is estimated that they plan to stay for a while before they can come out. Morgan Le Fay nudged the unscrupulous husband, then looked up, and then whispered, Alan, you have lost Xenophilius. Helena explained to her grandmother, we didn't lose our grandfather. It was just because my grandfather had bad luck and was just stopped on the next trip. Dad can see the Ferris wheel and will come, Luna explained, then looked at the cold drink shop. I want to drink something. It's a bit hot. Are you still the same? Alan asked Luna casually without waiting for the other party to answer, recalling today's Helena's more humanized behavior than before. Helena also has a drink. This pudding? Father, I've just eaten something and haven't incorporated. Helena shook her head. She worried that if she didn't pay attention to maintaining her materialization, she would fall out of the food. And is Mole Ferris wheel allowed to eat? I didn't pay attention. I know Mole's subway is okay. I heard that they seem to be trying to ban passengers from drinking alcohol in the car recently. Ellen shrugged and pointed around. Don't worry about Helena, whether or not Moles can't take care of us. You don't need to care about this little thing. You can have a dessert like a cup of grandma, you see. Many parents bought it for their children. You can talk to you after you have sat the Ferris wheel. Mom went to the toilet. He glanced along Alan's finger, and Helena, who was caught by Alan's idea, nodded and answered, thank you, Father. Later, under the cover of the confusion spell, there was nothing to stop. The family of three with the purchased snacks and drinks successfully boarded the Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel ascends slowly and slowly. During the gradual ascent, various buildings and people on the ground gradually become smaller, and the field of vision gradually widens. Although they can also be seen on the flying car when they come, but obviously the artistic conception caused by different is also different. The slow speed gives them a relaxing and warm feeling. No wonder Albert and Furong have never planned to come down. We can also sit more. Alan elegantly touched the drink cup in his hand and Luna and took a big sip, and then used his fingers very indecently. There was a click in the mouth with a block of ice. Helena was lying on the glass window and looking at the world outside the window. From time to time, she scooped up the Buddha and put it into her mouth. Off this kind of thing that is not stimulating and heavy at all makes her feel only a little bit taste. Otherwise the expression is completely unaffected by the experiences of the roller coaster just now. Alan looked at the following castle and said, we can go to the castle later to see if Ron needs our help. Luna chewed the ice suddenly and said, Alan, Sirius is below. Oh. I just asked him to come, Alan said as he threw a glove out the window, and then he looked back at his daughter's look. Sorry, I have to talk to him, but after the talk, I think we can sit a few more laps before going to run. Wait for my father, I haven't. Helena didn't finish what she had said, and she felt that there was one more person around him. Sirius was pulled up from below by Alan's gloves with a phantom shift Ferris wheel in the car. Sirius let go of his gloves and ran back to Alan himself. Sweaty, he pulled the neckline and complained, damn it, it's too hot this day. I turned a few times below. Before Alan answered, Sirius' eyes had glanced at the glass of Coke with ice in his hand. He grabbed it and raised his head to take a big gulp. Coke entered his throat, and he subconsciously sizzled, and the trace of coolness that broke out of the cocoon instantly removed the summer heat from the nasal cavity to the trachea. In Sirius' heart, with a big hiccup that seems to exhale all the heat, Sirius feels that this is simply a double enjoyment of spirit and body. Luna's protruding eyes swept back and forth across the cup on Sirius' lips and Alan's face, and a faint female voice rang in Alan's heart, "You kissed indirectly." After being robbed of the drink and having some surprises, Alan glared at Luna anxiously, and then had to delay his impulse to revenge in order to maintain his dignity. "Here." Sirius stretched the Coke cup towards Alan, but his eyes looked at the strangely dark liquid in his hand. Shaking gently, the carbonated drink collided with the ice cube, and the small bubbles that collided bulged up when it broke. He poured Coke into his throat 3 or 4 times in a row, and then he returned to Alan with only a few ice cubes and a glass of Coke. "It's hot today. You have drunk all of this cup." Alan didn't want to take it back. "Not enough to wait for me to buy you some more in the cold drink shop downstairs." "That's better than that. I was training your raven and spoke to me." "There are too many moles around." Sirius muttered a few words, then looked at the girls in the car. "Please forgive me, I just got a little bit hot." "Good afternoon, Luna." "Good afternoon, Miss Gray." Then, "Alan, you are looking for me." Miss Gray. What are you doing?" Originally Sirius was in the habit of the fighting elite of the Order of the Phoenix. When he arrived here, he had already determined who the car was, and he had already been accustomed to Ravenclaw's Academy ghost, who would follow Alan. But now after solving the thirst problem, Sirius discovered that something was wrong, and the female ghost in front of him was no longer the pale and translucent image he was familiar with. Restored the expressionless Helena to maintain her materialization. She just wanted to remind Alan but did not have time, and now eating a belly, she did not choose the corpse in order to maintain the etiquette that a lady should have transformed. She never wanted to fall out of what she had just eaten in front of anyone. "It's okay, Helena. Sirius is also her own." Alan comforted her daughter and turned to look at Sirius. "Sirius, this is also a little secret. Please don't tell other ghosts or other people. I have the skills to make the ghosts materialized. This is not my stingy, but the rituals and equipment to be prepared are too harsh, and I have no way to allow other ghosts to do this." "Hello, Mr. Black." "Space is limited." And Helena bowed her head slightly elegantly. Sirius spoke there in astonishment like a piece of wood. He opened his mouth and said, and then found his own voice because he had to cough twice because of the broken sound. www.mentalnovel.com. "Miss Gray, it's amazing to see you like this." Although the ghost can actually be materialized, it was very surprising, but seeing Alan didn't explain it, Sirius was also very interesting and didn't ask much. He simply lifted the cup and sucked the remaining ice into his mouth to chew and swallow it. Then I changed the subject and asked some serious questions. "What is this drink?" "This thing is really cool. I will go back and bring them to Arthur." "Coke, the most popular drink for moles," Luna said in a trance. Then suddenly her staring eyes sharply stared at the empty glass in Sirius' hand. And then she took the Coke bottle in her hand. It must be farther away from Sirius. Sirius, who was unable to sustain the table by Luna's precautionary action, shouted angrily, "I will not." The little girl's snack. Alan couldn't help laughing, and Helena glanced over here, turning her head a little coldly out of the window and continuing to look at the scenery. Sirius sat on the back of the chair opposite Alan with some anger and asked, then, "Alan, you asked me to come. Not to sit on this mole thing?" August 1st Chinese mobile version reading URL, m.81zw.us. Chapter 1004? Do you know whose birthday is in winter? Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second, www.81zw.us. Don't you think this mole ride is a good place to talk? Alan glanced out the window, his eyes wide open. There was a quiet power in his words. Sirius, I recently passed my left eye, predicted the ability of divination, and saw some pictures related to Harry. But combined with Harry's current special state, I feel that it is necessary to talk to you. Whether it was you who helped me before at Hogwarts, still Harry and my friends, I think there are some things I still need to tell you. When Alan suddenly mentioned Harry and thought of his previous meeting in the Phoenix Society chaired by Dumbledore, Sirius' vigilance must have suddenly raised vigilance, regardless of the position of the members of the Phoenix Society, or the identity of Harry's godfather, made Sirius unwilling to talk to Alan about Harry in this regard. So Sirius stared at Alan sharply, and he said to Alan a bit stiffly, "Alan, no matter what you say, I can't tell you the time Harry transferred. If you just want me to join, I will be very happy to fight against Voldemort's team, but there is no need to talk about it. I will never risk Harry." Luna waved her fingers like a magic wand, and the entire car was filled with magic. "You can say his name casually." "Sorry, I didn't pay attention." Sirius felt embarrassed by the mistake. "Sirius, you should develop a habit of other names called Tom." "Well, Voldemort's act of casting his own name is very troublesome, and I will find a way to solve it by then." Alan laid down Luna. Gao Ming's anti-detection nodded, then grabbed the Coke in her hand while Luna was unprepared, lifted the Coke bottle and took a big sip. Alan lowered Coke's eyebrows and glanced at Luna's protruding silver-grey eyes, but Luna didn't feel nervous at all. She leaned up and reached for the cup of chafer in Helena's hand. Helena, who was looking at the window outside, was startled by her mother's sudden movement, and suddenly felt empty in her hand. She looked down. The dessert in her hand had been taken by her mother, and she looked up blankly. The mother, and then she turned to her father for help, and Alan, who was grasped by Luna, had to quickly return the drink to Luna. And Sirius, who was waiting for Alan to talk about it next, saw Alan actually started to be amused with the little girl, but when Luna put the dessert back in Helena, he realized as a ghost, Helena couldn't help but have an entity. She was still eating. Sirius, who thought that the other party had mastered the resurrection ability, had rounded eyes. He exhaled shortly and convulsively, stunned his eyes. Alan noticed his situation and quickly explained, "Sorry, Sirius. Don't get me wrong, we just let Helena get some skills like a ghost. We can't get anyone back to life." Sirius breathed a long breath and nodded somewhat disappointedly, which reminded him of Miss Royna Ravenclaw, the mother of Helena, who had recently been holy at Hogwarts. Raven, it is quite normal for Miss Craw to materialize her ghostly daughter, whether she did it herself or Alan did it to please her. Sirius looked at Alan, and he was able to connect with the founder of Hogwarts and the daughter of the founder, and from the moment when Miss Grey was robbed by a crazy girl, she could ask Alan for help immediately. The relationship is still very intimate, which makes Sirius very admired. Alan's charming essence is really amazing. "Don't worry about Luna and Helena, you can trust them like you trust me," Alan said, staring at Sirius' eyes awkwardly. He coughed a straight face and said seriously, "Okay, let's go on." "Sirius, about wanting to use Harry to elicit mysterious people. I don't know how you guessed, but in fact, one of the reasons I did this was to protect Harry. But the protection method we chose, the method is different." Seeing Sirius raise his eyebrows and opened his mouth to refute, Alan quickly raised his palm to stop, and continued, "Invite you to come today. We will not comment on who is right and who is wrong. It is something else. Do you know what happened to Harry? Harry's situation?" "Yeah, the mysterious man knew that prophecy and marked Harry as his greatest enemy." "Of course I know his situation." "No. You are." Sirius couldn't hold his breath, asked with doubt in his throat, "Alan, what do you want to say about Harry?" Alan's tone seemed very surprised and his expression became unexpected and ugly. "Well, you only know this? Dumbledore didn't even explain it to you." "Alan, let's just say it." "What do you know that I don't know? What happened to Harry?" Sirius asked with narrowed eyes. He doubted that the other party wanted to provoke his relationship with Dumbledore. "Sirius, has Harry had any headaches lately? Has he ever had those nightmarish illusions again?" Alan's eyes focused on the depth of Sirius' pupils. "Harry has been troubled by these headaches and nightmares. Harry hasn't mentioned these symptoms again recently." Sirius carefully thought about the wording and didn't want to reveal some unnecessary information. "This is good news. I remember that during the summer vacation after my 4th grade, Dumbledore wrote to you. So you guys at the Phoenix Society should know at least this. Harry can see the mysterious people feel when I feel that the mysterious man is experiencing mood swings. He feels his emotions. Alan's fingers lightly tapped on the iron handrail in the box, making a clear sound. But have you ever thought about Sirius, regardless it's you, Lupin, or Snape, whom you don't like, has taught Harry a lot of skills, but no matter how hard Harry tries, he can't let him learn to use brain closure. This is a strange thing in itself, and I don't know if you noticed that. Harry's talents in black magic defense and black magic are not bad. Sirius straightened his body unconsciously. He knew these things, but he never thought about the reasons behind him carefully. He couldn't help but feel a little ashamed, but he raised his eyebrows after hearing the black magic and said, "Black magic has a good talent. I don't think it's a bad sign." You didn't support the wizards in learning black magic before they drove away Dumbledore. You misunderstood me. I support the wizard to learn any magic. Of course, I am not talking about this right and wrong question. But I want to ask you, have you considered the reason Mr. James Porter is very good at some curse but right the attitude of black magic? Otherwise, Evans, who hates black magic, will not choose your friend. Alan let his voice pass into the ear of Sirius. Harry will still talk in a snake way. Of course, actually like the Prophet and Yerong Magus, although the descendants of families with this ability in their ancestors will be very prone to this ability, it is not completely impossible for wizards who do not have this kind of blood connection. But the most well-known user of this language is Mr. Salazar Slytherin, and among his descendants, the family that most easily inspires it is the Gunter family, which is the maternal family of the mysterious man, and Tom of Low. Riddle himself is also the most famous wizard who uses this language in modern times. Alan raised the volume a little. Sirius, have you considered the meaning behind this? Why is this happening? Alan, what do you want to say? What does this have to do with the mysterious man? Sirius looked at Alan suspiciously. He raised his alertness and urged impetuously, "Straight tell me. Do you want to? What did I say? I don't know if you listened to Harry or Ron. Did they tell you that? Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Divination, Professor Sybil Trelawney, once made a prediction for Harry in her astrology class. Don't rush to object, Sirius. I believe in the power of prophecy. Although I was just entering school, I was just like you and Professor McGonagall. I was very resistant to this kind of logic and rules." Alan recalled when he was a child she shook her head bitterly at some magical prejudices. "But I understand it now, after learning it. Alan, I know that you are not those half-hangers, not those who rely on a little predictive ability to give birth to divination, and give unreliable advice will charge a valuable Jinjialong as a rewarded named prophet. I know that your eyes represent your true prophet status, but you haven't made any predictions now that the Ministry of Magic received the prophecy ball, right?" Sirius shook his head and interrupted Alan. "I noticed you have recently become more inclined to use these things. I don't think we should believe too much about things that are full of variables. Things that haven't happened can be changed." Fear of being misunderstood. Poor author note, not private. It is an orthodox official. The prophet appeared in the original, not a magical animal, and the setting of the named prophet comes from the writing of Potic Rowling. Named prophet. Master your ability instead of letting you be mastered by yourself. www.untitled.novel.com. You are right. Alan nodded. But as long as you don't blindly believe that the prophecy of divination may change, as long as you have enough intelligence and wisdom, as long as you can understand the meaning of those pictures, it will be able to set aside the clouds and let you master a certain future. Sirius, it is undesirable to completely trust it and completely exclude it. Okay, I'll keep my opinion first. Alan, you just wanted to say that cheated on your TV. What was that Professor Trelawney's prediction about Harry? Sirius was not arguing, but he saw it shows that his attitude towards Sybil is not as positive as most witches. Alan sighed and changed to the topic. Sybil had made a public prediction about Harry's birthday. She asserted that Harry was born in winter. Look, so I said she was an old liar, Harry's birthday was clearly in July, you know that. Sirius tilted his legs disdainfully, and suddenly, his movements realized that it was Ron. Always the savvy Alan couldn't have asked such a stupid question. His brows were deadlocked, and his dark grey eyes turned uncomfortably. Alan raised his eyes and looked through Sirius, looking to an unknown distance. So, do you know whose birthday is in winter? August 1st. Chinese mobile version reading URL m.81zw.us. Chapter 1005. Mr. Black, I'm asking my mother genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. A person's name appeared in Sirius' mind. He was frightened by his thoughts. He shook his head violently and grabbed the armrest with his palm. Now the forces of the mysterious man have launched various terrorist attacks abroad. The mole world is also constantly creating terror. According to the Phoenix News, many pureblood families have also started to contact him to prepare for the return to the British magic world and make a comeback. The Second War of the British Wizarding World cannot be avoided. Are you talking about the mysterious man? Sirius said in a harsh voice, and the stalk in his throat hurt. He thought of a possibility that Harry might become the most dangerous and evil black magic prop in the world, but then he think carefully. Since the mysterious man chose his godson between Harry and Neville because of the prophecy and marked him as his dead enemy, he has not given up his plan to kill Harry for so many years since then. He has just the idea that Harry became a black magic prop should not be established. It is impossible for the mysterious man to make Harry a successful Horcrux. On the night that the mysterious man tried to kill Harry, when Mrs. Potter used her life to block the ancient protection spell between them, Tom's killing spell bounced back on himself, which caused Tom's soul. One of the fragments was blown up and could only be attached to the only living soul in the collapsed house. Alan said, hearing some harsh breathing sounds from Sirius. He nodded slightly and continued to add, Sirius, Harry's state is not based on Tom's wishes. This has always puzzled him. You know the birth of Tom, although the talent is amazing, but a lot of common sense is very lacking. And proud, he also disdains to understand something that seems useless and inferior to him. So Harry became a Horcrux. A part of the mysterious man lived in Harry's body, so he had the ability to talk to the snake and connect Voldemort's thoughts. Sirius sounded strange, with a certain repression emotional voice, so Professor Trelawney only said that Harry was born in winter. Looking at Sirius staring blankly up at the roof of the carriage, Alan kept quiet. As long as the fragment of the soul that was not discovered by the mysterious person is still attached to Harry and protected by Harry, the mysterious person cannot be killed. That means Sirius stood up, his hands clenched. Hold it tightly, trembling slightly, and thin chest quickly rises and falls, with hollow eyes full of doubt, and a sullen expression. Dumbledore intends to let Harry. Things haven't been met in that way. There are many ways to solve things. Remember Tom's fear of the performance behind the curtain during the War of the Ministry of Magic? And even if Tom can't die, there are other ways to solve this problem. Such as putting him the hands and tongue that can cast spells are removed with high-density black magic. Such damage is difficult to recover, and then to be imprisoned permanently. You know my intentions on the plan. Maybe many years later, the wizards cast spells. The level of the Dark Lord is per capita. Tom will still be alive in time, and he will escape when he escapes, but it's just hey. Alan said, pulling out his wand and tapping gently with the tip of the stick. The empty dessert cup, let him float away from the window and start to move towards the trash can under the Ferris wheel. Then he turned his head to look at the smile of Sirius and pressed down the corner of his mouth, making his voice sound better and sincere. Although Dumbledore and I don't deal with a lot of ideas, I know he never tells others his whole plan. This is his habit, Sirius. Maybe things haven't reached this point. He usually is kindly to Harry. He must have his own plan not to choose this method easily. The soul fragments of the mysterious man are in Harry's body. I don't know what way. Alan, you don't know Dumbledore. The phrase for the greater benefit is him. Sirius realized after he said it shouldn't be said much. His lips twitched twice, but there was no sound. His hands covered his face. He rubbed a few hard, said dryly, "James and Lily, Harley is their only child left in the world. The soul fragments of the mysterious man are in Harry's body. I can't take it." Dumbledore thinks most of the way. He probably intends to directly. Sirius' voice seemed to sound from his throat. It came out. "Even if I can't help, I can't watch Harry sacrifice because of mysterious people. I can't let James' only son die." Alan said softly, "This is what I am going to tell you, because I have only recently figured out some of these things, and I couldn't explain it to you before." Looking up at Alan, Sirius suddenly remembered the news that the Phoenix Society had detected. Alan made portraits of the souls sacrificed in the Hogsmeade battle against the devil. Since Alan's research on soul magic so profound, Alan is good at playing with souls, which is undoubtedly bad news for the group of wizards who follow the White Wizards in the Phoenix Society. But now in Sirius' eyes, it has become his life-saving straw. Maybe Alan might have a way to resolve the fragments of Harry's Voldemort soul. Thinking of this, in Sirius' repressed mood, a swell of hot air is about to swell out. "Alan, is there any way to help Harry?" Sirius' heart thumped. The violent jump, like the turbulent Black Lake water, is not calm. He forcibly suppressed the emotion that he was about to spray thinly, and tried his best to suppress the voice that was shaking because of the excitement. "Alan, have you thought of a solution?" Don't be too excited about Sirius. You actually said this right. In fact, I paid special attention to Harry's transfer time. I want to use the transfer of Harry to lead the mysterious man out and fight him. The purpose is to give he taught him a lesson, to buy time for us to resolve Harry's state. Alan shook his head with a sigh. His voice was slightly lower than usual, and then his expression became firm again. "We will solve Harry. He is not only your godson, but also my friend. We shouldn't let the kind of thing that must sacrifice a good person happen again to solve a bad person." "You really have a way?" Sirius screamed in surprise. And then he felt the grievous grievances in Alan's words. Thinking of his misunderstanding of Alan, he quickly apologized with guilt. "We are really sorry for you. Alan, we lived up to your kindness." Helena turned to her head with some doubt at this time. Helena, strengthened by the soul absorbed by Ellen and Luna using the Arcanist staff, knew that even her Aunt Emily could easily out the soul shard on Harry's forehead with the mithril wand in his hand. While Sirius turned down and apologized, he put his finger on his lips and made a silence sign to Helena. "Although I have some clues about this, Sirius, study safely from Harry. The soul fragments of the mysterious man in my mind cannot be completed in a moment. I need more time. I know it's hard to do. These are not what ordinary wizards can do, and there are some records about absorbing souls in our family. But with my superficial knowledge, I also know that this is very troublesome. If you can't do it, you can take Harry's own soul. I couldn't get it together." Sirius was pessimistic. His Coke cup was crushed by his protruding hands, and the ice that had been partially melted was scattered on the ground. But apparently he did not realize himself. "What you are doing, Alan, you must be careful. My ancestors have basically encountered members in this area and they are basically crazy in the end. I understand why we are fighting for more time. I thought you should have more confidence in me, Sirius. Think of what happened before Hogwarts was on holiday." Alan used a curse to clean the ice on the ground. His tone was lighter. Hogwarts' five-headed dragon and the inexplicable existence suddenly occupied Sirius' thoughts. After being reminded that the godson was saved, he shivered slightly and then suddenly turned to Helena beside him. "Miss Grey, please forgive me for taking the liberty to ask you. Please help Harry, and help us to ask your mother Ravenclaw to help solve the soul fragments of Voldemort on Harry." Helena, who had just been asked to ban the sound, was watching the father with her mother, but she was stunned when she found that she was also involved. Then she habitually turned to look at Alan and asked her father for help. She didn't know how to answer. Sirius, do not know how to deal with this matter. Gigi's eyes never noticed this situation from Sirius, who moved away from Helena. He was surprised at Alan's influence on Helena. He raised his face and hurriedly asked Alan for help. "Alan, don't be stunned to help. www.untitlenovel.com. Help me say something to Miss Gray." "Helena, Sirius is my friend. I think he is now half of himself. I don't think our relationship need not be hidden in front of him." Looking at Sirius' puzzled expression, Alan's tone was relaxed and casual, just like to say one more insignificant thing. "Then you are now in front of Sirius. Please help him to ask your mother to let him rest assured." With her father's permission and instructions, Helena gracefully stood up and faced Sirius to perform an ancient court ceremony. "Mr. Black, since my father asked, I will ask my mother to ask her to help you and Harry." As soon as Helena answered her words, Sirius' entire tight body was relaxed, and Ravenclaw was such a daughter. Miss Grey's words should be very important in front of her, and it seemed that she had the means to do it at any time. Miss Ravenclaw was contacted. Immediately afterwards, Sirius' expression was a little dazed. "Well, what is his father's request?" But Helena didn't answer his question. She turned sideways and faced Luna in front of Sirius. "Mother, can you help Mr. Black and Mr. Porter?" August 1st, Chinese mobile version. Reading URL m.81zw.us. Chapter 1006. Number 4 Priscilla Road. Thanks sincerely to Muxian. Ligustrum Road, Xiohuijan District, Surrey County. Next to the neat street under the gloomy sky, is a house of the same style. These neighbors' houses look like the Dursleys' houses, one after the other. Together, this dull and boring quiet place looks completely unrelated to magic, just like the virgin bush of the community's name. This kind of bush is used to make a hedge between suburban houses. The Dursleys chose to be here. How many hope that this name will bring them good luck, as a symbol to allow them to be normal people, away from wizards. In the Harry bedroom with a trapdoor in this room on the second floor, there was a bed, a wardrobe and a desk, and Hedwig lived in a cage on the desk. There were also some books that might belong to Dudley but had never been read by him, and some old Dudley toys that had not been repaired. After 1991, Uncle Harry S. Vernon put Dudley's room for debris was given to Harry. This was not due to good intentions. During the visits of Alan and Fleagle, and the first Hogwarts admission notice sent to Harry Potter, I saw the address written above, "Sa." After being collected by Mr. Harry Potter in the storage room under the stairs at number 4, Privet Road, Xiohuijan District, Lejeune County, Vernon felt very scared because he realized that people in the magic world might already know Harry how miserable is being abused. So he let Harry live in a bedroom upstairs in Dudley's free time to prevent himself from trouble. Harry was stacking his debris into the box. On the table next to him stood a broken lens. Sirius' face looked in the mirror. Harry stuffed his own stuff into this old gift box. Sirius' tone was a little heavy. "Harry, remember to keep the wand at all times where you can get it." "Does the door of the back garden leave us?" Harry pulled his hand on the zipper of the backpack. He held his glasses and raised his head. He looked at the Sirius in the mirror with some doubt. "It should be half open. I will check it again later." "But Sirius, you think will it be exposed?" "Voldemort." Sorry, I mean the mysterious man will appear." After being silent for a while, Sirius' voice was hoarse. "Anyway, you have to be prepared for this at any time. In order to avoid the Ministry of Magic's monitoring of your aunt's house, except for those who are responsible for interference, I went to Wisteria Road Arabella Fee Mrs. Jess' house. The others will teleport to my Privet Drive house, so stay here and see you." Harry nodded, put away the fragments of the double-sided mirror, and then picked up a solid wood photo frame on the table. The photo in the photo frame was taken by Mull and would not move. Harry's parents were looking towards Harry. Smiled outside the photo frame. When Harry first walked into this small bedroom that he had just obtained, this Mull photo was already there. After carefully inserting the photo frame into the backpack, Harry finally pulled the drawstring on the backpack. At this time he had packed his luggage, and the sky was starting to dim even more. The sun slanting west of the window shone like a fiery red light. Uncle Vernon roared downstairs, boy. Come here. Harry sighed, and he opened the door, and a crunch of porcelain cracked suddenly at his feet. A cup of black tea was placed on the ground outside his bedroom door, and he just stepped on it without paying attention. How? Harry looked around, and there was no one on the staircase platform at number 4 Privet Drive. This cup of tea was probably Dudley's cleverness. Want to prank him? Harry did not clean up the tea that was poured on the ground, but picked up the fragments of the teacup and threw it into the already full trash can behind the bedroom door. Then he leaned on the handrail of the stairs and looked downstairs. Uncle Vernon quickly saw dragging a box to the corner of the living room full of salutas in the past. The location was almost full of Dudley's birthday gifts at this time every year. Uncle Vernon, who called Harry down, seemed to be ignoring him now. His fat body was tight-footed, and he called anxiously, "Hurry up, Dudley, hurry up." "I still don't understand. Why do we have to leave here?" Dudley came out. He was carrying a boxing punching bag. The cousin of Harry was different from the completely fat image of previous years. It now looks like a big man with some strong muscle lines, although he still has ugly blonde curly hair and wears a boring leather jacket. Because according to what they said, it's no longer safe here. Vernon dragged another suitcase that was crammed into a pile of salutes. "Would you like to carry this thing too? Please, that kid." "Blessed. We need to escape after suffering. I need it to keep my body strong. If there is no internet in the place we are going to, then this is my only fun." With a thud, the boxing sandbags thrown out by Dudley knocked down the gift box that Vernon had just piled up. "Okay, since you like it, you don't need us to mention it anyway." Vernon's small eyes kept turning, thinking about what he could still take away at home, and then he seemed to see Harry at this moment, and he immediately he shouted loudly, "Hey, boy, when will they come?" Harry had been screaming and drinking like this for 16 years, and he didn't respond much. His gaze swept over the travel bell on the mantelpiece, and there was no trace of tone. "They just contacted me and they will be on time." Dudley's gaze turned around with Vernon in the room, and finally, Vernon stopped in front of Harry, his big purple face wrinkled into a ball. "I changed my mind. I won't go. This is my home. I have lived in a house for more than 10 years. It's all deceiving. I didn't sleep in the middle of the night, and I am thinking about this. Will the house you bought me have any problems? There must be a conspiracy. Do you want to dominate the house?" "House?" Harry asked. "What house?" "This house," Uncle Vernon shouted sharply, and the blood vessels on his forehead began to jump suddenly. "Our house." House prices in this neighborhood have risen sharply. "You want to take us away and show me a big house the house was actually rented by you, or did something tricky? Then we don't wait for us to understand. The name on the deed here becomes yours. Are you confused? Conspiracy to occupy this house. Are you really as stupid as you look?" Harry asked impatiently. "I'm afraid you forgot. My godfather bought a house by the side. He spent a little money for it, and my parents left me enough property. What do I want from your house? For all those happy past?" Silence. Harry thought his words calmed his uncle. "You claim," Uncle Vernon said, and began to pace again, "this devil. Voldemort," Harry said impatiently, "we have discussed this matter 100 times. It's not a claim, it's a fact. My godfather and Mr. Weasley." Vernon Durst bowed his shoulders politely. Harry guessed that his uncle wanted to get rid of that memory. At that time, just a few days after the summer vacation, the two adult wizards suddenly came to visit. Sirius and Mr. Arthur Weasley appeared at the door of his uncle's house. In order to convince the Dursleys to bring them a very unpleasant fright, Harry had to admit that Mr. Weasley and his godfather had both, after smashing half of the living room into ruins. Their reappearance will certainly not please Uncle Vernon. Outside, the sun hung low over the privet hedge. The lawnmower next door neighbor turned off, and Uncle Vernon didn't speak immediately. He continued to walk around and suddenly looked up. "Do you not have a Ministry of Magic? So why can't they protect us? In my opinion, as an innocent victim, we have not done any bad things except adopting a suspect. and we should be protected by the government. The Ministry of Magic has always been protecting us. You wouldn't think that the inexplicable fires and hurricanes that happened before were really an accident. Even the fog that appeared from time to time was also caused by the Dementors. Harry saw his cousin Dudley's startled expression, laughed. Dudley was raising his hand to cover his mouth and saw Harry staring at him with a smile. He slowly put his hands down. They have more? Don't worry, the Ministry of Magic regularly sends people to use the patron saint to expel them. Harry first pretended to comfort his cousin, and then said suddenly, but you know, except the two who attacked us last time, of course there are more of them. There are hundreds of them, maybe there are thousands of them now, because they live by fear and despair, and they cannot be killed. So the Ministry of Magic can only expel them temporarily, so now the fog is all it's burst after burst. Okay, Vernon Dursley growled, then tell me, why can't we let the Ministry of Magic protect us? And what community do you need to rely on? Rely on your small group? Harry couldn't help but continue to laugh, and this is how his uncle always put his helps in the power department, even in a world where he was hostile and distrustful. The Ministry of Magic seems to want to use me to draw the Dark Lord. Of course I have no objections and timidity about this, unless you have the same wishes as me. Maybe I can try to persuade my godfather once again? No! Vernon screamed, and he panted gaspingly. The thick black bars also fluctuated, and his big face was still purplish red. I mean, well, kid, you better not let me discover that you are deceiving us. Seeing the annoyed Uncle Vernon pulling Dudley up the stairs, back to the room to continue to pack things, Harry shrugged and walked aimlessly towards the kitchen. Except for the room where he lives now, in this house, except for the storage room under the stairs, the kitchen he is most familiar with is the place where he can work, where to stay there longest. Harry walked a few steps to the kitchen and took a step. He thought that Aunt Petunia had been standing in the middle of the kitchen. Harry didn't understand why she hadn't participated in their conversation. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. Aunt Petunia was standing upright. Her already thin body looked smaller, her hands crossed in front of her. In the past, the clean and dust-free kitchen was empty, and all the kitchen utensils had been packed and thrown into the living room. We have lived here for 20 years, and now we have to move away overnight, Penny said without looking back. She had a neck that was twice as long as others, her eyebrows raised, and her eyes followed. Lifting Uppledorf, she didn't look back. She clearly knew that the person was Harry. Vernon and Darley were big, plus their character wouldn't be so light. They will torture you if they think you know where I am going, even just for fun or event. After the house loses protection, they will appear immediately. I think you can just hear my conversation with Uncle Vernon just now. Harry's voice improved significantly compared to his daily routine. His tone was obviously impatient, and he walked a few steps into the kitchen at a slow and heavy pace. Penny's slightly sagging cheeks suddenly turned to Harry's direction, her eyes squinting at Harry, who looked like he was looking at an ignorant child. His voice was heavy and slightly hoarse, and he said bitterly, "You think I don't know how big they are? Can it be tolerated?" Harry, with some distrustful and doubtful green eyes, locked on Aunt Petunia's face. Aunt Petunia was just a mole. How could she know what the Death Eaters would do and how it would be cruel? That night in Gordrick Valley, not only you lost your mother, you know. At this time, Penny's voice was hoarse and low, and she even raised a little tremor in the old, sad tone. Voice squeezed from the throat. I also lost my sister. HTTPS. Remember Ishang novel net in 1 second? Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1007. I hope you will be well. Sincerely, thanks to the leader, Camille. After speaking, Aunt Petunia started to walk towards the door behind Harry. Harry slightly pursed his lips. His body swayed stiffly, and turned sideways as the aunt who came hurriedly gave way. He was stunned. After staying in the kitchen for a while, walking around aimlessly in the kitchen, pulling open the empty cabinet and closing it, hardly knowing what he was doing. After a while, He slowly walked towards the living room. Harry noticed the storage room under the stairs where he had lived for 10 years. At that time, the small door was open weakly, and the piles of shoes and umbrellas piled up on the ground in a mess, apparently selected by the owner. After being ruthlessly abandoned, the two spiders crawled out from the inside with long legs. Compared to the room upstairs that didn't spend much time, this storage room aroused more nostalgia for Harry. He unconsciously walked over to look at the door and was put on the concrete platform in the cupboard. The two rusted toy soldiers attracted attention. The two wrought iron toy soldiers were placed next to two empty glass jars, one standing, and the other fell on it. The standing soldier lifted his long sword in one hand, while the other was on his back. The soldier who fell to the ground was covered with red rust on his waist for a long time. The two toy soldiers were Harry except the only toy other than grass and stones. Harry leaned over and drilled into the locker. He held the two wrought iron toy soldiers in his hands. Suddenly there was a deafening noise from the building. Harry straightened up and hit the low with a bang on the door frame. He rubbed his head out of the cupboard and took the door. "Boy, how are they coming?" Vernon pressed all his weight on the handrails of the stairs. He snorted and sprayed gas on his beard. He looked at the sealed fireplace in the living room, turning his head and gruffly said to Harry, "Are you going to get out of this unlucky fireplace again?" This fireplace has been kept in a sealed state since Harry remembered it. There is an electric stove pretending to burn coal in front of it. If the phoenix chooses to fly through the net, they will be blocked by the real fireplace and this fake one. In the meantime, if a bat-tempered wizard shoots, it will undoubtedly explode again, and the power is enough to affect most of the living room. Harry shook his head. Of course not. Flyway is monitored by the Ministry of Magic. They won't. We've arrived. Dursley. Sirius lifted the phantom body curse and put his hands in his trouser pockets. From his impatient tone, it was undoubtedly wise to do so, so that he could not control himself. He pulled out his wand and cast a curse on Vernon Dursley, who had long abused Harry. Harry called out in surprise, "Sirius, for God's sake, you can't do it in a normal way." Vernon widened his eyes like a pig and was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a large group of Phoenix members. Harry. But immediately, as soon as his eyes met Sirius, who was glaring at him, he closed his mouth immediately in his heart. Although Sirius had been proved wrong by Harry and the people over there, but Vernon didn't believe too much in his heart. Even if Sirius was wrong, he would be very happy to blow up a street at any time if he wanted to. However, due to the long-term deterrence that the other party has given him since the holiday, the feared Vernon did not dare to say anything. He just moved his foot to the left a few steps and blocked Penny and Darlie on the stairs behind him. "Good evening, Mr. Dursley." Lupin came out, and he tried to shake hands with Vernon Dursley to appease the fat man who looked terrified. But Dursley did not mean to stretch out his hand, but hurried to. He flinched and looked at Lupin intently, as if he would get a pig's tail from the moon portion of his highness. Sirius, standing next to Harry with a frown, snorted coldly, and then said with some violent thunder, "Stupid mole, if Remus wants to harm you, would he have to shake your hand?" "Don't say it, Sirius." Ginlice glanced at Sirius somewhat strangely, and he exhorted in a low voice, "You've made yourself too nervous these 2 days. Don't worry too much about Harry." "Sirius, to have confidence in Dumbledore, we will be able to safely transfer Harry this time. Your godson will no longer have to deal with his mole relatives. You should be happy." Vernon's beard shook with anger, but he didn't dare to refute it. He shrank back in fear, realizing that the other party would not shake hands with himself. Lupin, who had experienced similar things many times, skillfully withdrew his hand, and then his gaze turned to the high hill-shaped salute in the corner. "It seems that you have packed up and done ready." "Can I put them away first?" "Hurry up, Remus. Thera a lot of salute." Tunks yawned, urging. "Tunks, are you worried that the action didn't sleep last night? Now you have time to sleep for a while. I'll take these mole missions for you." Moody glared at Donk with his magic eyes. With a tired look on his face, he spoke softer than usual. "As Tunks are a senior, Moody has been taking care of her." "No, Just. Tunks waved hands incoherently. I mean, I have stayed up late a little lately. Don't worry. Dora just didn't know why she likes to look at the history of medieval magic recently. During this time, she always sees it very late, so that she is a bit energyless now. Lupin watched the eyes of everyone in the house quickly. Yi Zheng's words explained without embarrassment. You can check each other's caliber next time. Sirius finally seemed to be more normal, and had a joke between friends and niece. Lupin smiled and shook his head without explanation. He took out a cloth pocket where a seamless stretch spell was cast, opened the pocket to make its opening wide open, then waved his wand and directed the pile of salutes with a suspended spell fly into this backpack. Vernon froze watching the things piled in the corner less and less, thinking that the group had just appeared in the room quietly, and asked, "So, how do we leave here?" "Mr. Dursley, all you have to do is pretend to go shopping and drive away from here without Harry," Lupin urged. "Tunks and I will use phantom spells to protect you." Sirius raised his eyebrows and said sarcastically, "I think it's easy, just like you usually do." Vernon's fat face turned red with anger, but he didn't argue but shouted angrily, "So, it's time to say goodbye. This is great." Vernon stretched his hands up as if he had surrendered, and he didn't want to be entangled with the weird group of guys in his heart. After the palm fell down, he turned around and wanted to leave. Lupin and Tunks recast the phantom body curse to themselves, and Penny stood up and followed him, and began to check the buckle of the handbag without any problems. His eyes did not go to see Harry's direction at all. "Ready? Up, reach." "Come on." Vernon had already reached the door of the living room. He stopped and urged angrily, "Dudley, I don't understand. Is he not going with us?" Darlie stood there, mouth slightly open, and raised a ham-like fat finger at Harry. Vernon stared blankly at Dudley, as if Dudley had just indicated that he wanted to be a ballet dancer. Then, he shook his head in exasperation, and his fat double chin shook with him. "Of course he doesn't." But Darlie was not satisfied with his father's short answer. He narrowed his eyes slightly puzzledly, and continued to ask in a daze, "Why? Because Vernon was stammered. He didn't want to. Then, Vernon simply turned his head and pointed at Harry. "Yeah, kid, absolutely not." Harry answered the question before Vernon had finished asking. His voice was firm. He raised his face and sneered. "And, I'm still a waste of space, right?" Harry, with his hands behind his back, he thought about separating from them, perhaps never seeing him again. His heart was filled with joy. After 16 years of extreme disgust with each other, Harry felt that his choice was not difficult to decide. Vernon, who shrank his belly, was shaken by Harry, and his body shook. He put his raised hand down and said coldly, "Yeah, this is farewell. Dudley, let's go." Vernon strode to the front door again, but Dudley still did not keep up. In Vernon's puzzled eyes, Dudley looked at his father. He shook his body and pressed his hand on the little sofa left between him and Harry. He stepped directly on the sofa and moved slowly. He overturned awkwardly towards Harry. The cracking footsteps and dust caused by his weight reminded Harry unconsciously when he lived in the storage room under the stairs. The cousin ran on the stairs on purpose. He wanted to disturb the footsteps he made while resting and the scum that fell from the cracks of the stairs into his eyes. But at this time, Dudley's expression did not sneer at him as usual. This big man's lips kept moving and his face swelled red. He seemed to want to say something but couldn't say it. Finally he gave up, but slowly actively reached out to Harry. Harry lowered his head in disbelief, looking at the fat pink palm of Dudley's outstretched hand, and he wasn't too sure to extend his hand tentatively, and finally the two held their hands. Dudley raised his face. His eyes were a little dull but sincere. He opened his mouth, raised his eyebrows, and tried to organize the language. When Jang opened his mouth for a long time, he finally struggled to say a word. "I don't think you are a waste of space." Then, Dudley's lips slightly pursed, as if he wanted to make a smile. Harry seemed to have lost his ability to express for a while. "Thank you," he said dryly. Then the time seemed to stagnate for a few seconds, until Harry and Dali looked down at the hands they shook, and finally realized that Harry would not change his mind because of his words. Dali almost smiled sadly, and then Dai Erlang turned around and started walking towards his father Vernon with heavy steps. The impatient expressions of the people of the Phoenix Society have also calmed down a lot, and they have no intention of urging them. Tunks in stealth looked at the pair of cousins in front of him with approbation. Sirius' expression was very sad, remembered Regulus, and Harry just vaguely understood that the cup of black tea he had kicked before might not be a prank at all, although he was a little touched. www.untitled.novel.com. But it seems that the ability of Dudley to express his feelings has been exhausted. He's still relieved. It's just that when the big mule of Dudley walked past, he still didn't choose to go around. He stepped on the sofa again, only half of his feet. Before stepping, Dudley looked back at Harry with some hesitation, and finally he lifted, raising his arm. He flicked a ring finger representing good luck like he was facing his group of fox friends. The smile on Harry's face seemed relieved. He watched his cousin walk across the sofa completely. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if restraining his tears from flowing down. He watched this big cousin and his uncle leave the door. Back view. Tightly pursed mouth opened, some hoarsely said in a voice that he did not know whether to say to the other party or his own. "Goodbye, Brother D-Biged," what Dali Hooping Dog friend calls him. Aunt Petunia, who had been checking the buckle of her handbag, looked up when he heard the father and son leaving Vernon. She didn't seem to expect that she would stay with Harry again in the room because she was behind, so she hurriedly the buckle snapped and shriveled. "Okay. Goodbye." Then she walked toward the door without looking at Harry. "Goodbye," Harry said. Aunt Petunia stopped and looked back. For a moment, Harry had a particularly strange feeling, as if Aunt Petunia wanted to say something to him. She looked at him with a weird and timid gaze, and seemed to hesitate to talk, but then she shook her head suddenly and rushed out the door, chasing her husband and son went. Author's note: J.K. Rowling's later interview said personally that Aunt Petunia wanted to say, "I hope you will be safe, I wish you will be safe." https. Remember Ishang novel net in 1 second? Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 1008. Watermelon sincerely thank Cool Watermelon Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. The Albanian deep forest is very hot in the summer afternoon, and there is no wind at all. The sun is busy like a sword into the deep forest. Fortunately, there are dense leaves to cover the fire-like sunlight. But despite all this, entering the depths of this jungle is like entering a steaming sauna, making it hard to breathe. Along with the dark fog that appeared out of nowhere, a bang broke the silence of the deep forest, and the door to the underground grotto of Albania seemed to be pushed away by invisible hands. The black robe rolled, and a greasy-haired Snape walked along going down the stone steps. They entered the underground grotto. It seems that there are two different spaces formed on the ground. Compared with the very hot ground, the cellar with extra constant temperature magic is very cool. Snape's brow furrowed and gloomy eyes. He walked into the grotto with more strenuous steps than usual. The long cloak slapped his ankles. He turned the promenade and walked upward to enter the stone hall where the Dark Lord most often stays. In the stone hall, Snape's rapid footsteps broke the almost frozen atmosphere in the hall, and all Death Eaters turned their attention to the wizard who appeared at the door and walked in quickly. At this time, after a long period of construction, this secret base underground in Albania has been more and more well organized, and there is a long table in the middle of the stone hall. It seems that Lucius Malfoy put his own home. The long dining table moved here, and the high backs were neatly arranged on both sides of the long table, filled with Death Eaters, and some Death Eaters stood on both sides. The authors note that Laufus convention is to make up the tradition of using the dining table as the card face. A man with some unconsciousness hangs his head down above the middle of the table, as if hung by an invisible rope. This is a man with thick brown curly short hair, his mouth wide open. His lips were trembling, and the muscles of his face were distorted by pain. On the chest, A series of whipping bloodstains condensed into a hard lump, and the whole body was twisted strangely, apparently suffering a lot. Hearing the movement from the door, this man tried to make his left eye open a gap through his efforts. His eyelids were trembling constantly, and the slightly opened eyes seemed to be closed at any time, but he was faint before he could see clearly. Dead in the past, Snape used his squinting eyes to look at the tortured witch, and found that he didn't know the other person and continued to move closer. Severus, I'm still worried that you are lost. Stonehall remembered a high, clear voice, sitting alone in the top position. Voldemort slightly turned sideways, turned his head to look in with a smile. Snape said, Master, I have something to report to you. Snape's voice was cold and mean for a long time, but with a trace of anxiety that was not usual. Severus, sit down and say, we have reserved a seat for you. Voldemort pointed to the seat next to his right. Sit here, it seems that you have brought us good news. Most of the Death Eater's eyes at the table followed Snape, and as soon as he sat down at the designated place, he said, Master, the Phoenix intends to move Harry Potter from his current safe place today. It's around 8 o'clock tonight. The Death Eaters were in a state of restlessness, and everyone turned their eyes to the Dark Lord. Today? Tonight? That's really good news. Voldemort seemed to have a magic pendulum clock at one corner, his mouth without lips twisted into a weird smile, and with clear news. He used his hand to cut the plate in front of him. The blood-red watermelon took a slice and handed it to Snape. Come on, Severus, so we have a little time to prepare. Snape had some unexpected wrinkles on his nose, but he took it obediently. Bella and Narcissa's mouths are very picky. There is a name. I think about how to pronounce his name. Kaji. He seems to have graduated from the magical field, and he does much better in the field of herbal medicine than he does in the field of black magic. He used the blood of the previous muggles at the exit upstairs, but what we didn't expect was that we all felt very good after tasting. Lucius Malfoy pointed to the co-members behind them who could have seats in the pile of wizards who could only stand in that circle. An Asian witch with black ponytail covered in scum and his handsome face showed that his attitude seemed to be more frivolous. What I heard is different, my host. Yax interrupted the rare and relaxed atmosphere here with a hoarse voice. His hands were crossed on the table, and his blonde hair was all brushed behind his head, revealing his forehead stacked up in layers of wrinkles. Snape's squinted glance at the gloomy, slightly brutal wizard who was not attuned to his gorgeous silver silk robe. Sorry Severus, I'm not aiming at you. Yaxley continued to be complacent when Voldemort didn't speak. Brother and Sister Carlo detected the news. Drex. The Era and the Order of the Phoenix were taken by us. The goddess was taken away, and Dumbledore told him personally that Potter would not leave until the 30th of this month. When he passed his 17th birthday, they would make full use of the protective spell. So I guess today is a trap. Fool. A baby-like scream sounded, and a crazy light shone in Bellatrix's eyes. She raised her arms, and their one tip drew a few circles into the void, and immediately the rope appeared suddenly out of thin air, quickly wrapped around Yaxley's neck. Dare you use your own speculation to let the owner take their risk? Immediately, Bellatrix's wand turned into a long whip, and with a snap flicked towards Yaxley, directly entangled Yaxley's neck. Bellatrix pulled fiercely. Yaxley's purplish red with a swollen neck, his eyes were rounded, his body was pulled down and leaned forward, and hit the table. The sudden attack made Yaxley very shocked, but he was wrapped in a rope and raised his neck so that he could not say that he could only pick the tighter rope with his hands. Although he did not understand how he provokes the witch head, but knowing the opponent's position in the master's mind and her swollen belly make him not dare to fight back with a wand. Ignoring Bea's behavior, Voldemort's cold voice seemed to be spoken from the mouth, and it sounded creepy. Where are they going to take the kid? Probably the home of a member of the Order of Phoenix. I heard that the most comprehensive protective measures have been taken. Dumbledore will tell the news separately to the member of the Order of Phoenix responsible for Potter and personally participate in the subsequent work. Once he arrives there, it will be hard to attack him. Snape hesitated for a moment and finished the next words. They seem to think that it will be safe if Potter can re-enter Hogwarts until the school starts. They thought I didn't dare to go to Hogwarts. Voldemort looked very angry. If the kid named Alan is not so insidious and does not talk about honor, I killed him last year. He hit but I, of course, my master. But I voluntarily perform this task now, and I want to kill the kid. The excited Bellatrix sitting next to Narcissa volunteered, and she retracted the long whip in her hand, and turned back to her wand, leaning over Voldemort, as if she could not express her desire to serve in words. In the room of the stone hall, Alex's coughing violently sounded. Woo-woo. Yaxley coughed vaguely. He was strangled and gasped. Fleur had to turn outwards, even mistakenly thinking that the master who didn't make a sound would let Bella kill him realized his mistake at okay. And it was a fluke if the Dark Lord really believed that his information did not go, and Harry really transferred today, so there is no doubt that the punishment for him will not be as easy as it is now. Narcissa glanced at her sister Bella and did not persuade her. She knew that Bella didn't explain why. She didn't want the mysterious person to go to Hogwarts because there were not only Alan and the Ministry of Magic, but also a founder. Your attitude is commendable, and your performance is exciting, but Voldemort's voice still seemed so cold, but it was no longer so high, slightly lower. It must be me who killed Harry Potter, must I personally killed him? Bellatrix lowered his head in disappointment, like a frustrated cat bowing his upper body and shrinking back, but despite that, the huge belly was still difficult to hide, reflecting into Voldemort's vertical pupil. Bella, you will take a small group of people here to guard the base this time. Voldemort raised a pale hand, made an indisputable decision, and then turned his own red eyes to Lucius. So, dear Lucius, tell your master, what's your attitude from your actions in the UK? Master, a lot of pure blood has made clear the willingness to cooperate with us, and under the exclusion of Harris, some neutral families in the First War also kept in touch with us verbally. Lucius touched his own extra snakehead carving behind the Elm Dragonheart tendon wand. Watching the Dark Lord did not withdraw his eyes. He thought and added quickly, if we want to act, they promise not to interfere. Some families will be happy to provide some temporary safe houses as our transit points. You did very well. Voldemort took a slice of watermelon himself, and then his eyes turned to Bellatrix's silent sister, Narcissa. You stay here too. Narcissa quickly collected it, making Harry think she was like a proud expression with a big under her nose. www.untitlenovel.com. Bygone nodded respectfully and said, yes, master. Lucius' eyes were filled with gratitude appropriately, and he bowed his head respectfully. He knew very clearly that this was the reward given by the Dark Lord in disguise to contact the purer blood families during this time either upcoming actions would go forward. Harris Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore's Phoenix are based in the United Kingdom, and it is quite risky to kill Harry Potter under their eyes. Although Lucius had already paid attention and would have to send the news to Alan when he found a chance, after all, the spell was blind. Afterwards, if there was a scuffle, it was inevitable that there would be a midstream curse, so Lucius thought that he could let his wife not. Insurance is undoubtedly the best choice. So, then our action cloth. Voldemort narrowed his eyes impatiently and looked up. The wizard who hung upside down on the long table in the room groaned and woke up. He twisted his body unconsciously, trying to get rid of those invisible ropes to make himself feel better. August 1st Chinese mobile version reading URL m.81zw.us. Chapter 1009. Is this melon preserved? Sincerely thank the leader of the Boundless Unhygienius. Remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. Voldemort pulled out his wand and pointed to the scarred brown curly-haired witch hanging upside down on the long table, letting his body rotate slightly in the air. Some of you may not know, we are honored to be invited tonight guest. Of course, for him, his luck is not good. All Death Eaters smiled with bad intentions. He glanced at the poor wizard. As if they were approved, they can show their curiosity. Originally we decided to arrest Miss Carrie D. Babagi, a professor of mole studies at Hogwarts. She had previously published an article saying that those dirty things are no different from ours. She wants to use her way. Let's marry moles. Voldemort's eyes looked around the Death Eaters. A ridiculous laughter sounded on the long table, and Bellatrix's laughter was particularly crazy and sharp. Voldemort waved his hands to stop the harmony, and his eyes were finally fixed on the few people in the middle of the long table on his right. But the siblings of Carlo tell me that Miss Bubba seems to have a premonition of our action towards magic. The Ministry applied for additional escorts. They thought they couldn't catch her. Then they arrogantly grabbed the unlucky editor of which weekly who published the report. The people at the long table watched Voldemort diligently, especially Pansy's father Parkinson also began to tremble gently. The temperature in the Mingshi Hall was moderate, but his forehead kept rolling down the sweat beads, glancing in midair. After the hanging wizard, he shivered. I just had a difficult problem to solve in a while. Voldemort stood up from his particularly gorgeous chair, looked at the nervous faces of his followers, pulled out his wand and continued, "My wand is the same as Potter's wand, they are taken from the tail feathers of the same phoenix. To a certain extent they are a pair of twin wands. We can hurt each other, but we can't kill each other. If I want to kill he must use other wands." Voldemort put his wand on the long table, walked behind every stiff Death Eater, and stood behind brother and sister Carlo, pressing his fingers on their chairs. Both brother and sister Carlo dare not move, sitting stiffly in the seat. The Death Eaters around him carefully exchanged gloating glances. Yaxley could not speak out. He was still sitting on the ground and dared not get up. I think that in this operation, some people have no reason to hold the wand anymore. Although Voldemort's voice was very soft, it was heavily knocked on the hearts of brother and sister Carlo. But unexpectedly, they saw the hand stretched out by the Dark Lord took away the wand from Parkinson's waist beside them. Laurelwood, Parkinson, what is the core of the wand? Suddenly, brother and sister Carlos held their breaths and stared up at Parkinson. Master, Parkinson was so nervous that his tongue wasn't flexibly. Obviously the person in charge of this arrest was brother Carlo. But the master had to punish himself. I noticed that you didn't complete the task he should have done. Instead, he was involved in this operation to catch an insignificant wizard, thinking that this way he would appear to be less lazy. Voldemort looked sarcastically. Parkinson, the strength of the Laurel Wand should have been so powerful that it could be fatal. But the Laurel Wand could not endure lazy master. If the master is lazy, it would rather be taken away by others. Theoretically it will be when other wizards tried to steal it, they launched a lightning attack on their own. But it did not do it to me. What do you think is the reason? Parkinson looked up, his eyes deep in. He didn't dare to make too much noise, he could only respond with a tremble, because I'm a lazy master. After he finished, he didn't dare to see Voldemort and he didn't expect the Dark Lord to give him his wand and hang his head. Jinsen had no choice but to use Egwene to miss the magic wand that had wrapped around him. The next time I want to take away is not your magic wand, Parkinson, Voldemort even said with a smile, and suddenly his face cooled down. He pointed the wand he had just got at and pointed at the hanging wizard. Shiny red eyes stared gloomily at Snape's dark eyes. Severus, then you should keep our guests quiet before you act. Snape didn't hesitate anymore. He pulled out his wand coldly and raised his hand as a shadow. Instantly, the wizardess' throat was cut, and blood was continuously sprayed from the cut throat and spilled on the long table in front of him. The unlucky male editor's eyes widened suddenly, and blood poured into the throat. He struggled weakly for a long time, and finally lost his eyes, lost his life, banged, and made a heavy blunt sound. The dead witch fell on the table, and the table shook and creaked, and the scattered blood made those watermelons. It looks redder. Dine, Nagini, Voldemort whispered, and the giant snake coiled around Voldemort's chair dangled his head away from the armrest of his chair, slowly crawling towards the smooth wooden table. Bella, Nagini will also stay, and it is up to you to guard it. Follow your orders, Master. Bella promised with some joy, thinking that she was entrusted with the task. She then glanced at the giant snake that was eating food, and her eyes showed a little envy. Several Death Eaters shrank back into their chairs in amazement, and many of those who could only stand still shrank back. Rabistan, this time it's up to you to bring the two unreliable guys, Alexto and Amicos. They have already proven their incompetence. You can still rest assured that you choose some more people yourself, and then you disperse to the Mole Society in the UK to stand by, and immediately set fire after receiving my order. This time, I asked each of you not to escape immediately after the fire, but to go to the next place to continue casting and attract magic for our actions. The attention of the ministry. The magic torch on the wall glowed strangely in his red eyes. Voldemort's mouth swelled one by one, and sent out a ruthless continue to arrange, the others follow me to find Harry Potter. At the command of Voldemort, the Death Eaters stood up from the chair like rolling black bats. The harsh sound of the chair moving across the floor rang in the stone hall. Brothers and sisters Carlos greeted them with them to catch the witch, those wizards. As for Severus and Lucius, I am fortunate to allow you to put on a mask this time, and I will need your activities on the surface in the Order of the Phoenix and the United Kingdom. Voldemort no longer ignored them, but turned the head can even be regarded as a gentle whisper to Nagini, and then fingered Bellatrix, letting it temporarily obey her command. After saying goodbye to his wife Narcissa, Lucius glanced at Parkinson, who had lost his wand at the side, and he paused, then said sarcastically to Parkinson, "Waste, what to do in a daze? I will wait. Go buy a new wand, and then set off to find out what you should do." After hearing this, Parkinson looked up quietly at the Dark Lord and found that the owner had no objection. He nodded gratefully to Lucius, followed behind brother and sister Carlo, and quickly walked out of the stone room. After the two groups of the Dark Lord's action teams hurriedly left the secret base, and until Bellatrix and Narcissa left, the remaining black wizards dared to leave the stone hall and return to their respective posts. The wizard who left Melons at the end left him disgusted with the clothes left by the previous male editors, and then cleaned up the blood that had begun to darken on the long table with a new one, and then contaminated the blood. The watermelon cleared the surface stains before she Chiron walked toward the long corridor leading to the gate. The ponytail wizard walked out of the gate of the cellar base and found that the sun was setting outside. The sun was completely out of sight in the forest at the moment. Only the horizon was covered with some red glow, and the melon wizard wandered wandering in a quirky minor tone in his watermelon field. He skillfully flicked his fingers on the belly of the watermelon, and then picked the ripe melons off and put them in a cart to prepare for the thirst to return to the action team. After all this is done, www.untilnovel.com, he picked a watermelon that was not too big or not, so he sat beside the ridge, just as the ponytail witch raised his wand to cut it. A stunned look at a wizard in a melon field full of rolling watermelons wearing a black robe with this weird and familiar to him, and then he found some hairy. Some of the pupils in the decorative beads like evil eyes on the other party all stared at him at once. The ponytail wizard swears that he didn't notice his existence when he picked the watermelon, but he had a feeling that he was the one who was late. The wizard's breath blocked by the shadow of the hood was very dangerous, which gave the melon wizard a bad impression and reminded him of his master. And then the melon wizard noticed that the opponent was using his souls to draw in his melon field. There were some liners and the other person exudes coolness, looks cold and cold. At first glance it is not a good wizard. A gentleman's voice came from the hood. Is this melon preserved? Postscript, Sirius Black. Hidden in the dark side of his personality like his surname. Follow the VX public number Tong Tang and reply to the keyword Sirius to view. August 1st Chinese mobile version reading URL m.81zw.us. Chapter 1010. Your piece of melon field was contracted by me. Sincerely thank the leader. Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. The man in the weird robe that made him look familiar approached him, and the watermelon in the hands of the melon witch rolled down to the ground, rubbing his wand out of his body, pointing at the coming person, watching the other person approaching with caution, asked, "This? Are you a new colleague or a contact from a pure blood family? I don't seem to have seen you below. Hello, my name is..." According to your English pronunciation, it should be Kajivuji. Wait to stop approaching otherwise. But his wand had just been fixed on the person coming, and the other party opened the hood in front of him. He finally saw the appearance of the person coming. The melon wizard was so scared that his throat was tightened, he could not make a sound at all. When he came, he felt that the palm of his wand was sticky, and the shiny forehead was covered with beads of sweat. His hands were trembling. In this case, he should have pressed the Death Eater's mark to report the news of Alan's coming, but in the eyes of the other party, he dared not move at all and wandered around his head. It is all about how to save your life. Alan Principal Harris. Feeling the dangerous, cold breath of Alan, the melon wizard, who stumbled back and forth a few steps, only felt a heat flow down his own leg, flowing out through the trouser legs. "I'm just a melon grower. Don't kill me." "So the boss. How much is your melon?" Alan had a high affinity when he smiled, but apparently it was even more terrifying in the eyes of the melon-growing wizard. "You can take whatever you want. You can take whatever you want." The melon-growing witch just felt more panicked. "I ask you, how much do you have for me?" Alan has been smiling for a long time. "Even if you don't want money, you won't be satisfied." The horsetail wizard opens his mouth and sees that the other person made a picture that he really wants to buy melons. He doesn't dare to cooperate even if he knows that most of them want to find fault. The Wizard of Horsetail wiped the sweat on his forehead with his magic robe, and subconsciously blurted out, 7 gallon. "Ah, no," as if frightened by the price he quoted. He quickly changed his mouth. "Sorry, I was wrong. It was 7/8." The horsetail wizard found that the other party did not answer him immediately, but put his finger on his arm just like they usually used the Death Eater's mark. After waiting for a while, Alan raised his head and smiled apologetically. "Just like a good customer, sir. Can you help me pick one?" "Hi." The melon-growing witch responded indistinctly. His heart raised his throat, which made it difficult for him to breathe. He stiffly walked his legs and walked into the field, one by one. Playing the watermelon, I just felt hopeless. This Harris wouldn't want to let himself walk into the watermelon field and solve himself. The melon witches picked out a watermelon that he thought was better and patted it to confirm it. He took a deep breath and turned back in horror, only to find that Alan seemed to have no intention of shooting himself. Standing on the edge of the field and looking at him, it looks as if he really came to buy a watermelon. Although he was relieved, the melon-growing wizard walked back tremblingly. He handed the watermelon in the direction of Alan. "Mr. Harris, how do you like this?" "You melon. Does it stay cooked?" Alan's hand was also tapped on the watermelon, and the watermelon made a dull muffled sound, as low as an echo. "I am a watermelon. I know which melon is delicious. Never dare to pick you up." He looked at Alan in anxiety, his arms holding the watermelon tightly, and his lips and teeth whined stiffly. "Explain." Then, the melon-growing man saw with amazement that Alan suddenly took away the wand he hadn't held before, which made him a little scared, and the ponytail, who knew how powerful the opponent was a little rebellious. "Can't mention it." Alan slashed. The watermelon fell to the ground, and the red juice was scattered all over the ground. Alan raised his head and dipped a bit of blood-stained watermelon juice on the nose with his wand tip and smelled it, saying, "It's indeed ripe. Maybe my aunt would prefer the smell." "Mr. Harris, I'll pick you a few more, please." Alan's wand turned into a sort of magical energy that exuded red light. Seeing such a situation, the melon witch realized the fate he was about to face, and he just issued it in despair. He screamed frantically, but then, he felt that something was hot against the flesh of his stomach, and then the pain and weakness spread out, and the muscles all over the body cramped, losing his strength. Only gasping for breath. "I have recently drank too much beverages and need to control it. I can't eat too much and too sweet things. Your level of spellcasting, just let me use this useless trick as a weight loss exercise." Wait until Alan Willett was pulled out. and the horsetail man suddenly felt a warmth spray out of his abdominal cavity. He covered his wounds and the 5 senses were wrinkled together, tilted and fell to the ground. It's true that using human blood to magically irrigate the land is good. But now in this modern era, I have a mixed-race friend who regularly casts a bulging curse on pumpkins that can solve the problem of planting. In this era when you use mul to grow the land, it is you it's not. Alan withdrew his wand back again, kicked the wand away at random, and began to dig in his pocket. If you keep holding the wound, you may be able to hold on for a while. But if you let go of it, you can end the pain quickly. If you can persevere and get your own magic wand over the to heal yourself, maybe you can live. What would you choose? Say, Alan took out a handful of ginger along and dropped it on the other party. Yes, you are a contractor, I was contracted. The horsetail wizard, who felt his breath, heard the stone door move in the cellar cave not far away, realized that he was not saved. He let go of the hand holding the wound in frustration. He felt his eyelids healed heavier and heavier, his eyes wide open hard, and finally unable to support. Before closing his eyes completely, what he saw was the sound of Alan's ancient leather boots steadily walking towards the grotto. Inside the grotto, the Death Eaters left behind heard the screams of the melon wizard. Realizing that something was happening outside, they immediately gathered, pulled out their wands, and ran towards the cave entrance. But the originally unobstructed opening was suddenly surrounded by the yellow-green mist that was constantly surging out of thin air. The wizard running at the front was too late to hide, and several thin bodies flicked and fell directly to the ground, dying. The remaining 2 wizards also lost their lives a few seconds later. One of them originally tried to run forward, and the other tried to hold his breath and started to move back. But obviously this did not help because they almost at the same time fell to the ground. Don't go forward. Someone put a death cloud technique at the door, shouted a wizard wearing a Death Eater who was clearly superior to others. He recognized the spell and quickly pulled the people around him. The doorway gradually gathered more and more yellow and green clouds continually surging, replacing the original position of the stone door, blocking all the passages of the grotto looking out. All the people stopped and collectively took a few steps back, but the wand in his hand was still facing the door. The host was attacked as soon as he left us. www.untitlenovel.com. This is a trap. Hurry. Don't stun and inform them to come back. The clever dark wizards realized that it was wrong the first time, and quickly tried to report to the Dark Lord. And the clever wizard who just screamed used his wand to point on the Death Eater's imprint on his arm just now, but the loose magic was like a stone sinking into the sea. It all hurts, and I don't feel the familiar scalding feeling. I can't contact the owner. Someone has set up a screen and shield. After he roared, the scene became a bit strangely quiet at the moment, the entrance of the grotto blocked by the clouds and fog. In this quiet and nearly condensed passage, they suddenly heard a muffled, heavy and hurried sound. Breathing. Many Death Eaters stopped moving in this atmosphere, as they expected, and then a red light dazzled in the yellow and green mist, illuminating the dark space. A figure of cold death loomed in front of them. The wizard wearing an ancient robe had a dagger mask from the era system used by medieval doctors to isolate the air. The dazzling light was from the red magic power that he raised at the tip of the wand in his hand. August 1st Chinese mobile version reading URL m.81zw.us. Chapter 1011. Chop Melon Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. Awadis Yuo Ming, the first Death Eater who first reported the letter, seemed to have become the leader of the group of left Death Eaters. With his screaming, the green spell light went straight to the bird Alan in the mouth mask attacked. This seemed to ignite a signal of attack, and a green curse rushed to Alan at the door. Alan approached them with great strides, and the wand of red energy in his hand kept waving, and the spells were scattered and rebounded back, although Alan hit the spell on the wall because of too many opponents at a time. The stones fell swiftly, but there were still some death spells that successfully reflected and hit the Death Eaters themselves, making them stand upright and die on the ground. The scene turned into Alan, who forced the retreat of the group of people who were left behind by the Lord Voldemort. As Alan progressed step by step, the Death Eater at the forefront could not bear this pressure. He turned around and fled, but just dropped the tip of the staff. As Alan's left arm was raised, the escaping wizard seemed to be lifted into the air like an invisible large hand. The Death Eater's wand that was caught by the air fell to the ground. Just like the top of the grotto is attractive, the whole person was lying on the top of the cave horizontally. Alan's left hand was clenched into a fist, and with the power of the mage's hand learned from the Nether Scroll, he easily lifted the Death Eater and crushed his throat. The Death Eater couldn't even make a scream, so he tilted his head and dropped it from the top of the cave to the ground with a pop. Then, Alan, who had not really practiced any swordsmanship, waved the red lightsaber indiscriminately, but with the agility. He cut down the black wizards who had not experienced the intense fighting like chopping melons and vegetables. The imposing and strange magic is chilling. AI. Alan Harris. He is Alan Harris. Although Alan wore a beak mask, this unique dress style and white hair made these Death Eaters the first after the confusion. He recognized his identity. Tonight's action is a trap. Merlin, what shall we do? Only recognized. But as a reward, give you a chance. Alan said sullenly behind the beak mask, and then removed the energy from the wand and put the wand back. Seeing this, these Death Eaters who had some collapse of their will seemed to have seized the last hope, and no longer commotion began to continue to aim at Alan to launch various spells. After being informed, the remaining Death Eaters also rushed in from the rear, rushed into the channel, joined and attacked from behind their companions. They aggressively raised their wands and violently launched a spell at Alan. The low-level abyss demons summoned by the Death Eaters also appeared on the battlefield, but the black wizards left behind had no elite members. They did not realize that their magic spells made their summoning creatures unable to get close to Alan's orientation. Damn, let's put something else on the left. He can't stop it. The wizards with combat experience roared, screaming exhaustedly, using more experience and less experience to command these wizards to continue the attack. The fire was also cast out, and the light emitted was dazzling. Under a sudden bombing, the cellar corridors began to sway slightly, and the broken dust splashed around. This made the attacks of the Death Eaters and the black wizards who could not even be called Death Eaters have weakened signs. Don't stop and continue. Someone roared to let the attack continue. Death Cloud Poison and Devil Curse Flame made them completely unable to see the figure of Alan in front of them. I can't see anything. Do you think we can really kill him? Continue. Enough. No one can survive in this situation. Don't collapse the entrance. The dust dispersed later. The group of black wizards was stunned by the scene in front of them. Alan's intact figure emerged from the shadow. He had taken off his mask, and they were desperate to find that their attack was just hit in the empty space. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I just received the news. It seems that I have to hold on a little bit. After all, I have to carry some of your things, Alan said while spinning with his fingers. The wands in the hands of the wizards in front of them suddenly turned into roaring giant poisonous snakes and bite at their original owners. The mouth of the snake, the snake teeth with green venom coming out of it, swarmed with blood, swallowing his head that had been strangled with his eyes protruding. This brutal picture made the black wizards who had escaped temporarily screamed out. Many of them still heard the black wizard reinforcements that had just flowed in from the inside. The unpleasant smell of sulfur appeared out of nowhere between the rolling and surging corridors, and the devil summoned from Barter Hell stared at the dead enemies of the bottomless abyss. The old nest continued to unfold. The monsters threw each other into the sky, opened the big mouth of the blood basin, waiting for them to fall, and then swallowed them without a drag. Dense spells came to Alan with the despair of the master. The shadow shield rioted in a narrow space. Alan made it in front of him. The stones on the grotto walls couldn't resist this kind of impulse. The splashing dust filled the passage, and the Death Eaters coughed. After the startled screaming, some Death Eaters turned around and ran to the passage behind them. Some Death Eaters even growled, crawled back and forth with their hands and feet after falling in a panic. The remaining Death Eaters still aimed at Alan with their wands and desperately launched a spell at Alan. This attack method carried a self-destructive idea. They attacked almost desperately. The curse flew towards Alan with his face covered. But now that the frequency of attacks has been significantly reduced, Alan has free time to use spells to counter and reverse the spells he cast himself. Bring me in the front, and you guys in the back. Go and notify Bellatrix. Let her hide. Let the others in the back come over. Seal every door to give her time. There was a voice in the chaos. Some horse Death Eaters finished speaking loudly, and he rushed up with a wand and a determination to die. His face was covered with blue muscles and his expression was grim. To the great Dark Lord. Hearing him mention Dark Lord, the Death Eaters gritted their teeth and followed behind him. These wizards who remained in the passage and struggled against Alan lamented, even if they escaped by chance. Once they were known by the Dark Lord, the punishment that may be faced is more serious. Not to mention that the descendants of the Dark Lord are in the belly of Bellatrix in this cave. If something happens to her, her result may be more terrible and more painful than death. Thinking of this, the desperate Death Eater didn't know where he was pouring out his strength and attacked desperately. The wizards who were named by him to report the news almost desperately ran, and they knew in their hearts, obviously, the strength of their group of left-behind people is not Alan's opponent at all. They have fully realized themselves and Alan's the difference in strength is not compensated by quantity unless the owner can return. It's just that the base was screened by the other party again, unable to report the news, and the base that they had set up, the anti-phantom shifting circle themselves, became their own cage. Even if they were able to cross Alan Harris, and cannot pass through the only outlet full of poisonous gas to go outside for phantom migration. It's just that the remaining wizards' death attacks didn't last long. As they aimed at Alan Harris, many people's wands suddenly broke away from their hands and flew into the air to turn their heads so that the sharp wand tips were like one, inserted the dagger into the throats of the wizards. The wizard who had just given the order before seemed to have better luck than his colleagues who were stabbed to death. www.untitled.novel.com. But at this moment he could only froze in situ without daring to act. Glaring at him, the wand parallel to the tip of his nose almost became a cross-eyed. Just in front of him, the wand flashed a series of crackling blue lights continuously from the thin tip to the root of the hand. The wand was like a small string of firecrackers, burning. After that, it disappeared. At this time, in the depths of the grotto, hearing the faint explosion and the screams of nothing, Narcissa looked up suspiciously. What are they doing to these fools? Bellatrix, who was originally sitting on a chair and nibbling at the watermelon, threw the watermelon immediately, which made Nagini hiss dissatisfiedly at the bedside. No, there is no dirty mud for them to play with. We have been attacked. Bella, too late to clean up the watermelon juice, didn't take care of the big snake. She just pulled out her hand like some human fingers. The bent one stood up and touched his belly unconsciously with his hand, and gave his order to stare at his sister Narcissa. Sissy stayed here and I went out to see him. Going with you. Narcissa, who had a deep understanding of Bellatrix's stubborn temper, did not persuade, but also stood up and habitually raised the arrogant chin in the line. August 1st, Chinese mobile version. Reading URL m.81zw.us. Chapter 1012. Corridor Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. Hissing sounded. Nagini crawled over the table clumsily and saw Bella's hand pushed to the door. In anxiety, the snake leapt forward, leaned forward, climbed higher, and then put the snake head on Bellatrix's shoulder. Nagini, stay here. Bellatrix glanced at Nagini's swollen belly because he hadn't finished digesting. Then he pushed the stone door open, and Narcissa hurriedly walked in front of her. She was behind her but was caught behind her. Narcissa did not argue. She followed her sister and walked along the deep corridor quickly. She tried to say something to relieve the tension. Bella, why can Nagini understand us, who are not snake speakers? Do people speak? Bella stepped forward and scolded without looking back. Sissy, you better avoid asking about the master's affairs. After that, the quiet Bilek sisters quickly sprinted and watched in the dark with vigilance. The dark corridor that was already familiar with it now felt a bit dizzy, with twists and turns and flickering fire, and Narcissa's pounding heartbeat. Along the way, I could vaguely hear the angry call signs and explosions coming from the front and the screams afterwards. Narcissa only felt chills after bursts on her back. This battle seemed to fight. It's fiery. Bella, let's not pass it. If they can't solve the problem for so long. Narcissa finally couldn't help but suggest to her sister, the Dark Lord is attacked as soon as we leave. This is a trap. Bellatrix has been silent for a long time. She points her wand to the black demon mark on her arm, and then throws her hand away in annoyance. Damn, somebody has blocked our ability to send messages. Who is so big? Dare to fight against the Dark Lord? At this time they heard heavy and rapid footsteps, like the sound of boots stepping on the floor. Someone coughed loudly in the distance, and thunder threw an echo on the wall. Narcissa reached out and stopped Bellatrix, who seemed to want to rush forward, but then the two men were vigilantly attached to the wall as a cover, using their wands to point forward, and the heavy footsteps gradually approached from the corner of the front of the place. A tall figure jumped out, and he took a big step. A large black cloak fluttered behind him. Walking hurriedly, a dangling wand flapped his thigh. As the other person approached, the tense nerves of the two people who saw the other person's appearance relaxed slightly, but seeing the other party's panic-like appearance, Bellatrix crossed the Narcissa and stepped forward 2 steps. The wand turned into a long whip. It wrapped around the other person's neck, pulled it away, and some Death Eaters at some distance fell in front of her. Bella asked urgently, what happened in front? The panic-stricken Death Eater coughed violently, and Bellatrix flicked his whip in dissatisfaction, whipped on the floor beside him, and hurriedly hurled what happened in front of him, and could not eat to death. The imprint of the apprentice passed on a message, because the Death Cloud technique could not go out at the entrance and could not go out of the Phantom to escape. Quickly tell the two of them. Alan Harris. Merlin, how could he come here? After learning about the situation, the frightened Narcissa persuaded her sister anxiously, we are not his opponent. Bella, don't take your time. Think about it. Descendants of the Dark Lord in your stomach, if there is something missing from this child. Trash, since notified, go back and help resist. Bellatrix did not move, but stared at the Death Eater in front of him, licking his thin lips with the tip of his tongue. The Death Eater was reluctant, but in Bella's threatening eyes, he had no choice but to go back. But Bella didn't let him go, and cast a soul snapping on him after he turned around the mantra ordered to ensure that he could perform this suicide mission 100%. Sissy, you have to go back and bring Nagini first. Bellatrix shouted to Narcissa, her voice trembling a little sharply. Bella, things are not good. The only exit was blocked by Harris. The remaining guys were not taken away by the master because of their poor strength. I am afraid they can't hold on until they return. Narcissa followed Bella. Trix walked back and asked Whitley, what shall we do? Hide. Bellatrix continued with a harsh voice. It's useless, Bella. Draco said a lot. Alan Harris's telepathy and prophecy are very powerful. If his goal is us, I am afraid we won't be able to hide for long. The torches on the walls along the way flickered and provoked overhead. In the dim light, Narcissa's worried eyes fell on Bella. Although I didn't know much about the specific situation, I knew Lucius and Harris. Relations. Narcissa thinks that Alan Harris should not treat her. Her own life should be worry-free. Just once he is found, his sister is in danger. Harris even looks at Lucius' face. Shank can let go of himself, but it is estimated that he will never let Bella down, not to mention that Bella is still pregnant with the owner's child. Thinking that Bella, who had always been arrogant, might lie on the ground from now on, Narcissa shivered, and the fear swallowed her like a tide, and the pressure almost suffocated her. Sensualism and divination? Bellatrix repeated, her chest undulating violently, lowering her head to touch her high, swollen belly, and paused, with a grin on her face. With a smile, he said in an earby voice, The Dark Lord is always expecting things. It's not the only exit. He told me a secret passage, right in his room. We can leave from there. Really? Then we have to hurry up. Don't let him catch up. Narcissa squeezed a smile, feeling that her heart lifted a little, and Bellatrix accelerated her pace. The two quickly walked back along the corridor in the dim light, and the cloak fluttered behind them. As soon as he returned to the door of his room, Nagini jumped out of the door as soon as he opened the door, spitting the snake letter sizzle at Bellatrix. "There's no time to digest it for you to spit out. Come with me." Bellatrix looked at the cold snaky-eyed belly and gave the order, and Nagini didn't look like Bea's look. As usual, her words were taken by the ears, but she was very obedient and began to wriggle her abdomen and start ruminating, letting the humanoid objects in her belly begin to move towards its snake mouth. Narcissa took the opportunity to quickly pack up some important things and put them in the bag, and after Nagini spit out the editor whose skin had been corroded by gastric juice, the two black sisters quickly took it and turned to hurry to. As soon as she walked off the door, Bella felt a small piece of belly flare up, and the baby in her belly seemed to feel the emotion of her mother and kicked hard. "Damn, I hope the waist can hold the kid a little longer." "It's almost over, Bella," Narcissa said with some frustration. "The fighting is much quieter. We have to be careful." In the dim light, hurried leather boots stepped on the pale stone floor tiles. Nagini twisted his body behind the swift walking. The crawling posture also showed a bit of urgency, but the menacing appearance it still makes the already terrifying giant snake look more fierce. Corridor, a void and dead space. Narcissa will pass it every day, and pass it blandly. Almost no one will stop to admire the landscape of this depressive passage. It is just connecting different room passages, and as a semi-closed space, it is easy. It makes people feel depressed and difficult to release emotions, plus all kinds of fears hidden in people's hearts. Various events that have happened in the corridors, with dark lights and channels that alternate with Slytherin and blood-red colors, so that Narcissa only felt that her eyes were covered with mist. The depression and fear in her heart made her almost unable to see the way ahead, and could only continue to run blindly. When Sunchak turns to the right, you can see the master bedroom. Bellatrix saw the younger sister's frustrated expression, and whispered in a husky, harsh voice with some irony, "I promise you can see your white peacock again alive." With the comfort of her sister, Narcissa let out a sigh of relief. The deep promenade seemed to have no end. She could hardly count how many aisles she had taken. She had never hated this Slytherin public rest like she does now. The architectural style of the serpentine passageway in the room gives the heart that you never know what will happen at the next corner. When Narcissa passes by a corner, she feels panic, for fear that Alan Harris will suddenly jump out. After turning along narrow corridor with a nearly 90-degree straight turn, she came to Suncha www.untilnovel.com. Bellatrix stopped suddenly, and Narcissa also stopped. She thought she must have been just now unintentionally made a prediction in the dim light, in the hallway decorated with blood red on the left side, belonging to the entrance of the Dark Lord's own library. Two identical Alan Harris stood by the door. Their bodies, a lot of Dark Lords, are stacked next to them, full of items. And some Death Eaters in black robes looked grey, stiff, and stiffly walked between the library and the hallway, removing all the material inside, and from time to time someone was left by the Dark Lord. The traps and curses on the treasure confuse the flesh. They are all dead, Narcissa thought. She looked at the acquaintances who could not feel the vitality, and only felt her head hurt, her throat hurt, and her nervous voice changed. She only felt that every muscle in her body was tight with fear, her eyes bulging outward. Pieces of erythema flew in front of his eyes, and his legs were soft and weak. It seems that the eyes behind the back generally noticed the appearance of the two sisters. Two identical Alan at the far end of the corridor turned their heads and turned to them at the same time. Sister of the Black Family. August 1st. Chinese mobile version reading URL m.81zw.us. Chapter 1013. Little Pig, Little Pig. Let me ingenious remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. Bellatrix's eyes widened, and he looked at the two identical Alan before him without blinking. Stay here, under the gaze of Alan's four light blue cold eyes without any emotion. The scene before him suddenly changed. In front of her eyes, the two Alan disappeared, replaced by the scene of the two of them all covered in blood on the corridor. Blood was everywhere. Narcissa was covered with blood. Her intestines rolled inside out, and fell to the ground, and Bellatrix, who was covered with blood red, her stomach was flat. Going down, a dead baby fell between her legs in a weird posture. On her grey face, her mouth slightly opened, and her eyes stared suddenly at the grotto above her head. Bellatrix, who is facing upwards, and Narcissa, who is lying on the ground, have been silent. Obviously, they have completely lost their lives. Blood was everywhere on the walls and the floor, and the pile of material carried by the corpses from the Voldemort study was scattered all over the place. Stay here. Forever, forever, forever. Just listen to the two Alan opposites at the same time. The sound is synchronized as the Weasley twins' coordinate, but the voice is empty and strange, and the words they repeated in the end it is even more chilling. Dazzled and frightened, Bellatrix collapsed in one breath. Her voice was loud enough that she heard it all by herself, and now this state made her lose the courage of meeting and talking first in the past, and she recovered a little. When she came, she stayed and watched her sister with anxiety and ran away, and Nagini spit out the letter and fell asleep as soon as the Black Sisters were panting and stunned. Turning back and creeping away from the direction of the mysterious person's bedroom on the other side of Sunchak. Seeing the two running towards the fork on their right in a panic, one of them Alan turned around and greeted several Death Eaters to the warehouse, while the other strode toward the mysterious man's room. In silence in the hallway, the sound of Alan's leather boots stepping on the stone floor was clear and legible. Mrs. Malfoy, don't be nervous. A vague male voice sounded at the bottom of her heart. The sound of Alan's leather boots hitting the stone slab was very stable. It echoed in this corridor. It hit her in a sudden. Narcissa did not respond. The only thing she thought of was that she could never let Ellen Harris catch her sister, so she couldn't care about anything else. Clenched her lips, and took a few steps forward to pull her sister. Half bracing, she hugged her and hugged her forward. Behind them, Alan's leather boots sounded like they were pressing on Narcissa's heart. She couldn't help holding her breath. She could even hear her panting and pounding heartbeats. She felt that this terrifying scene would definitely reappear in her dream, if she still had a chance to dream. But Alan seemed to be following them as close as possible, as if the urgency that he could be caught by him in the next second was so depressed that Narcissa could hardly breathe. She could no longer think about Alan. Why not use magic directly on them? The two Sisters of Black just dragged their feet and ran on the hard ground. A long torch enveloped them in the flickering light. Fortunately, they walked to the right for a while after the fork, and they saw it. Destination: the Dark Lord's bedroom. At this time, the door of the bedroom was wide open, without any obstruction. At a glance you could see the large snake Nagini entrenched in the room. When Nagini saw them, they stood up, and the twisted snake body seemed to urge them to hurry up. Close the door for me. Bellatrix immediately let her sister close the door after they ran into the bedroom. The magic lamp on the wall felt that someone had entered, all lit at once, and the room was instantly bright. Narcissa blinked with a sudden light, but couldn't wait to get used to it. After Bella had performed several door closures, she instructed the large side cabinet to move over to block the door firmly. This room is much larger than Bellatrix's room. Whether it is the ceiling or the wall or the bottom plate is dark green. The ceiling is hung by a large chandelier, and the interior lit by hundreds of candles is bright. There were magic torches burning on the walls on all sides, and a large bed was placed against the wall. This was Voldemort's bedroom. The center of the room is full of dark furniture and looks very heavy. Sissy, come here for me. Bellatrix strode forward with his stomach in his hands, pointing to a place on the wall that was similar to a vent. The hole was black and Narcissa moved closer, only to think it was more like it's a smooth and steep slide, but the so-called secret road is quite thick for Nagini. but they are very reluctant compared to Narcissa. Especially the entrance opening seems to be at most small, can accommodate a thin person crawling in. Narcissa looked at the secret passage, opened her eyes wide, and swallowed hard. Her throat was tight and dry, and her eyes fell on Bellatrix's high belly. "Bella, this the secret passage cannot hold you." Bellatrix growled. "Go in, sissy. You didn't plan to escape on your own from the beginning." Narcissa's hand pressed against the wall and looked up at her sister. 2 large teardrops came out of her stubborn eyes without holding back. With a snap, Bellatrix directly flicked Narcissa with a whip, right in the middle of Narcissa's waist. "Go away. Don't talk nonsense." "Bella, is enough. Don't go crazy," Narcissa said in a low, vicious voice. Bellatrix's lips twitched, seeming to swallow a particularly unpleasant medicine, and she swiftly stepped forward, grabbing Narcissa's arm, trying to push her into the secret passage. "Don't even think about it," Narcissa shouted. The wand in her hand was chopped down like a knife, and another flash of light. Bella seemed to be burned by the fire, and immediately released her sister's arm. Bellatrix raised his wand violently, and a spell rushed towards Narcissa, and Narcissa raised the wand in her hand almost simultaneously. The magic spells that the 2 people cast at the same time met in the air and collided together. They were tightly connected together as if they were attractive. Their wands vibrated like electricity, and a thin beam of light connected them. With 2 magic wands, the 2 clasped their wands tightly, and now they can't let go even if they want to let go. Bellatrix's chest undulated violently, his cheeks flushed. "Let go, Bella." Narcissa took a deep, trembling breath and took a deep breath. "Let's surrender to Alan Harris temporarily. He has a good relationship with Draco. If I beg him, you can roll yourself." Bellatrix raised his eyes and glared at Narcissa. "He didn't do it now. He just wanted to take us as a hostage. I must not be a burden for the Dark Lord." Narcissa scolded. "But you are still pregnant with the Dark Lord's child. The Dark Lord gave him life. If he can sacrifice for the Dark Lord, then he should be proud." Bellatrix said indifferently, "I am very happy to have the opportunity to prove my loyalty. The Dark Lord will do it for us. Revenge." "Crazy," Narcissa gasped. Her face was as white as paper, her eyes were round, her long blonde hair was scattered around her, and she couldn't persuade Bellatrix. Lips trembling slightly, making a sound, like sobbing without tears. "I will be his most loyal and reliable," Bellatrix said almost fanatically. "This glory is worth sacrificing everything." Nagini seemed to be a little impatient, spitting snake letters and hissing, and after a few quick chest ups and downs, Narcissa exhaled heavily, and her eyes became firm. Bellatrix is determined to stay and fight with his sister to face Alan Harris. Make sure to pay attention to www.untitled.novel.com. Narcissa asked a question that had troubled her for many years. "Bella, tell me, after Andromeda was discovered by you and fell in love with that mud type, you threatened to take her to see my father and mother. When you are pulling, is it you, or Andromeda? The phantom is distorted." "Hurry, is it you or Andromeda?" Bellatrix shook his wand angrily, and the thin magic beam connected between their wands also shook. "Let me mention the animal she married with." Tuk-tuk. The abrupt, rhythmic knocking from outside the door interrupted Bea's words. Narcissa and Bellatrix's scalp numb at the same time, and the connection between the wands suddenly broke. Little pig, let me in." Alan hummed outside. In this situation, people are feeling creepy about the children's song in the story of the 3 little pigs. Alan standing outside the door has just tracked all the way in the corridor. The scene reminded him of a male horror movie he liked so much that was not too scary for him, but the use of those shots made him feel like the scene was similar at this time. August 1st, Chinese mobile version reading URL m.81zw.us. Chapter 1014. I'm afraid who is going to vomit. Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. He's here. Narcissa felt like she couldn't even breathe, and her voice was sharp and tense, as if her throat was being pinched. Her face was tight and her mouth widened in horror. only to feel that her hands and feet were cold, so scared that the atmosphere was afraid to come out. Bellatrix and Narcissa stayed in the room for too long. Nagini, who was waiting for the side, had been waiting impatiently for a long time. At this time, he heard the rapid knocking of the door with the children's song outside. Twisting his body, he spit the snake letter at Bellatrix, who was still standing on the ground, urged a few times, and turned around and jumped into the secret road to escape first. Bellatrix also began to put down the wand facing her sister, but just after falling, she suddenly broke out and used the curved wand tip to draw a trajectory similar to the number 5 lying in the air, with a white light in the center. Narcissa, while Narcissa was stunned by panic, Bellatrix seized the opportunity and shot out all petrochemicals. Suddenly, Narcissa's arms clung to both sides of her body, her legs also stood upright, and she stood straight. The whole body swayed stiffly in place, and she fell to the ground, her upper and lower teeth locked together. It was speechless, only her eyes were still rolling, and she knew that her sister was planning to keep tears falling from the corners of her eyes. Nagini, Bellatrix yelled at it in a raspy, harsh voice. Bring Sissy, she is the most important wife of the Dark Lord. Then I will whisper, blow, and suddenly come into your house. And Alan outside the door hummed in a minor. He heard the movements inside. He put away the joke and thought to appease, ladies, please calm down and cooperate. Nagini, who had entered the secret road, patted the floor impatiently with the snake's tail, and when Bella lifted Narcissa to stop, Nagini rapped Narcissa with the snake's tail. Bellatrix's puffed eyes were fixed on Narcissa's blue eyes, which were full of tears. At this time, in the quiet room, the magic music box in Narcissa's hurried collection bags sounded the jingle and melodious music of Kinayu without impurities. As Nagini rolled Narcissa into the secret passage, Bellatrix suddenly said, Sissy, and Amida made her own choice. Her usual face, the grinning expression, gradually disappeared, his face somber, his chest undulating violently. Nagini straightened his body and plunged into the secret passage. Narcissa was brought down and fell into the secret passage, but due to the power of the coma spell, he did not wake up. As Nagini twisted her body and quickly twisted in the secret passage, Narcissa's body also hit the wall left, right, and her exposed skin was bruised and shed blood, and her face was bruised and bruised. Watching her sister enter the secret passage, Bellatrix did not say anything. She just put herself against the wall of the gate, holding her belly with one hand, and pulled out her wand in one hand, and pointed it at the door, doing ready to attack. The sound of Baha sounded like a hot knife cutting butter. The gate of the gated door was glowing with a red light sword, and as this energy moved, the seemingly strong gate was easily opened. A flat rectangular frame came out, and a scorching smell of the burning energy of wood came. Bella held her breath and shrank herself against the wall again. She stood in front of the secret passage, her heart beating like a drum. She took a deep breath. Her sweaty hands clenched her wand to be prepared for the last fight in her life that she thinks is. Alan gathered his wand and pushed it on the rectangle with his hand. Duan banged, and the cut wooden board fell from the door to the ground, just forming a window. Alan pressed his face a little carelessly, glanced at the situation in the room through the crack, and reached out to twist the door lock in the room through the gap. A dazzling green light, accompanied by a murmur of noise just the moment Alan reached into his hand to pull the door handle. Bellatrix's Life King spell hit Alan the back of the hand with distinct knuckles and unusually pale colors. Oh, as if caught off guard, Alan screamed like a third-rate actor who didn't sound painful or itchy. At this time, at number 4 Priscilla Road, Xiohuijan District, Surrey County, those large square houses were shrouded in a sleepy silence. The cars that shine brightly on weekdays are all quietly parked in the driveway. The sky is completely dark, and only the dim light covers the whole block, showing heavy shadows. The Dursleys' car, which had left before dinner, turned the driveway and drove back to Ligusty Road at night. But when turning into the Dursleys' house, The car twisted obviously against the doorpost, dangerously drove into the yard. Soon, there was a sound of the door closing in the house, and Harry stood up, stunned, watching the uncle, aunt, and Dudley, who had apparently been transferred into the living room. "How did you come back?" Harry exclaimed in surprise. "For Merlin and Ravenclaw, I'm not interested in owning your house." Aunt Petunia made a funny bow to Harry, but when she got up she stretched her neck, her eyes dripping round the decorations that had not been removed in the room. What made Harry even more at a loss was that Darlie took Uncle Vernon's arm, tipped his feet and leaned against Uncle Vernon's cheek, grinning his lips, and seemed to want to kiss Uncle Vernon's lips. However, Uncle Vernon just raised his arms and gently cut Dudley's lips with his stubby 5 fingers to let him kiss his own fat hands. Vernon's expression seemed a little at a loss, with a little honesty's helpless tone said, "My dear, I don't want you to kiss me with this face. I don't want you to kiss my present face. Don't you say you love me no matter what I look like when you get married." Dudley twisted his hands together, stomped his feet, snorted humorously, and turned back reluctantly. Uncle Non quickly grabbed Dudley's shoulders and whispered. At this time, Vernon inadvertently met Harry's eyes, and saw the other party's mouth wide open, a look of shock, a look of embarrassment, and the movement also stopped. Darlie waved enthusiastically to Harry but accidentally knocked down a portrait. He stared at the broken glass in surprise, then raised his head apologetically and blinked mischievously at Harry. Harry felt that his hair was upright, and he had goosebumps all over his body. This also caused a commotion among the wizards who had come to the living room. "I will always love you, no matter what you look like." You are reading www.uukanzu.com. George pretends to interject seriously in a dramatic tone, "Even if you become a rude and stupid man, don't say forever, because it's never too far away." Fred coordinated to take out a gold gallon, and tossed it out. "This is what no matter what you become, I will always love you." Everyone sneered at Vernon and Dudley, who stood intimately together, Bill's hands in his trouser pockets, and the earrings on his ears swayed with laughter. "Harry, you haven't recognized them yet, Lupin and Tonks. No one has talked to me about this until now." Harry stood beside Bill billily. "Okay, I know now, District 8, and who changed Aunt Petunia?" "What, Bill? How will we evacuate in a moment? What is the plan?" "Since they haven't said it yet, Harry, I'm sorry, then I can't disclose. Rest assured, he'll explain it when Dumbledore arrives." Bill touched his stubborn chin, apologizing. He twitched the corner of his mouth to Harry. "You two are better to change back soon, otherwise Harry will fly and fear who he is going to spit." August 1st, Chinese mobile version reading URL m.81zw.us. Chapter 1015. Tonks, you let my whole body run out. Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second, www.81zw.us. After Bill finished, the color on Dudley's head gradually became lighter, and his short blonde hair quickly became conspicuous pink short hair. Darlie seemed to be shortened, but the original thick body became slender and full of vitality. Author's note: Dudley's hair color movie is brown and golden. Remus, you really look uncomfortable. Tonks relieved the transfiguration magus, and pulled a shiny ring from his bag and put it on his long fingers, said Vernon, who almost had no neck stacked on his thick chin. Remus, everything went well? Mad Eye said gruffly to Uncle Vernon, who raised 2 bulging pockets from a backpack with a seamless stretch spell and threw it to the ground. Other people have taken over at the restaurant. They should have arrived at their new home. Uncle Vernon, dressed as Lupin, looked around. Everyone is here. Dumbledore and McGonagall haven't arrived yet. The mad-eyed man pulled a large gold pocket watch from the neck of his neck and looked at it. It should be coming soon. As if waiting for Moody to speak, then the dark air seemed to be rippled. Dumbledore lifted the illusion curse and began to appear, and the tabby cat on his shoulder leapt into Milva middle. McGonagall. Good evening. It seems we are the last one to come, isn't it? Dumbledore put an extra black travel cloak over the purple robe, wearing a top hat and a pair of high heels with buckles. The silver hair and beard exposed in the boots seemed to glow under the light. "I haven't been here for a long time since I last visited." Professor McGonagall wore an emerald green cloak, and her dark hair was turned into a tight bun. She sternly looked at Harry, who was not well dressed, and then realized that she was not changed at school. Softened a little, it must be admitted that the agapanthus blossoms here are very lush and the aroma of roses in the small garden is very strong. "Sorry both of you. I have to remind you that there is no time to talk about homely now. We have to leave here, the sooner the better," the mad-eyed man said with a stern voice. He pointed to the large bag of things still on the ground. "Oh, thank you, Alasto." Dumbledore took his hands in front of him and took a light step, turning his body around the wizards. "Everyone, according to our previous arrangement, each Harry took a suit first. Every Harry?" Harry grasped the word. He seemed a little clear, and then he looked up sharply and asked, "You want to be like me?" "Harry, this is the best way to transfer after our deliberation." Dumbledore's silver beard showed a gentle smile behind his face. "Just like you are worried about our safety at this time, everyone is willing to help you. Adventure." "No, Professor, this is too dangerous," Harry said loudly, clenching his fists with excitement. "We don't have to." "Necessary?" Moody said sharply. "The Ministry of Magic is outside. They will do everything possible to use you to elicit Death Eaters, so they will not care about your safety." "It's a little crazy-eyed to my godson." Sirius stretched out a hand and pressed it on the godson's shoulder, beckoning Harry to calm down. "Harry, you are not an adult, which means you still have traces on your body. And Fellow.com will also be monitored by the Ministry of Magic. Your Mother Lila's spell will be broken under two conditions: you are an adult, or..." Remus took the lead. "You no longer call this place home." "Harry, you and your aunt and uncle parted ways tonight, and you both know that you will never live together again, right?" Well, James took the lead. Harry nodded helplessly. "So, this time you will never come back once you leave. The spell will be broken when you walk out of its range. We chose to break it early to avoid being used." Sirius patted Harry on the shoulder, thinking better. "You can stay with me afterwards. I assure you, Harry, and I assure you that everything will end after this." "No, I can't let everyone risk my life for me." Harry shook his head unacceptably. "Actually, we don't like it, man," Fred said seriously, putting his arms on George's shoulders. "Imagine if something goes wrong. We will always be freckled and crazy little idiots." "Harry, everyone here is an adult, and they are willing to take this risk." Moody stared at Harry. Arthur Weasley came over and patted Harry on the shoulder. "Don't worry about Molly, this is what she supports. I didn't know I would take the risk beforehand, and I was picked up again just now." Aunt Petunia shook her head and came out. "Mr. Potter, Mundence Fletch, your most loyal fan." "Shut up, Mundungus." Hagrid, standing behind Mundungus, growled. He pulled the Aunt Petunia's neck collar, and pulled her back into her frivolous face. "We have an advantage that neither the Ministry of Magic nor the mysterious people know that we are coming to transfer you tonight, and we have revealed a fake intelligence outside. They thought you would leave on the 30th. Kingsley put Monton on. Gus kept him behind. Although the Ministry of Magic is certainly monitoring our home, so we have taken the best protection for a whole dozen of houses. They all look like we are going to hide you. They all have some kind of connection with the Order of the Phoenix, your godfather's house, my house, and their Aunt Muriel's house. Of course, we will eventually get you to the burrow. Do you understand?" "Understood," Harry said with some uncertain doubts. "Maybe they didn't know which safe house I was going to fly from, but..." He swept the number quickly. "We all flew to the burrow. Wouldn't it be clear at a glance?" I said that it was not necessary to explain everything to the kid before the enemy started his action on him. Moody's lips turned down and he urged dissatisfiedly, "We must leave here as soon as possible." "Harry, we won't all fly to one place. Well, now follow the plan. Dumbledore looked at Moody and stretched out his slender hand. Alasto, are you ready? It's almost there. Moody pulled out a bottle of mud from the cloak and shook it under everyone's attention. Black, you gave me away from the other teams. I need something fresh. Harry's voice screamed before the purpose's words fell, and Sirius, who was standing next to Harry, was caught off guard by him and grabbed his hair from his godson's head. Sirius carefully pulled Harry's hair tucked into the bottle in Moody's hand. The bottle began to bubbling. Moody shook it gently, sniffed it, and smiled with satisfaction with a grim smile. It's done. Harry rubbed the back of his head that was still hurting after his hair was pulled off, staring at Sirius. Moody didn't care about Harry anymore. He first walked to the twins, handed the bottle to Fred, and carefully warned, for those who haven't taken the compound soup, give you a piece of advice that tastes a bit like a goblin. Urine. You've tasted urine countless times, right? Mad-eyed man. Fred glanced at the bottle and asked, looking up. Moody didn't speak, but the magic eye was fixed on Fred. Under the fierce gaze of the other party, Fred lowered his voice a bit unnaturally. Activate the atmosphere. After he raised his hand, he took a sip of the compound soup in the bottle, and then handed the bottle to George. At the moment of the entrance of the potion, Fred frowned. His wide-eyed eyes turned in a funny way, and his body shrank downward. And George also made a hissing voice in pain, which looked like he was drinking a sip of spirits, as if he was pressed down on his head by an invisible hand. And he also shoved down a bit. He'd rather be a protector. It's still Aunt Petunia's Montego's holding the Quagmire bottle in his hands. Can't I just dress like this? Shut up, Moody shouted. You boneless crawler. No matter which Death Eaters we meet, their purpose is to catch Potter, not kill him. Dumbledore always say that the mysterious person wants to personally end up Potter. The most important thing to worry about is the bodyguard. The Death Eater sees the bodyguard and doesn't keep his mouth alive. Although Mundungus didn't seem to be completely relieved, under Moody's dangerous examination, he fell into his mouth. And then he glanced at Moody with a flattering expression and made my very obedient expression. Harry stared at the scene in front of him and watched the following, including Bill and them, after drinking the compound soup, gasping for breath, grinning their teeth, and the facial features began to creep like a hot wax. Then Harry the taller people shrunk and dwarfed, and the long-haired Bill turned their hair black and rushed back into the scalp quickly. We are exactly the same. Fred and George turned and looked at each other at the same time. It's not over yet, Moody said, picking up the bag he had just thrown aside, and a bunch of clothes of the same style and texture that had been copied into a pair using Harry's clothing as a template were thrown on the ground. Don't you have a sporty one? Can't tell whether it was Fred or George. He picked up a brick red shirt from Harry with disgust. In tone, Harry speculated that he should be a PhD rider. I also don't like this color very much. George shook his clothes. Wear it to www.mentalnovel.com. You can't help it. Change it quickly. Moody urged. Tunks, who had become Harry, took off his clothes in such a simple way, and looked at himself wearing white lace French underwear but already had some chest hair and chest, and the steel ring propped up 2 circles on the flat chest. She made a grimace to Remus on the side, and after neatly, she stooped to pick up the clothes to wear, but Harry's vision without glasses was so bad that she just felt blurry. She didn't notice that she stepped on the sleeves of the clothes she was picking up, didn't stabilize her figure, and fell on the pile of clothes on the ground. Tunks, Harry complained. Harry, you all blame your vision so badly, otherwise I won't fall. In the struggle, she was naked and there was no cover on her body, just like Harry's privacy openly exposed to the air. Seeing his wife struggling naked on the ground like this, even with the appearance of Harry, Lupin, who still looked like Uncle Vernon, walked over with some jealousy, looking for clothes to cover Tunks. Dora, you let Harley's whole body is gone. But a figure flashed by, and Harry had covered a coat directly with Tunks' lower body. Tunks, you let my whole body run out. August 1st Chinese mobile version reading URL, M.81ZW.US. Chapter 1016. Pyrotechnics. Sincerely thanks to Luxia, Huey and the big ones in the fire. Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. Lupin pulled Tunks up, helped his wife to put on his clothes, and found a pair of glasses from his pocket, and put it on the bridge of Tunks' nose. Tunks looked at his eyes again. World. Others also began to adapt to their new bodies, and many people still carelessly explored at random. Even if they were as good as Bill, there was not much experience about the transformation of the compound decoction, and even Mondungus Fletcher kept hearing about it. Looking at his body, I found that the smelly chewing gum on his body and the smell of cigarettes with the pungent smell of leather boots were gone. Harry began to be bored again. For him, seeing so many undressed in the room without care, displayed his body carelessly, very helpless. His mouth opened and closed again. He really wanted to ask them to respect his privacy a little bit, and Harry felt that if they treated their bodies, they would definitely not do that. I think after the action is completed, if you are still curious about Harry, there is still enough time. Let us group first. Dumbledore clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Each group has a protector. Mundungus, you follow Moody. Use a flying broom. Some dreaded Mondungus begged, can't I change people? Because only you need to be monitored. Moody's magic eyes twitched, staring at him fiercely from the side of his head, the crutches with his hands on the ground. The magic eye kept on when he spoke did not leave Mondungus. Dumbledore ignored them and pointed to the twins. Arthur, just take Fred. Hagrid got some Yeechi and left it at Sirius' house. Dad. But George, Fred said as he watched his father approach. George cooperated with the brothers' performance. How come we become Harry? Can't you still distinguish us? Sorry, George. Arthur felt a little embarrassed as a father, and he quickly apologized. Fred, I don't know if you changed your name with George today. Dumbledore looked at Fred and smiled, debunking the other's disguise. Stop fooling around. I want to buckle Gryffindor. McGonagall yelled angrily. Another. Fred, George, whoever you are, follow me. Harry, you continue to follow your Uncle Bicar and Kingsley protects you on the bright side. But what about Aunt Petunia and Darley? Harry was a little dazed. Since Fletch became me, isn't one of us less conspicuous? Harry, this is also a way to confuse the enemy. Your cousin and aunt over your neighbor Mrs. Arabella Fagg will also be accompanied by Harry. Sirius explained. Not many people will. I thought we would put you and the Dursleys together, which would make them even more confused. Rest assured that Bill and I will come to you when we are back in my ancestral house and are safe. No, Sirius. Dumbledore shook his head. Lupin took Tunks away. Harry asked Hagrid to take you on your motorcycle. Albus, do you think it's wise? I don't think we need to hand over such an important thing to the sea. McGonagall didn't agree and pursed her lips, and suddenly changed her attitude to the sloppy Hager. We don't need to change the plan when things are coming. Almost 17 years ago, Hagrid sent Harry from the magic world to the Mole world. Dumbledore smiled gently at Hagrid, who was also a little disturbed. So I think, in 17 years later, Hagrid couldn't take Harry back from the Mole world to the magic world. Hagrid was very grateful for Dumbledore's trust. He looked down at Harry with emotion and said, Harry, when I sent you here at this time, you didn't have a big tree guard. Let me take you out of here on a motorcycle. Motors are in the house next to me. Wait until Harry is wearing your invisible cloak. Don't worry about Hagrid. We let him practice the magic spell for a while. Sirius explained to the godson. He looked feeling sad and worried. He noticed Dumbledore's gaze, and he just explained to the godson, the Death Eater would think you're on a broom. We let that slug Snape have a lot of time. Tell them what you haven't mentioned before, so in case we meet Death Eaters, they will definitely choose that broom who is particularly skilled at brooms. What about you, Sirius, and Professor Dumbledore? Harry asked concernedly when he saw the Godfather not talking about his arrangements. I will walk between everyone as assistants. Dumbledore sighed. I don't think him suitable for carrying anyone. Otherwise they will be the first to think that the Harry I am carrying is the real you. That's right, it is too dangerous for someone who is pretending to be you. I will go to Mrs. Fayge later to bring Duodege. Sirius shrugged. He has no brains, but he is very bold, and is worthy of being one of the founding members of the Phoenix Society. You know me, it must be the object of their keen monitoring. Harry nodded, and he was impressed by the man who had bowed to him before he was in first grade, but his mind is now clearly on the Godfather. But if Sirius focuses on monitoring you, are you? Don't worry, Harry, Kingsley reassured. Our opponents are probably the errors of the Ministry of Magic. Sirius has been questioned at most. As long as the little wizard does not cast spells randomly, he moves them during the summer vacation. Can't control it. So, we can talk again after a while. Let's get started. Dumbledore had just finished speaking, turning his attention from Moody to Arthur. And some murmured asked, Arthur, Molly gave us tonight, what did you leave? Suddenly asked irrelevant questions for a moment. Arthur smiled and replied, toffee finger cake, double toffee. In addition, Dumbledore, Fred and George will live on holiday the attic in their shop. Their room on the 3rd floor. Molly should be packed. Dumbledore shook his head. Oh, Arthur, I said I don't have to be so troublesome. For Harry, you have to live the whole summer vacation. We hope you can be as comfortable as possible. By the way, there is a lot of unmarked sealed cardboard boxes stacked on the floor. George, let's go. But Molly and I dare not touch them. Arthur chatted with Dumbledore's words. He didn't notice the expressions of the surrounding Phoenix members. McGonagall looked at Dumbledore seriously. Albus, you should eat less sweets. Enough. You can talk again later. Everyone is ready. Moody couldn't help but roar out. His magic eyes were a little bit irritated and could not be focused. Hagrid and Ha after they enter the yard. You will act. Everyone must be prepared, and we should try to leave at the same time. After he finished speaking, he hurriedly drove Harry Asher and his son into stealth, and let them quickly walk through the back garden to the house purchased by Sirius. Sirius also set off for Mrs. Fayge's residence www.untitled.novel.com. After watching Harry enter the house of Sirius, McGonagall pulled out her wand and she looked at the twins with some uncomfortable expression. I can't believe I will let you do this one day. But now it is indeed time for you to show your talents in this area. The twins walked out of the window door in unison. They threw a group of things and raised their magic wands. Wow! Boom! A firework shot high into the sky above number 4 Privet Road. The fireworks exploded. A face flashed in the sky. No hair, like a snake, a pair of shiny red eyes. The pupil was vertical. This was Voldemort's strange face. But suddenly 2 wand-shaped fireworks appeared on the other side, began to face this head, also composed of fireworks, approached. A magic wand laid bronze morning glory on the handle, and there were some small particles like chocolate beans on the pole. The other wand was slightly twisted at the handle, interspersed with chocolate-like diamond stripes. Harry recognized that it was George and Fred's wand, then stunned to see the 2 wands inserted into Voldemort's head. In the 2 slender nostrils, whether it was a wand firework or Voldemort's head firework, exploded in this way, illuminating the entire small huge area. August 1st Chinese mobile version reading URL m.81zw.us. Chapter 1017, Trap. Sincerely thank Luxia Huey and the Big Fire. Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second, www.81zw.us, as if water had entered the pan. The otherwise quiet community suddenly became agitated. Action. Dumbledore's old voice rang in the yard, and all Harry and the people who protected them swiftly moved, so that they took out their flying brooms outside the door. The sound of the car's motor starting sounded in front of the courtyard. After receiving the smoke signal, in the shadow of Mrs. Fayge's house in the distance, and in the shadow of some other residential houses, at least 30 pairs of wizards and Harry drove out of the house on various tools, or they were like moles generally running on the ground, or flying into the sky. as if frightened birds scattered in the forest. In the yard purchased by Sirius, Arthur led Fred into the huge black Yeekie in the house, and Fred dexterously climbed to Yeekie's back. Hagrid pulled out a pair of goggles and pointed to the light motorcycle in the yard. "This is it." He looked down at Harry with a smile on his face. "The last time you sat in it, I could hold you up with a slap." Harry got into the side bucket and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, so that he was several heads shorter than others. Hagrid stepped on the motorcycle, and the motorcycle made a creaking noise, sinking a few inches into the ground. "Now it has several organs on its handle. This thing is my idea." He tapped a purple button next to the odometer with his thick finger. "Take care, Hagrid," Mr. Weasley exclaimed from the room. "I'm still not sure if it's wise to add this to you. It must be used only when it is absolutely necessary. Let's go. We are a little late." Hagrid kicked his foot and started the motorcycle. The car roared like a dragon, and the sidecar shuddered. "Hurry up, Harry!" Hagrid yelled, and the motorcycle roared with earth-shattering sound. Harry felt dangerously leaning towards the side. They made an arc in the air and they flew higher and higher. The dark black night beside them, the long tail swooped through the sky, and they hovered higher and higher in the air. In front of Gate 4 of Privet Drive, Kingsley took Vernon turned by Lupin and Harry turned by Tunks. They drove the Dursley car across the driveway and took the road. Kingsley, who was quite a bodyguard and had mastered driving skills, was driving. Tunks and Lupin sat side by side, and the car lights illuminated an area in front. However, just around the corner, they were blocked by the armed Aurors who appeared silently, wearing the Ministry of Magic in a uniform. They formed a huge circle to surround the mole car. All Aurors the magic wand glowed icy in the moonlight, and their tips were all pointed at this ordinary mole vehicle. One of the unbelievable middle-aged Aurors came over and knocked on the car window. Lupin became Vernon, but his acting was a good show of the performance that a mole should have at this time. Kingsley opened the window and looked coldly at these Aurors. "Excuse me. What's the matter?" Auror's sharp eyes stayed on Tunks, who had become Harry in the back row, and asked unkindly, "Mr. Shackle, what are you doing? How could there be so many?" Potter flew in the sky. "It's already so late. Where are you going to take Mr. Potter?" In the sky, many Harry and his protectors were flying around, and the speed was very fast. Although those Aurors are of good strength, but in such a chaotic and inconvenient way to use magic spells to block them, these Aurors can only succeed in intercepting a few people, and such chasing makes their hearts proud. You people inevitably showed unpleasant emotions at this time. No comment. It's not my official time now. Kingsley's hand moved away from the steering wheel and took hold of his wand. "I think where Harry goes, we, don't have this right. The little wizard is here." When he traveled during the summer vacation, he did not apply the law himself, but it did not violate the regulations of the Ministry of Magic. "It is because you are so aggressive and wantonly blocking our way." "What is your intention, Shaker? If a mole sees you like this, it would violate the confidentiality law, and the consequences are clear to you," the middle-aged Auror said coolly, narrowing his eyes. "If you wait when we receive this information, we blamed me for impartial law enforcement. You are welcome. Do not bother you. We are using mole transportation. The other Harry doesn't care about me." Shaker was not cowardly because he was small and under siege. He glanced at each other and was a little alert. "It's you guys. What difficult task have you encountered?" The number of Aurors dispatched this time is much less than usual. The middle-aged Auror's gaze turned around Harry, slowing his tone to the colleague. "Kingsley, Shackle, the Death Eaters went mad tonight, blazing everywhere in the UK. After the terrorist attack, the Aurors were sent to extinguish the fire and arrest the Death Eaters. There are enough bad things happening today. You have sent so many people and changed so many. Mr. Harry Potter, who we stayed at the scene today, does not have enough manpower to keep up with all the undead boys and protect them. In today's situation, I suggest you tell us who is the real Potter. We will participate in the protection to prevent the Death Eaters from taking advantage of the chaos." At this moment, a sharp scream broke out in the sky. Auror, who was already warning Kingsley, suddenly looked up at the sky. and he saw that the sky was shining with the dazzling spell curse flying in the sky. Although these Harry and their protectors got rid of the Aura's interception, they were surrounded by dozens of hooded and suspended figures in the air shortly after they flew to the sky. After their encirclement, the battle started instantly. Seeing what was happening in the sky, Aura's sharp eyes swept over everyone in the car. Seeing that they still had no intention of cooperation, they had to sigh and took out the equipped binoculars and looked at Harry flying in the sky. There was really no way to distinguish which one was true, and he couldn't decide which one to protect, so Captain Aura paused, elbowed away from the window of the mole car, stood up and turned to other armed Prideluo men said, "Regardless of the truthfulness of those Harry, first notify the Ministry, then we go directly to catch the Death Eaters." "Observe, sir." The neat and loud reply sounded, and these Auras took out their flying brooms directly, stepped on their legs, and rode up, soaring into the sky, and quickly joined the battle. Kingsley on the ground, they can only see their almost dimmed shadow. This makes Tunks and Kingsley can't help but salute these competent colleagues. The Death Eaters are here indeed. Harry in the Tunks version held his magic wand, rubbed his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and looked worriedly at the sky outside the window. "Let the dead fight. It's not right. They just seem to know when we will act." Vernon, dressed as Lupin, frowned and looked at the sky. The Auras said that they set fire to death in the mole community just to attract the Ministry of Magic. "Kingsley, I think our plan was learned by the mysterious man before we acted. This is a trap. Our mission remains the same: www.untitled.novel.com. If we go up now, we will directly expose that we are fake. There is no way. We can still share the pressure with them as usual, hoping to attract more people. Don't worry too much." Dumbledore was also on it, and he didn't let us change the plan. Kingsley said he had started the car again and drove to another block. In the high sky, as the Kingsley Institute, Death Eaters have noticed the situation here, although I don't believe that Harry will use mole tools to escape, but one of them died in a hood and mask. The apprentice still made a gesture behind him, and immediately 3 Death Eaters followed. They rode a flying broom and made an arc in the air, turned their heads and ran straight to the mole car. The joining of the Auras made the already chaotic scene even more chaotic. Various enchantments shot in the air and collided in different directions in the air, and fired various colors of fire in the dark. The rain-like spells hit these real fake Harry's protectors, and because the location of the safe house where each group of Phoenix escapes is different, it is quite lively over Xeohuagin district. Many moles also walked out of the room and looked up to the sky. End of this chapter. August 1st, Chinese mobile version. Reading URL m.81zw.us. Chapter 1018. Air Combat. Sincerely thank Liu Xiaohui and the Big Fire. Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. But as Dumbledore said, the wizards who became Harry were much less attacked, and even the spells directed at them were not even black magic, but relative. The Phoenix on a flying broom. The group was attacked more. The Death Eaters learned about Harry through Snape and the investigation. They felt that when it came to the safety of his life, he would definitely choose his best travel tool to transfer. These Death Eaters only choose to entangle with the Auras, but the prestigious protectors are attacked more intensely. The Death Eaters seem to believe that the real Harry Potter will follow the powerful sorcerer. The stronger the protector, the more attacks, the greater the attack, and the more dangerous the situation. The group of Sirius has been given special attention from the beginning. He wields his wand like a sword, and his tip is full of Mars. Such a smooth fight is obviously in line with his temperament, but it is so soon the Death Eaters realized that this group of godfathers who were not busy escorting their godson to escape must be fake. Professor McGonagall also faced 3 Death Eaters at the same time. Mr. Avery, Mr. Mosselba, I'm sorry, it's not just confinement waiting for you now. That said, she played smoothly and disproportionately agile in age, took out the strength of the former Quidditch player and differentiated the opponent's distance with speed, then waved the magic wand in his hand and transformed one of them into a snail with transformation. allowing the opponent to sit smoothly. The steady broom began to fall, but this also led more Death Eaters to surround them. With this former Transfiguration Professor, the most popular and most violent attack by Death Eaters was Mad-Eyed Han Alasto Moody. The Olderer, who was famous in the First Wizarding War, was powerful and now eats on the spot. Before the dead took out Azkaban, many people were caught by him, so accordingly, he was attracting siege from at least 7 Death Eaters. Running dogs, you can't beat me, Moody yelled in a rough voice, his devil's eyes twitching in his orbits, without letting go of the curse that shot around him. In his thick dark grey under his hair, his face looked scarred, and he had a feeling of old wood. A large piece of his nose was missing, and because his missing leg was a prosthetic leg made of wood, his broom was transformed, give him a foothold in front. These are his imprints as an error, against countless black magic countless times, and why he doesn't like the twins' fireworks show. At this moment, Moody's arm flew up, and a red light hit the nearest Death Eater. The Death Eater fell back and fell on the broom. According to Moody's habits, he did not use the quilt at this time. The Ministry of Magic allows unforgivable spells to be used at critical moments. He used this style to successfully lead many errors who became Death Eaters back to the right path. Most of the injuries he suffered were a direct reflection of this attitude. But his use of these general spells still makes those Death Eaters dare not underestimate. Awada. Another Death Eater flew aside to avoid Alasto's spell. He pointed his wand at Moody, but before he had time to cast the spell, he was replaced by Moody. The curse hit him, hitting him on the chest. He was still holding his arm, and the wand slipped from his hand and fell quickly. You cowards, despite the use of your evil black magic, Moody provoked provocatively, shouting after avoiding a life-threatening curse, what can you do to me? Ha! Bad Quasihayad. Their command has broken your mind. Let me give you a demonstration. I want to show you some colors. His method of not being afraid of sacrifice and trying to attract attacks made the fake Potmentons he protected tremble with fear. He was terrified by the battle in front of him and shuddered, breathing in a hurry against the flying broom. Dare to raise his wand to help Moody. A Death Eater swept a fierce fire at Moody with his wand, and almost ignited Mondungus. Mondungus screamed and cast a protective body to be spared, and Moody quickly returned, a flame blinking. The opponent's broom tail was blazed by the flame he summoned. The Death Eater hurriedly tried to extinguish the flame with all the spells, but because of the loss of control of the broom, he was unable to fly. Helpless, the broom and the Death Eaters above fell down in a swirling motion. The other Death Eater flew down quickly and grabbed him onto his broom, while the broom burning with fire still kept falling. As the Death Eaters struggled to sit back on their companion's broom, the frightened Montungus kept yelling, "Damn, don't mess up again. You should send me to a safe house instead of showing me you singled out all Death Eaters." Shut up, Mundungus. Moody shouted angrily at Mundungus. We have already revealed that it is not true. You can help. At this moment, a flame went straight to Moody. Moody, who had already stretched out his arm, dropped the wand and changed the wand to the other hand, casting an iron armor curse to stop the spreading flame for himself. Mundungus couldn't restrain his inner anger and fear anymore. He looked up at Moody and gritted his teeth to move away from the scene of the phantom. Moody unconsciously reached out and tried to catch he, but caught an empty space and stumbled on the broom. The Black Wizard, who was almost burnt by the broom, took the opportunity to read the Avadasura mantra, and Moody, who had not stopped the flames, was too late to avoid and block. Either chose to keep the iron armor curse to block the flames, or just you can only try to evade life-threatening spells that cannot be blocked by magic shields while maintaining the iron armor spell. Suddenly, the flying broom beneath the Death Eater continued to burn like alive. The broomstick bent up almost hit the nose of the Curse Wizard. Almost in the blink of an eye, the broom tip was like a fan, horizontal and vertical at the same time stretching. It turned into a wall between Moody and the Death Eaters, and the flame at the tip of his staff was resisted back and lit himself. Behind the ignited Death Eater, The Black Wizard, who was casting a wad-nibbling gourd, was taken aback by the sudden change in front of him. Under the fright, the green light that had just emerged was thrown out by him, slammed suddenly, in the middle of the wall that was turned into a broomstick. The wall was torn apart instantly, the debris splashed in the air, and fell swiftly, and the ignited Black Wizard also fell out. The Death Eater, who cast a suicide spell to blow his crotch under the tip of a broomstick, he didn't mean to grab his companion, and once again felt that he had no support at once, and fell from the sky suddenly. Panic. He clamped legs, trying to break only half of the broom that had just been crushed by himself. Can fly again. He stretched out his palm desperately, trying to catch something to stop his falling momentum, but received no help, except for surprise. I can only let myself fall down helplessly, and this time there are no other Death Eaters to control him anymore. Dumbledore, one of the Death Eaters besieging Moody, yelled. He looked around and then took a breath of breath. I saw Dumbledore riding a griffin beast that seemed to be transformed from mud on the grass, and flew out of the clouds above. This lion-like hind body of this griffin beast transformed by Dumbledore, it also had mottled emerald green turf, and a few rosy roses planted by Penny on the eagle's head. But unexpectedly, the appearance of the White Wizard did not frighten these Black Wizards, but let more Death Eaters give up their opponents to surround them. They quickly flew around the circle, raised their wands, and together the green light approached Dumbledore, and Dumbledore controlled the griffin beast under him, either using its body without real life to resist, or fluttering like a gust of wind. At the same time, the former Hogwarts principal waved his wand sharply and sharply. The three Death Eaters, who were flying fast on his left side, seemed to hit an invisible wall. It seems that both the nose and the nose are twisted and deformed. Several Death Eaters fell from the sky without any reaction, because they lost consciousness in the collision just now. Black Wizards wearing various skull masks rushed up www.mtnovel.com. They fired a deadly spell at Dumbledore, but the white-haired Dumbledore easily relieved the deflection too. When several Death Eaters saw this, they began to speak of their spells falling obliquely like a meteor and aiming at the Mole community below. It was too late for Dumbledore to stop it. One of the thunderbolts exploded and hit a residential house, causing gas. The waves made a huge noise. This irritated Dumbledore. He waved his wand like a leather whip. A long thin flame came out of the tip of the stick and wrapped around the Silver Skull Mask Wizard, who had just cast a thunderbolt explosion, including himself and his body. The flying broom underneath and everything on his body were broken together. The Death Eater wearing a Silver Skull Mask only hurriedly sent out a miserable short wailing, and then scattered with the fragments and fell. Dumbledore rolled his eyes on the griffin beast through the crescent-shaped glasses, looking at the Death Eaters who continued to flock to him. His long white hair and beard were blown into the air by the high winds. There was a kind of coldness in his eyes. Suddenly he gave up and continued fighting, but patted the head of the griffin beast, and flew it straight to the higher sky. August 1st, Chinese mobile version reading URL m.81zw.us. Chapter 1019. Except your weapon genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. Quickly stop him. Don't let him pass. Upon seeing this, the Death Eaters began to yell and yell at their companions to intercept Dumbledore. Some Death Eaters put their hands on the Death Eater imprint on their arms. Soon, more and more Death Eaters abandoning to hunt down Harry in front of him. He followed Dumbledore and flew to Hagrid. Damn, they have found out who Harry is, and they have been delaying time. Moody yelled roughly, struggling with his wand, striking a man who left him to chase Dumbledore. On the back of Lido's Death Eater, the Death Eater leapt forward and fell on his flying broom. After flying forward for a distance, he rolled off the broom. Seeing Dumbledore's and Moody's actions, and the words of the Death Eaters yelling, the Phoenix Society realized that everything the Death Eaters did was to hold Dumbledore away. Too late to think about which link something went wrong, so that the real Harry was exposed, and these Phoenixes had to abandon their original plans and desperately chase Dumbledore in their direction. trying to stop the Death Eaters. And just when the Death Eaters just appeared and the sound of searching for Harry had just sounded from all directions, the real Harry sitting on the Hagrid motorcycle supported the armrest in front of him and chased his food. Not many dead people. In a dogfight, a large group of people move fast in the sky. An array of different colors is radiated back and forth in the air. Various people riding a flying broom or magic carpet quickly shuttle through the air. Hagrid rushed forward quickly, and these two motorcycles drove forward, and the fierce power of the hybrid race made the Death Eaters who came to block had to make way for them. Hagrid, they really don't think we are very real. Harry finished playing with the big guys around him, looking at the sky behind the curse that seemed to be guilt and worried. But Sirius can be dangerous. Don't worry, they all participated in the first war fighting experience more than you think. Get down. Hagrid, who was appeasing Harry, suddenly shouted to Harry. Harry, who had participated in combat training in ancient magic classes, leaned down quickly, and a coma curse flew over his head. During the fast flight, Harry's hair was blown to the back of the head, making it messy. Two more coma spells swept through Harry's ears, and Harry turned to look. The Death Eater who just gave way greeted the other two Black Wizard companions, chasing them desperately from behind. Biting the trajectory of the grid is hotly pursued. The ensuing spells in the back forced Harry to hide his body into the side bucket, but a cluster of spider webs gradually gathered on his wand. Seizing an opportunity, Harry rushed forward and placed himself on his wand. The gathered cobwebs threw them at the Death Eaters after them. It's a pity that the spell of cobwebs is not outstanding when there are no supportable objects around. Although the three Death Eaters that followed were a little eager to avoid, they didn't get sticky, but they also had to flash out a free time. Fine pretty Harry. Hagrid squeezed the handle of the motorcycle and turned the throttle a few times, shouting, "Hold on." After that, the motorcycle accelerated sharply and pressed the button that Arthur added newly. There was an absolutely deafening roar, a white-hot blue dragon fire spewed out of the exhaust pipe, and the motorcycle rushed forward like a bullet, making a metal twisting sound. Hagrid rode Harry on a motorcycle and landed on the streets of the moles. After a slight bump, they drove between the two lanes, flanked by mole vehicles. Although the Death Eaters who followed did not dare to use the black magic with great lethality before they were identified, but the magic spells like the obstacles and the fainting ground were still fired from the tip of their stick. When he got out, Harry couldn't help turning his head and found a little sidecar himself, only to see the Death Eater riding on a flying broom and started to gather around. Harry pulled out his wand and waved it in his side bucket, his eyes aimed at the figures after him. He suddenly hit a Death Eater under a spell. The hapless egg only felt that his nasal cavity was itchy after he was hit, making him think that the other party's casting failed, but only a few seconds later, the booger in his nasal cavity rolled out uncontrollably, and immediately contacted the air outside the nasal cavity. The swell turned into a huge bat flipping onto his face, and the bat turned into a booger continuously and quickly gushing out. In a blink of an eye, the Death Eater's face was wrapped by the bat, and all his features were killed. The Death Eater, who was covered in the dead, couldn't breathe and could not see the eyes, spread his teeth and claws, riding the body of a flying broom to the left and right in the sky, but eventually lost consciousness due to suffocation and rolled down the fast lane. The mole car seemed to be unaware the ground was crushed over him. Har took advantage of the curse his girlfriend taught him, and the curse bat fine curse that Ginny was best at solved a chaser. The Death Eaters immediately retaliated back, and a strong red light came out from behind Harry. The Hagrid on the motorcycle showed much more careful than usual. Although he was always paying attention to the situation from the rear view mirror, although it was too late to control the motorcycle, but he reached out directly in front of Harry. Sighing slightly, the half-blooded giant who did not disappoint Dumbledore's trust relied on his body to resist the weapon that was shot at you except Harry. But this also angered Harry. He protruded his head and shot a heavy obstacle towards the chaser. The nearest Death Eater fled to avoid, but a little distance made Harry began to gather lightning at the tip of his wand. Strength, His magic wand of Dong King Ma Phoenix wand began to crackle with a blue and white light. But the Death Eater hood that I just evaded slipped, and under the Mole Street lights, Harry saw Stan Sampak's quirky, expressionless pimply-faced face. Harry, third grade after the aunt who had inflated Dudley, escaped from number 4 Privet Drive. He arrived in Diagon Alley on the night bus where the Stan was a ticket conductor. He was actually good for Harry when he spoke a London sound. This made Harry, who originally intended to use Professor Allen's black magic from Grindelwald, change his mind. He dismissed the lightning energy and yelled, "Accept your weapon." Stan was hit by the curse, and his wand was high. The high ground flew out, and even stumbled with the broom didn't fall. But he didn't dare to chase after losing his weapon. "Harry, what's going on?" Hagrid noticed the abnormality of Harry's spellcasting and asked in surprise, "Do you know him?" "That's Stan Sampak, the ticket seller on the night's bus. He looks like he's hit with a still-draining curse," Harry replied loudly in the sound of the motorbike's roaring motor. "Professor D, when we resisted the unforgivable mantra, it was almost the same when the classmates won the soul spell. So I disarmed him, not. After all, he didn't know what he was doing." But the remaining Death Eater did not give up. After a short pause, he continued to chase up. He continued to shoot various spells from his wand and swept across Harry's head, when this time they were all directed at Hagrid. Harry waved his wand again and again, using his armor to defend against the counterattack. Various spells intertwined in the air, making a loud explosion. However, due to the size and position, Harry's armor protection for others was not as handy as he was, and Hagrid, who was focused on driving, was continuously subjected to multiple spells, and the motorcycle gave a deafening roar, violent shaking a few times. www.mtlnovel.com again stabilized the body. "Hagrid, are you okay?" Harry asked anxiously. "It's okay, Harry." Hagrid with windshield turned his head and smiled at Harry. "My coat is wearing an umbrella and the kind of leather made for giants." "Hey, that's the camel's skin. Don't tell Moody that, he will be angry when he sees it." But Harry was so relieved that in a violent shake, Hedwig's cage slid down the bottom of Harry's knee. Harry grabbed the top of the bird cage in time, and just sent a breath. A curse hit Hedwig's. The cage was split and scattered in the air, and Harry only felt the pain in his hand holding the cage. This snow owl bought by Hagrid as Harry Potter's 11th birthday and served as an important pet for his subsequent messenger. Hedwig spread his wings and circled around the motorcycles of Harry and Hagrid, going forward, but as soon as he got the information, he flew towards the Death Eater who had just blown up his cage. Its white feathers were mixed with many black spots, but it appeared in the dark night sky, especially conspicuous. "Don't go, hide away." Harry's hand stretched out in vain to grab it. August 1st Chinese mobile version reading URL, m.81zw.us. Chapter 1020. Mr. Riddle, good evening. Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. The remaining Death Eaters were chasing and fighting behind Harry and Hagrid, and all kinds of magic spells struck them endlessly. Hedwig screamed sharply, and flew quickly to the head Death Eater, reaching out his claws and grabbing his eyes. "Go away, damn beast." The Death Eater waved his hands desperately, trying to open Hedwig, but Hedwig's attack was fierce, and his wings flapped his cheeks mercilessly many times. The Death Eater struggled to maintain his balance, and Hedwig's desperate slaps made him barely support not to fall off the flying broom. Suddenly, Hedwig's claws were in the middle of his left eye, letting the other party's eyeballs flow out of his orbits, and the blood poured out instantly. Under Hedwig's blow, the Death Eaters screamed sternly, and the broom swayed violently, covering the right eye and falling from the broom. "Hedwig, too strong." The words of praise hadn't been finished yet, and the scar on Harry's forehead burned so painfully that he had to lean on the motorcycle bucket. At this time, Hagrid had no time to ask Harry's situation. and found that the dark fog behind the sky swallowed the world. The black fog aimed at the two twinkling tail lights of Harry's motorcycle. The erosion covered it. Feeling more and more painful in his head, Harry couldn't help but widen his eyes, and then Harry saw him, the man in the dark fog, Voldemort, flying like smoke in the wind. No broom, no night chi. The Jansh's bald head shone brightly in the darkness. Voldemort's mouth without lips twitched. His voice was very soft, like a sizzling flame, but it clearly passed into Harry's ears. "Harry Bot. The undead boy. Come send it to death." Hagrid shouted in horror, somewhat different from his usual style and mixed-race giant, and turned the throttle of the motorcycle sharply. The huge motorcycle made a deafening roar and galloped forward at a faster speed. On the motorcycle, he used this to stabilize his body, and in his hands he shot the aggressive spells he had mastered against the nearly endless black smoke. The severe pain of the scar forced Harry to narrow his eyes. Harry only felt that his head was full of question marks, so many Harry scattered all over. And how did Voldemort confirm that he was the real Harry? Stupid savior. Did you understand how you were exposed? Harry's thoughts that could not be closed by the brain were seen at a glance, and a strange and gloomy smile appeared on Voldemort's snake face. "The lightning magic you used to learn at Hogwarts last semester. And the weapon that completely shows your weakness and disgusting so-called conscience. This is simply insulting the IQ of my fools. I want to let the wizards know that it was a fluke that you escaped from me several times." The black smoke was rolling, and the shiny snake face was getting closer and closer to Harry. Voldemort raised his arm, holding his wand with pale fingers, and pointed at Harry. "You are not allowed to turn your back against me, Harry Potter. You have to look at me when I kill you. I want to see the light disappear from your eyes." At this time, Voldemort noticed the snow owl in Hedwig's sight. She spread her wings again and rushed to the enemy it identified, and its claws were stained with the red bloodstains of the previous victim. Voldemort, who was attracted by his attention, pointed the tip of his wand at it, and a cruel voice sounded, "A wad annoying melon." A green light appeared. But suddenly, the same dazzling red light flashed in the night between the snowy owl and the killing curse. The owl screamed. Harry shouted painfully, "No! No!" He could not accept this reality, only to feel that a violent heartbreaking pain filled his chest. But almost instantaneously, the red dazzling light appeared again beside Harry's motorcycle. Harry was forced to close his eyes. When he opened it again, the light dissipated. But Harry's pain was like his wailing, the same choked in the throat. "I saw that in the night, a golden, majestic phoenix suddenly fell from the sky, playing its weird music in the night." When Harry heard the music, he seemed to have unlimited courage in his heart. Anka's pair of golden gleaming claws. The sharp claws were caught in Hedwig's neck, completely disregarding Hedwig's struggling with flapping wings, flying straight to Harry, and throwing the poor owl scratched by it directly. Will give him. Author's note: Rowling said that the moral of writing this paragraph is, Hedwig's death represents Harry's adulthood, the passing of white, and Harry is no longer innocent. But I think our book can make Harry keep it pure for longer. In the Middle Ages, a mule-named street, Hedwig was a saint dedicated to the education of orphans. This character also became the protector of Silesia. "Harry, your Hedwig protected you well." A blur's gentle male voice remembered in the hearts of everyone present. "But I'm sorry, Anka usually used claws to catch and never saved people. Some don't know the weight." Alan. Harry and Hagrid cried in surprise in unison, and the appearance of Alan also meant they were safe. Voldemort's shiny red eyes suddenly looked backwards. Harry endured the headache and looked behind Voldemort. It was also a tumbling black mist, engulfing the world, and the dark mist, continuous erosion, covered it. If it wasn't for Hedwig to be in his arms now, Harry simply thought it was who used the time switch, and this scene was completely reappeared just when Voldemort arrived. Then, Harry saw him. The black mist trapped around Alan's body. Alan flew like a smoke in the wind, without brooms or night chicks, and the pale and handsome face fell into Harry's eyes. Alan's voice was soft, but it was clearly heard in the wizard's ears. "Mr. Tom Riddle, good evening. Speaking of which, we have not seen for a long time." The black mist around Voldemort's body was tumbling, and his red eyes were cruelly fixed on Alan. He thought that he would meet Dumbledore at most. He looked around and wondered, in order to judge whether he had encountered anything. Trap. Stupid Dark Lord. Didn't understand what's going on yet. As if seeing through the wonder in Voldemort's heart, Alan's abnormally pale face showed a mocking and contemptuous smile. "You don't just settle it cleanly the object I want to kill, but I want to kill an owl. This is an insult to my responsiveness. I want to let the wizards know that your stupid style is not my opponent at all. Now I want to fight you, Ferris. Now I'm here, already standing in front of you. Are you still daring to make a rant?" Voldemort shouted in the direction of Alan. www.untitled.novel.com. The blood vessels on his bald head began to beat. The cold corner of his mouth made a hissing sound, which was clear and high-pitched. "Not only did you talk nonsense on TV, but now you are facing the situation again to your unbeatable opponent." Alan glanced at him contemptuously, without arguing aloud, but withdrew his wand calmly, raised his wand to the shoulder position, nodded at Voldemort, and made a gesture of inviting duel to Voldemort in the manner of the wizard's duel. The black smoke rolled around Voldemort's body, but it seemed to calm down a lot after the rage. His vertical pupil flashed. The wand in his hand was a little bit on the palm of his hand. Voldemort, wrapped in black mist, ignored Alan behind him. Instead, he accelerated to fly to Harry and said without looking back, "Then Harris, Potter first, and I will solve you later." Pale fingers raised his wand again. A strange noise suddenly came out of the clouds, and Dumbledore rode through the clouds with the griffin beast that he transformed with the garden mud, and swooped down with the clouds. "Tom, although I don't know how you got this information." Dumbledore rode a griffin beast behind Harry Potter and said quietly, "It's stupid to come here tonight. Obviously, your purpose is doomed." August 1st. Chinese mobile version reading URL m.81zw.us. Chapter 1021. Arrogant Smell Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. "Tom, you are going farther and farther on the wrong path. I can feel the breath in you, but it is full of chaotic power. It makes you lose the calmness that a wizard should bless." Dumbledore's the voice was very calm, and he turned to look at Alan. "Alan, I have to admit that you were right. I now realize that this is indeed the time to calm the magic world for a while." "Aha, Dumbledore." Voldemort scoffed as if he knew where Dumbledore was before, and turned his head to Alan and ripped the corner of his mouth. "You thought I didn't know that you were just delaying to Dumbledore arrive? Want to join forces against me again?" "Albus, I invited you before and you refused." "I still asked the Ministry of Magic to just issue an action permit to the Order of the Phoenix. According to the agreement, you should inform the Ministry of Magic before proceeding. But now you are making your own claims, unauthorized action. So that not only nearly killed Harry's life, but also because of your reckless behavior, many moles witnessed our existence, which was a serious violation of the International Wizarding Association Confidentiality Act." Alan loudly refuted Dumbledore, with a heavy sigh. "Now things are messed up by you. But you have in turn invited me to join you together, Mr. Dumbledore. Imho, you have arranged everything too. It's beautiful." "Oh, it's beyond my expectations. Your courage and stupidity are amazing." Voldemort laughed for the first time. It was a kind of sneering, more terrible than anger. "Dumbledore is at least still dare to fight with me, and you will not forget what memes you used to fight and learn with me." "Alan, it takes a lot of care to transfer Harry to ensure Harry's safety. In fact, not only the Ministry of Magic, before they transformed Harry, no one except me knew who would bring Harry." "Leave." Dumbledore's blue eyes swept across Alan and Voldemort, and then a dignified look appeared on his face. "Of course, the Phoenix Society did violate the Ministry of Magic's regulations, and I am willing to go to the Ministry of Magic afterwards to receive the corresponding punishment. But it is a matter of urgency. Let us solve the matter before us. The top priority should be to prevent the magic world from being exposed. Albus, Mr. Riddle, since the matter is here, I suggest that you still order your men to stop their activities. I won't let you out if they are caught. They will be judged accordingly. Alan looked at the moles on the ground who had come out of the house and probed their brains because of the previous fireworks and banging sounds. The activities of you two tonight caused a lot of trouble for our British Ministry of Magic. We couldn't use the mass forgetting mantra in such a short time. My aunt had to rush to Mr. Newt's commander's house in Dorset and ask him to contribute some curling venom, but fortunately not far from my house. I smell arrogance. There is an arrogant odor in the air. Voldemort's eyes flashed red and stared at Harry, who was protected by Dumbledore behind him. Billowing black smoke billowing around him, her eyes looked at Alan and Dumbledore back and forth, and the two slit-like nostrils widened. You two can best look forward to staying together next time. Voldemort. I think you're afraid, Harry yelled and was stopped by Hagrid. Dumbledore rubbed his forehead. I'm sorry, but Miss Granger's Thunderbird and Newt Scoot can solve this dilemma caused by our mistakes. Mr. Riddle, please don't leave in a hurry. The invitation to the duel I just sent out is still valid. In fact, I have considered your filtering, so I have the Wizard TV station ready, and as long as you agree, our duel will be on TV. Simultaneous live broadcast. In this way, all the wizarding circles are supervised. Under the witness of the wizards, I think you should be able to trust the fairness of this duel. Alan stopped Voldemort, who had turned around, his hands behind his back, his voice proud. But I have to remind you that my level of spellcasting is far from the strength of the day when you and I were in the Ministry of Magic. It will be easier than last time to defeat you. Dare you dare to beat me last time? Voldemort roared with some stubbornness. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and there was only a little left in the raised pupil. His cold eyes swept behind Dumbledore. Harry, the distracted attention turned to the savior who should be obscured. Alan followed his eyes and saw Voldemort's thoughts, so he said indifferently, Mr. Riddle, if you can't help but want to hurt Harry now, hurt a minor wizard, hurt me students. The nature of this matter is not a duel between you and me. In order to protect the innocent wizard from harm, the errors of the Ministry of Magic and I will naturally strive to arrest you now. Alan paused. But if you promise me a duel, since I want to broadcast, I will naturally guarantee your safety before the duel, and will not let you need to shoot someone. Because this will make you clearly understand the cloud mud of you and me. It is not the same as the last time you lost. You also have to make excuses. To excuse what kind of shoes are new shoes slipping? Not having enough food. Hearing the words, Harry looked at Voldemort's bare feet without shoes and couldn't help laughing, which made Voldemort's blood vessels on his head jump, and his anger made him lose control. Alan smiled too, ignoring the movement of the opponent's hand on the wand, and said softly, of course, Tom, if you win, then according to your style, I naturally cannot continue to intervene because I am dead. Things are between you. Enraged Voldemort lifted his hideous face. After hearing the words, the snake's face finally twisted and showed a cruel smile. Voldemort thought that he had learned the magic of the devil in the bottomless abyss during this time. The progress of the devil's magic was very fast. All of his skin colors have changed. Alan's progress has greatly surpassed that of last year, but his own strength is now a lot higher than last year. Where is the place of your so-called duel? Voldemort asked in a higher, colder voice than before. After some consideration, Voldemort thought that the annoying pure-blood boy in front of him was by no means his opponent, and if to prove his strength in front of all the wizards, restore honor to himself, and show the horror of the Dark Lord to those wizards, it is indeed a good thing to get there. And while this kid is not yet clear about his strength, first use his arrogance, take advantage of the opportunity to separate him from Dumbledore and Miss Rowena Ravenclaw in the duel, and solve him completely. Then many other problems are not problems to stop you from finding any reason to be dissatisfied. Mr. Riddle. Alan stretched out his hands as pale as Voldemort and spread them gently under them. His eyes swept across the area below, the places it's up to you to choose where we want to fight. We choose where, and then I'll notify the wizards people to come and arrange the scene, which will take a few minutes." Dumbledore said nothing in silence, realizing that what was happening today became the same as the plan that Alan proposed at the time. Voldemort was still tempted by Harry's transfer, and Alan presented him to Voldemort. He couldn't refuse an invitation to a duel, but something that worries him. Voldemort in front of him is a lot better than he had seen in the Goblet of Fire and the Ministry of Magic Warfare that he saw on TV. He wanted to remind Alan, but then again I think Alan should not be unclear about it. www.untilnovel.com. But now it is spoken. But it also commands the other party to become more disgusted. If it caused Voldemort's alertness that was not normal, it would be even worse. Since you think about it this way, I don't embarrass you, I understand the thoughts of you pedantic wizards. Voldemort's red eyes flashed, and his pale white slender fingers pointed to an open space below. "Wait for me anyway after killing you, killing Dumbledore. Those dirty, lower creatures are no longer protected and can be disposed of." Alan glanced at it and noticed that it was a park with a large vacant lawn for people to play with on weekdays. At this time, it was silent and empty at night, and it was very empty. After a few Mala expulsion spells, it was true is a good place. With a flick of the finger, and then the fire flashed, Phoenix Anchor appeared on Alan's shoulder. It grabbed Alan with one paw, and extended another to shake in front of Alan. Alan saw that the above belonged to Hyde. Wise blood stained it, and he cleaned the phoenix that was becoming more and more sophisticated, and then Anchor rubbed Alan with her head with satisfaction. "Go and ask Furong to bring the live broadcast equipment here." Alan touched his head softly, and Anchor pecked Alan's finger again, snapped, and the fire flashed from the shoulders disappeared. August 1st Chinese mobile version reading URL, m.81zw.us. Chapter 1022. 6 people in black uniforms carried the coffin sincerely thank Baneman. When the Dark Lord began to land, under a broken street lamp on Privet Drive, Josephine Harris, the director of the Department of Magical Biology Management and Control, appeared in front of Hermione, who had rushed to the scene. Josephine handed a blue pharmacy bottle full of curling venom to Hermione. Mr. Scamander gave the venom very happily. "Hermione, he felt very much about your Thunderbird interest. Take it over and show him if you like." The Wolf Mother of the Umbrella Squad took her team and several wizards to the scene. "Miss Granger, I have brought them as you ordered," the Wolf Mother reported to Hermione. "It's hard." Hermione nodded to the Wolf Mother. She clutched the potion bottle and threw her voice loudly. "You have been busy for the Hogwarts expansion during the day. You shouldn't be bothered now, but the situation in front of you have also seen that in order to get the Mole's buildings back to their original state as soon as possible, they can only ask the Wolf Mothers to ask some of your elites who are good at construction-related magic to come over and help. After working hard, I will let the finance pay the labor fees in time." These magical wizards who were temporarily drawn from the Hogwarts expansion site and were good at constructing magic like wizards were overjoyed. They had just disappeared because of the dissatisfaction of being forced to work overtime for the moles at night. But what made this group of wizards who had not experienced the war personally terrifying was that when he came over, he saw the famous old Era, the mad-eyed Hammoudi, squatted by two Eras squatting beside a broken street lamp, almost yelling. Although the famous wizards of the Phoenix Society were not tied down, they all received the attention of the Eras. Some Death Eaters were even more sturdy after being petrified, and floated in the air, but many of the dark wizards who remained after Eras Anyun arrived had already been torn apart. Seeing such a post-war appearance, these construction wizards did not dare to express their dissatisfaction with being forced to work overtime for the moles at night, and now when they heard Hermione's promise, they were relieved and began to think about how to repair those damaged hemp buildings. Hermione looked a little sadly around the frightened faces in the destroyed mole building and the window. She looked back at the Wolf Mother. "Where are the Penlow? Going to Alan?" "No, the Master told us and the Eras not to be close to the duel. so as not to be misunderstood by the mysterious person. After Miss Crivat had just joined the battle, she now went to other places to hunt down the other Death Eaters who set fear on again. The Wolf Mother replied respectfully, "I can't catch anyone." After the mysterious man won the duel, let his men begin to retreat. "Let's go to see Alan's duel as soon as possible." Hermione sighed, "Mr. Skulls, and please Drubble, please help me prepare something. I'm not very good at flying." The fat man was a bit dumbfounded, and it wasn't until the Wolf Mother glared at him that she remembered that Hermione was calling his surname. After grinning embarrassedly, he glanced around the surrounding environment, from a ruined dwelling beside him, directed some wooden boards to make a big wooden box at a glance. The four eyes that haven't been out of the laboratory for a long time whispered, "Fat, Miss Granger is talking to you. What are you doing with this thing? Ah, you still care about me." The fat man's fat double chin trembles, and then obediently defeated in the other's line of sight. "You will know immediately." Hermione looked at the fat man's behavior in the side, thinking that she would have to raise Dobby up to become a ball like Thunderbird in public, and her face couldn't help but to blush, some years fever. But then Hermione calmed down, forcibly maintained a serious expression, and did not let embarrassment destroy her decent. Then she pretended to usually remove her waste bag from her body and put it on the ground. Pulling it away, the zipper released her Thunderbird caught. A Thunderbird with a feathery color and gold shining out of the bag sprang out of the bag. It spreads its wings vigorously, but it is too fat to fully unfold. Boom fell heavily on the ground outside the backpack. It looked awkward. Whether everyone was an Umbrella Squad, or a wizard who was good at construction, a phoenix or a Death Eater, even the moles who lived inside the mole peeping through the window and looked at this on the ground. Gold-colored meatballs. However, because the onlooker wizards blew their hair to the back by the wind it caused, their robes were blown against the body by the strong wind, and they were shaking, and they were good at the magical creature protection class. To be sure, this Thunderbird is nothing but an overly fat Thunderbird. After releasing it, Hermione's tense look softened. She hummed forward and gently touched her because she saw so many wizards at first glance and stood desperately flapping her flesh and wings. Cotton. The Thunderbirds quickly folded their wings under the comfort of Hermione, calmed down and began to hum. "Coat on, now we need your help." Hermione raised her hand and stroked the Thunderbird's chin, her head touching the Thunderbird, and then handed the potion bottle filled with blue-curled venom. "Thunderbird," said to it, "you know what to do." Unara handed her firebolt to Hermione, but Hermione waved her hand and refused. "Thank you for not using it. I have never been good at using a flying broom." Thunderbird stretched his sharp beak forward and held the potion in his mouth. The big wooden box made by the fat man was placed behind him, and he frowned at the four eyes. "Now you understand." Suddenly he was kicked, and he staggered a few steps forward. "Hold on tightly." The doctor retracted his feet, took out the flying broom, and lifted his legs up. "You wait here with four eyes. I think this weight suspension curse is not safe. We'd better cooperate with the shoulders. It's like carrying a coffin." The doctor realized that he said something unlucky in front of Hermione and closed his mouth inappropriately. But the Umbrella team had understood her consciousness, and the Wolf Mother greeted two Blackerers who looked strong, and the four of them carried the big wooden box together. They flew to the position parallel to Thunderbird. At the urging of Hermione, the Thunderbird stepped forward and entered the big wooden box with the help of the levitation spell. The Wolf Mother greeted her, the fat man and the doctor, and the reticent Victor acted neatly on the inconspicuous black-painted fire crossbow arrow at night. www.mentalnovel.com. And the black smoke rolled up around Hermione's body like Voldemort and Alan, and Snape, who had only recently learned this trick. He flew into the sky without any tools. The smoky Hermione's head flew in front of the head, and the six wizards in black uniforms carried the heady Thunderbird cotton in the big wooden box, shaking but rhythmically following Hermione's behind him. The clouds in the sky are gradually converging, but it is only flowing, and the weather does not seem to change immediately. Hermione, who had already flown into the sky, also found that the weather had not changed. Hermione turned her head to look at the Thunderbird, and saw the Thunderbird's two meaty claws standing firmly on the board. He and Hermione's eyes collided with each other. Thunderbird Hermione's head was pretending not to see the owner's expression. Seeing this, Hermione continued to order, "Coat on, hurry your wings to affect the weather, call the wind and rain." However, Thunderbird remained motionless and continued to respond silently. It patted its wings and combed the feathers on its belly with a sharp beak, but it didn't mean to make a storm. As the master, after raising it for so long, Hermione has been very clear about its habits. Right now, it is quietly tempering and stressing conditions. Hermione sighed heavily, and something urgent happened. She decisively compromised. To Thunderbird, "Tonight, I will not force you to lose weight. Call the storm quickly." Seeing Corton didn't respond, he didn't understand it. Minutes has to emphasize a few keywords that it understands. Your home Arizona Desert Bighorn Sheep. Desert Bighorn Sheep. Tonight. HTTPS. Remember Ishang novel net in 1 second? Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1023. Harry, can I borrow a few things from you? Thanks. Sincerely. Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. Feathers flew, the wind roared, and the drifting clouds gathered in the sky of Xiohuijin district, constantly flipping and colliding. Gradually, the black cloud was surging like the waves in the ocean. It seemed to contain infinite power. Only when a lightning strikes a line of light, sweeping away the dullness brought by the darkness. But after the lightning, there was a thunderous thunder. The thunder seemed to roll over the head, and then it blew loudly and exploded. The dark clouds became lower and lower, and in the moment when the thundering thunder broke into a burst of thunder, the blue medicament was scattered like a arrow from the string in the dense cloud. In an instant, countless dazzling blue rays and the dark clouds mixed together, and dye was dyed into large blue clouds, while the thunder was still ringing loudly, which was shocking. The white rain fell from the sky, hitting the ground and crackling. This small bottle of venom from the winged devil sprinkled the heavy rain, making the rain in this large area enchanted and more dense. The dark sky flashed a beam of electricity, and the heavy rain poured down. And the group of moles below, they looked up at the sky. The heavy rain fell on them. Their bad memories were washed tonight. Everyone did their own things step by step, as if nothing happened. Abnormal conditions. When the rain falls, the wizards on the ground immediately start to act. These magical rain can wash away the memory of moles, but this venom that has been turned around has no effect on the wizard. In the rain, the Eras cooperated with the wizards who were good at construction to start repairing the construction facilities that the moles were damaged in the previous battle. The parts of the car that were originally fragmented are restored as if the fragmented jigsaw puzzles were flying, piece by piece flying from all over the place, gathering together, and repaired almost instantly. The bricks that fell on the wall flew back to their original positions, and the iron frame street lights that were not curved like a straight body. The buildings were repaired one by one, and the broken glass returned to the window to recover as always, become a complete piece. These mole buildings themselves have no magic power. Even the very badly damaged big guys can be easily restored by the wizards. Only some buildings destroyed by cursed black magic can cost them more. Some kung fu. The Eras have stepped on their leather boots in the rain. In fact, as elite, they can also do those things that the construction wizard can do, but the rich and protective umbrellas have invited some more professional to come over to solve quickly. For some it's not too difficult to repair street lights and restore walls. Arrows raised their wands in the face of the damaged buildings and other facilities. In the rain, the mole police who were coming to forget that they had originally received the report of the terrorist attack of the anomaly. After standing stupidly for a while, they looked at the pistol they pulled out and checked the bullet. It was tucked back into the holster again. And even the moles who weren't exposed to the rain or snooping in the room were stunned. They forgot what had just happened. A middle-aged male mole in the shower was glaring his eyes under the tap. I was a little confused for a while, holding my hand rubbing my back, but couldn't remember what I just wanted to do. The wizards who were particularly good at restoring magic walked through the rainy streets, waving their wands as if they were conducting a grand symphony. A kind of building material flew from the ground like a musical note. On the high watchtowers, the originally stripped steel bars were restored to their original positions one by one. Those broken and twisted wrought iron balconies were restored as before. The broken roofs and bricks above were repaired bit by bit. One of the wizards wearing a black tall wizard hat was distorted in the heavily damaged building under construction. The broken and twisted steel bars and stone beams were restored little by little. The scene was restored from a mess of ruins to an orderly construction site. A mole security guard sat in the surveillance room and watched something captured in the camera. In his eyes everything looked normal and there were no problems, but in fact, what happened just before and now recorded just now, the traces of the wizard were erased silently, and turned into the images of normal moles' lives. Those shots and pictures of the abnormal situation tonight that were captured by mole cameras, and cameras. They are all replaced by pictures of moles' normal lives. Author's note: after Magic Animal 1 and Hermione cast a forgetful spell on their parents, all traces of her life at home and the photos of her and her parents disappeared in the photos, and the HP Wizard is ahead of other worlds in this regard. The wizards have a big cut. In addition to simple repairs, the era's also divided into district operations. They cured those moles injured by accident, and unfortunately died of moles. After making detailed records, they were arranged to be killed by accident. The scene are just like the previous house that was hit by a thunderbolt explosion spell. The family of 3 was without exception, and the ministry died on the spot. Under the sigh, arranged this place as a gas explosion on the ground of the kitchen and toilet living room. A lot of glass was scattered, and the doors of the kitchen and toilet were also shattered. The arrows even made the walls burn, and the whole scene was messy. 202. In the park previously appointed by Voldemort, the clouds in the small Huge district in the distant storm began to become quiet. In the park, in this mole park, the 3 theoretically strongest wizards in the world existing scenes make people seem to be in violation, and as the scene of the duel of the world's strongest wizard, it also looks very lonely. Dark Lord Voldemort, sitting alone on a park wooden bench painted in white, was vacated around him. No one wanted to approach him. Even the staff of the Ministry of Magic who was setting up the equipment would rather go around circle, and he was not willing to pass in front of him. The live broadcast equipment has been basically installed at this time, and the staff of the Witcher TV station is taking the lead in debugging the signal to lay out a super armor shield to avoid being affected by the subsequent battle. Just in that magic rainstorm, the live broadcast signal was affected by magic. It's not smooth. There will be stagnation, and after the rainstorm stops, it seems to be smoother. Although Voldemort waited impatiently, he was in a stubborn respect for the traditional thing of duel. He held his chin to suppress the anger in his heart, and his cold eyes fixed on the live broadcast equipment, and watched the wizards who installed these lanterns cautiously move. With a cold face, he looked out of place with this warmly arranged small park. Opposite him, Hagrid had been ordered to leave. Dumbledore stood with Harry himself, and Alan stood in the park holding Hedwig's cage under the entangled mistletoe tree, and extended his right hand in healing the owl and touching Hedwig's injured part from the air. Those wounds healed at a rate visible to the naked eye, while the left hand held Anchor on the shoulder and continued to appease it, indicating that he and the snowy owl were innocent, just to give it only treats injuries. In order to make the Dark Lord reassure, there was no error on the scene, but in the matter of Dumbledore, the Dark Lord was very generous. He himself asked the greatest white wizard to stay and expressed that he wanted to be in front of him. Eliminate Alan in person and then remove the 2 of them. Dumbledore, who was affected by the operation of the Phoenix, had to stay on the scene, and he had to decide to let him know that the operation of the Phoenix was leaked. Harry stayed to protect the prophetic savior himself. After finishing the treatment, Alan beckoned to bring Harry closer. Dumbledore, who was silent, glanced at Voldemort sitting in the distance, and finally let go of the hand he pressed on Harry's shoulder to let him trot over. www.untitled.com. Sorry Harry, Anchor has no training paws and doesn't know the weight. Alan glanced at the poor owl with a weak spirit. Although it was just a few pains, it straightened up in the cage again, looking to protect Harry from the seemingly fierce phoenix. Anchor was injured. Don't say that. Harry took the cage and thanked Alan quickly and sincerely. Alan, thanks to you for letting your phoenix take action in time. Otherwise, Hedwig, don't worry, Harry. Your childhood doesn't have to end so soon. Alan said something that Harry could not understand, and then looked at the backpack on Harry's body, saluting. Yes, Harry, can I borrow a few things from you? Of course it's okay. Harry put the Hedwig cage in his arms aside, and although he clearly knew what he needed for Alan, he quickly squatted down and unzipped the backpack. Hey Alan. What do you want? Just borrow your glasses, scarf, school uniform logo or something. August 1st Chinese mobile version reading URL m.81zw.us Chapter 1024 Call me Voldemort. Sincerely thank Bai Yang De. The Silver Leader Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. Alan had just put away the scarves that belonged to the Gryffindor color scheme, and felt the badge on his neck was hot. Alan held down the era badge worn temporarily to facilitate the contact with Era tonight, and listened intently. After hearing the news, he looked up when he raised his head again. Just now the era has heard the statistics of casualties. Aside from our wizards, and those who have been injured but have been cured, tonight in the Xiohuajin district, 7 moles were unfortunately killed. Harry stared angrily at Voldemort. He felt that his raging anger was licking his internal organs and burning in a terrible hole. Although Voldemort did not hear Alan's report here, but after he gazed a little at Harry he got the message, and he smiled with interest at Harry, a boy of high school age, with an interest. Dumbledore continued to keep his silence and did not speak. He pressed his forehead somewhat tiredly. The streetlights in the park shone on his grey eyebrows, beard, and deep wrinkles, making him look, it seemed to be, a silent statue. The Ministry of Magic will arrange these misfortunes as accidents. The Ministry of Magic will allocate 1 gold gallant to the successful pound as compensation, and give the relatives of the dead moles as compensation for the moles' acceptable reasons. Alan, noting that Harry's expression, added, I personally will also provide some financial compensation for these unfortunate families. If it weren't for transferring me, they wouldn't just lose their lives like this. Harry's voice was trembling, and he suddenly thought of a possibility. He shivered palely, opened his mouth directly, and asked in a hoarse voice, Alan, among the dead, are the people we knew before? Alan, who had never been worried about this issue, suddenly understood what Harry meant. Many of them were their classmates or teachers when they were at Mole School near Privet Drive. At that time, because of Dudley's relationship, many of those classmates regarded Harry as a strange person, and did not regard them as friends. But now Harry is worried that some of them will die because of him. Sorry Harry, information about the specific death, we have to wait for further information. Alan was asked by Harry's question for a moment. He paused and kept his tone calm, with some demeanor. Continue to say, if there is any misfortune, I will tell you the first time. Harry sighed deeply, looking at the tip of his shoe. At this time, a bald middle-aged witch ran breathlessly in front of Alan, and said to Alan with a little excitement, Mr. Harris, the live broadcast equipment has been placed properly to ensure stability from magic. The wizard did not dare to look at Voldemort's direction. After he nodded to Alan, he quickly ran back silently. As a media person, although he is very afraid of the Dark Lord, he thought that he could participate in a live broadcast and record a documentary of such a top-level wizarding match. And he was very hot. Alan, avenge us for him. Harry clenched his fists and regretted that he was too lazy in school and did not practice the spells to gain more strength. Harry, don't let hate engulf your nature. Silent Dumbledore finally spoke, and he put his hand back on Harry's shoulder. Also, Alan, although I personally think you shouldn't be like this adventure, the British wizarding world needs you. I noticed that Thomas' breath and mental state are not right. You better be careful. Albus, take Harry farther away. If you can, please help protect the staff on the spot. Without Auror's help, I have little confidence in the shields they made. Alan nodded to Dumbledore head, and then turned back to Voldemort, bowed slightly in front of him and pointed in the direction of the live broadcast station. Mr. Riddle, the TV staff told me that the live broadcast is ready. Please ask if you are here need to prepare. If there are any other reasonable requests, I will try to make them as convenient as possible. It is said that Voldemort's two pupils are two slit red eyes that appear brighter in the dark, and his long and strange fingers slowly stretch out into the whole black or even some simple black robe, and draw out from a deep pocket with a wand. Slender and pale hands gently stroke the wand from the head again. His bright red eyes finally settled on Alan, and made a cold and sharp sound effect. So, the boy of the Harris family, tell me, has the live broadcast already begun? If you are ready here, Alan replied, we will start before we enter the field. The TV station has inserted this message when it was set up. Now I think there are basically families of sorcerer TVs. Wizards are all waiting to watch our duel. Very good. Voldemort's lips twisted into an unwilling smile. Harris, I will kill you in front of all the wizards. Pierce your shameless lies. At this time, a large area has been cleared out in this small park. The facilities for children have disappeared, and the streetlights have been temporarily moved to other locations by magic. They have various live transfer instruments in the distance, hanging up, shooting the situation in the field from various angles, and Dumbledore just personally added a few super armor shields for them. This situation, which looks like a lot of people's attention, makes the air feel a little tense. Two wizards dressed in gorgeous and simple black robe at the same time appeared very close to the ground in the middle of the park. They were about a dozen yards away. They could appear so close to each other so precisely as if they were fully know where the other party will choose to start in general. Aha, young Harris, Voldemort cried, his voice echoing in the sky above the park. So, how do we start now? As we agreed. Alan nodded and replied, searching for the spell he had learned in his brain. He didn't want the battle to end too quickly. You mean the two of us? Voldemort wrinkled his frown muscles without eyebrows, and said with a louder voice than usual, the words said roundly, the duel until one side falls. Say this, Voldemort laughing. Alan knew that the other party was using magic power enough to make the cultivation base not enough for the wizard to start to fear. Alas, Tom. Let's less routine and more sincere. Alan sighed and pointed to his brain. You know that this trick is not good for me last year. Why use it? Call me Voldemort. Voldemort strongly suppressed his anger about the routine and sincerity. He sullenly smirked. Boy, you haven't answered my question. How did we start this duel? Okay Tom, www.mentalnovel.com. I look forward to us starting soon, Alan said and asked seriously before he broke out and smiled. Mr. Riddle, how about following the British tradition? Voldemort's cold, sharp voice was played out simultaneously. His angry cheeks were paler than the skull, his two big eyes were more red, like two thin slits on the snake-like flat nose. His nostrils exhaled one by one. It's best that way. Let me teach you this tradition of wizarding, this rude guy. The two sides said nothing more. Alan and Voldemort accompanied the black mist of their lower bodies, turned around in the air to face each other, and bowed. They have all done so well that even the most demanding etiquette experts cannot find fault with their bow angles. But Voldemort's lips were twisted, and his red eyes showed a cruel look indiscriminately. Alan's eyes narrowed and his mouth smiled, but the disdain and ridicule revealed by the expression made the opposite Voldemort's expression even more untidy. Then Voldemort lifted his wand on his chest like an arrow, and Alan took out his own great arcanist wand that Luna had made in the past. August 1st Chinese mobile version reading URL m.81zw.us. Number 1025. My dad never hit my face. Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. The duel began in this humble little park, but unlike other audiences who imagined neutral horses to start to fall apart, the two black-robed wizards began to detect each other cautiously with magic. Voldemort's eyes, which originally wanted to be directly angry, were a bit puzzled. After investigation, he was completely clear that the method of Alan's wand-free casting was estimated to be higher than him, but the power of magic with wands was not weakened even for them. But it also loses the magic wand bonus. Voldemort fully expected that Alan would really bring such a great staff as an actual combat tool. If this increase is greater than the magic wand, it will also cause slow casting. Almost in modern times after being eliminated, only some guys like Lucius or Mad Eye would hide the magic wand in the cane or walking stick because of vassalism or hiding. And Alan could feel that Voldemort was exploring himself like he was exploring each other. He then let his eyes activate the prophetic ability, and then came to Alan's mind with the defensive means and tactical arrangements that Voldemort might carry, but Alan only used him as a reference. For this quickness, the information he discovered was only the other party's intentions when casting this ability, and Voldemort may even change his mind by using other tactics because he noticed the launch of his eyes. Launch offensive and defensive. Tom, it seems that I should have brought you some surprises today, Alan asked Voldemort. Isn't it? I thought your aggression would be stronger than it was. I thought it was quite cautious. You are provoking my patience. Boy, there are only two things I can fully guarantee. The blood vessels on Voldemort's bald head moved, and he replied, we may surprise each other today, but in the end, I will destroy you. Like a signal, two black-robe wizards started casting spells at the same time, and then almost at the same moment, two spell energies burst out of the air, and a black spot of wind burst out from the tip of Voldemort's wand, with thousands of blade-like negative energies, showing a cone, and began to rush towards the direction of Alan. Several small bugs that were common in summer fell to the ground before they became ashes, and they directly contacted curse, but also indirectly drained life. But immediately, the negative energy of this explosion disappeared before it touched Alan, making him feel a little temperature change. Alan was already an experienced prophet, with spell identification, in Voldemort. Before casting the spell, he judged the spell the Dark Lord was about to cast, and the opposite magic energy of the right operation caused them to devour each other. Act of caution, he just dispelled it and reversed it like educating his students. Very good. Voldemort narrowed his eyes to remind himself. It seems we have to spend some time. Neither of them thought about solving each other so quickly. Surrounded by a shadow shield that resembles a super armor bodyguard, Alan floats in the darkness behind the shield so that Voldemort can't determine his position. He cast this spell as soon as he finished speaking, which would give duel time. It dragged a little longer, but Alan thought it was still worth it, because besides itself, this enchantment would protect Alan from some basic spells. Alan knew that the Dark Lord could cast other powerful spells powerful enough the spell of this shield can be penetrated without attenuation. But at least this shadow shield can make Tom a less choice. Boy, what are you afraid of? Voldemort sneered and said to Alan, I am different from your fans, but what do you want to kiss your plan? Said. Voldemort also laid himself a super armor shield, and from the thin air, a silver shield that resists spells is made. Alan, who also floated on the bottomless darkness of the claw rift, also smiled. Tom, I actually decided to spend some time because I want to give you a little warning, but I will wait for you later. I'll tell you when I listen. We can simply float here. Voldemort's tone became a little impatient. Wait for one of the defenses to disappear first. A interesting shield, or my silver shield. But boy, do you want our duel to be so boring in front of all the wizards? Okay, you are right, Alan replied casually. He didn't pay attention to whether the Dark Lord really heard it. Then the voice in the shadow shield indicated that he began to cast another spell. The Dark Lord clasped it tightly. Wand, trying to identify the magic. Alan is about to prepare to defend against this spell, but to the surprise of the Dark Lord, magic came out behind the shadow shield, and Alan's phantom shifted quickly to himself in the air. He appeared near the Dark Lord and appeared at the bottom left of his more than 10 feet, then separated from him. With his right hand stretched out, the Dark Lord judged from the opponent's expression that the opponent's magic was successful. Then the pain from the left hand of the Dark Lord proves this. He is very proficient in black magic and knows that his vitality is passing from his left hand, which was held by Alan in the air. He glanced down at himself. The pale left hand that was still holding Silver Shield. The skin that began to wither and continue to spread proved this. They looked at each other as if their opponents were themselves in the mirror. Not far away, the surface of the shadow shield made by Alan quickly disintegrated, making a strange whine that even Voldemort was distracted, but the continued pain caused Voldemort to shake his head and apply magic to the vampire. Touch. And then Voldemort tried to open the distance to escape the opponent's casting range, but flew towards Alan, further shortening the distance between them and preparing to release another spell he had gathered earlier. The tip of the wand on the Dark Lord's right palm showed a bead with a black and red flame. He looked down at Alan. The pain in his left hand had disappeared, but Voldemort still retracted his right arm further, aiming at the white-haired man in front of him. The witch's face then threw this magic bead composed of chaos and evil power. Alan's cold eyes from his eyes, which seemed to look like a dead man, struck him, and he had dispelled the previous magic, and made a series of poems with an obscure of ancient magic written by a series of mysterious people unrecognizable. The composition spell quickly echoed between the two. The Dark Lord took the lead in launching an attack first, and Alan's movement in the air suddenly slowed down. The surrounding beads made by Voldemort became hot and the air became thinner. He felt difficulty breathing in his lungs, and a short explosion after the sound. It turned into a larger grunt bubble burst. Alan's Arcanist staff slammed into his own face due to the change in air pressure. After being hit by a deep prisoner skull on the top of the staff, Alan felt a little unconsciousness in his lower lip for a moment, which made him usually have no pain experience except the upper part of the High Court, because the soreness caused by the pain made the tears fill the eyes uncontrollably. The expression of the Dark Lord turned from a twisted excitement into a shock. His blaze of flames, which enriched the energy of the demons in the bottomless abyss, should have been released into a 7-step diameter burst after approaching the head of the boy in front of him. The fireball completely scorched his handsome face, but it all happened. A blue-black smoke shone in the air around Alan. Voldemort told himself that the energy of these smokes was also the kind he was most familiar with. When the heart beat half a time, these blue-black smokes were in a certain place. A vortex is formed under the distortion of this wind force, and Voldemort watched the magic bead he cast and the light it produced were absorbed into the vortex. Then the Dark Lord realized that it was not only his own magic, but he was also too close to it unconsciously. In the move, the mysterious person feels that his joints are gradually weak. His hands and feet are starting to tremble uncontrollably. The unprecedented weakness and sense of aging surround the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord's flying spells also lose their effectiveness, and the black mist he sucked away and showed a human shape and fell to the ground. Alan casts this spell as a level of energy absorbing that is similar to the advanced spell of the door to the outside world. www.mentalnovel.com. He opens a channel that connects the world of the caster with negative energy, and Alan himself becomes the link, the conductors of these two realms, drawing on the vitality and magic power of the subject. Dark Lord gave him a temporary supplement. After landing, Voldemort began to try to relieve himself of the damage he thought was cursed, but the sense of weakness told him that he was temporarily powerless, so he raised his silver shield in one hand. Damn Harris, what magic is this? Because of the extra temporary vitality and the absorption of some of the Dark Lord's chaotic magical powers, Alan looked a little more excited than before. He pulled his lower lip and touched it, and his expression was slightly fierce and cruel. After being hit by his own staff, he hit his teeth and formed a bite that has healed. Tom, I have to pay you back. What? The Dark Lord, who was still on the ground, responded. and then saw Alan also landed on the ground in the sky. My dad never hit me in the face. After Alan finished, he changed his staff to hold it with both hands and measured it, then put his eyes on Voldemort's bald head. It means, I have to pay you back. August 1st Chinese mobile version reading URL, m.81zw.us. Chapter 1026 Voldemort stepped on Lego barefoot. Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second, www.81zw.us. Then Alan rushed towards the Dark Lord, and like the ancient mole holding a stick, two hands waved the staff with a terrible power to the Dark Lord with a physical attack. The white-haired wizard had not seen it at all. The wounded face was angry. Voldemort was too late to speak. He could only raise the silver shield that he used to resist the magic spell. The test image mole generally uses it to withstand the physical attack of the wand of the boy in front of him. The power of the shadow makes this wand project itself. The shadow of Alan can cause this basic physical damage when Alan can swing his staff at a distance of 30 feet. The loud noise of the impact echoed in the empty mole park. And the next two came from Alan's heavy blast. The weakness of the Dark Lord in the previous spell and the pace of this attack staggered, and the fragments on the silver shield fell, cracked and scattered. This small shield edge was constantly smashed into small pieces. These scattered pieces also splashed through the pure black robe on the Dark Lord, leaving some wounds on him, but they were not fatal but only scratches. The Dark Lord wanted to cast spells and scold, but Alan's successive attacks did not give him this opportunity. After Alan had rushed to Voldemort's side, with the third contact of the top of his staff and the silver shield, the tip of the wand of the black prisoner who was burning with black flames burst out with a devil's scream, under the pain of the Dark Lord's left hand. This elaborately made silver shield was instantly restored to some metal powder in this duel, without shielding a magic spell. This shield was directly contact with Alan's staff was restored to the basic physical form before the magic item was made by the magic Duncan cracking technique contained therein. I want to give you back, Alan yelled triumphantly. He raised his staff and jumped up. Although he had no rules, he also waved the staff again with amazing speed and agility. The Dark Lord hadn't had time responding to the loss of a silver shield. She only had time to scream, and then rolled to the side instead of paying attention to the impression as before, barely avoiding the opponent's hands with a blow. In the place where he just fell, a crack was smashed on the concrete floor. The high temperature brought by the black flame splashed all the scorched black near the ground, the cement gravel and the fragments of the silver shield that shattered in the first two attacks. One place. Stop. We are not moles. We should use magic in the duel. The Dark Lord roared and stood up in a hurry. The dust on the ground made his black robe look very sloppy. Then you have to wait for me to talk to you again. Alan grinned. In fact, after continuous venting, he was no longer angry under the effect of the energy absorption just now. The weakened Voldemort was now weak. Dodging movements now seemed to show some signs of aging that are in his early 70s. And with Alan, who is less than 17, the scene was once like a bad boy trying to beat a bully with a stick. Old man. But the intense sense of humiliation it brought surrounded Tom Riddle, reminding him of the bullying he had suffered before he realized his ability in the orphanage. But Voldemort man was interrupted by his angry thoughts of revenge because Alan raised his huge staff and smashed at Voldemort. And this time he seemed to have found a combo technique, avoiding others sideways. At that time, he swept through the world. This forced Voldemort to jump and avoid in an unedged way. But Voldemort, who had already recovered his rhythm, was still in the air, and he threw it out with his wand in his hands. A waditude melon. Before jumping to the highest point, a green light approached Alan. Voldemort felt that he used the fastest life spell in his life. It's impossible for Lung to have time to use deformation to pull up a sufficiently high earth wall as an obstacle defense. But in Voldemort's eager gaze, Alan in front of him did not panic, and stopped the use of his staff to smash people. He just waved his hand to the ground as if he didn't care about the most powerful cast by the Dark Lord himself. He is good at deadly spells. In the involuntary gasp of the wizard's involuntary out-of-court, Just as the green light was about to hit Alan's head suddenly separated from the middle after being blurred, halved from the neck, and called the life curse straight from the middle without any hindrance through the split gap. What looks even more creepy and weird is that the eyes on the sides of Alan's head with black mist at the edge of Alan looked at Voldemort at the same time, with some ironic smiles. Look, the pain from the soles of the feet when he first fell to the ground, so that Voldemort could not care about the anxiety and fear caused by Alan using this bizarre way to avoid the attack, nor the current live broadcast, which could not maintain the image. After cursing the British native country, his pale snake face twisted instantly because of the pain, and he wrinkled into a group of hands that caressed his feet and didn't dare to touch them. The balding middle-aged witch who was holding his breath in the distance and dared not get out of the atmosphere gave a close-up of the expression on Voldemort's face through the live monitor. He saw the mysterious look of this mysterious person up close, and he was shocked. Taking a breath, I just felt that the sole of my foot seemed to be faintly painful too. Dumbledore didn't realize that he had subconsciously covered Harry with his old hands and still had some young and green eyes. Voldemort, who had just jumped, did not notice at all that, almost at the moment of his application, Alan swiftly cast and completed a deforming operation on the ground under his feet. The previous cement and silver shield fragments became the iron Lego toys suddenly appeared at the feet of Voldemort. The round bumps that the Lego toys had now turned into sharp cones with metallic luster. But Voldemort, who had always been used to not wearing shoes, just jumped up barefoot to avoid Alan's sweeping. After casting the spell, his attention was completely on Alan. Now he fell heavily, and his 2 feet were firmly stepped on. A few sharp and raised iron Lego, these small mole toys hit his feet directly. Until now, Lord Voldemort looked down at these sharp little things to find out what they were. He couldn't believe that what gave him such a pain was not something more magical than just something like a building block, and in order not to, it was even more embarrassing in the live broadcast, so that all the wizards saw their own embarrassed appearance. After the first explosion of Voldemort, he tried his best to restrain his desire to scream. His pale and hairless face reverted because of the redness. Some bloody, but persistent, uncontrollable pain made his 2 nostrils, which seemed to be shaking together as he raised his head. According to Mull's words, pain can be divided into 3 levels: pain, unbearable pain, the pain of stepping on Lego. Alan did not continue to pursue, but lifted his robe on his body, revealing the Olympics on his feet. Warlock leather boots. He lifted his feet and shook the bottom of the leather boots with anti-slip patterns as if they were to be shown to the Dark Lord. Tom. You know I am not too interested in the bloodline set, but no matter, my pureblood family has a decent education on how to maintain a pureblood wizard, or mole schools will teach children not to walk barefoot outdoors to avoid accidents. The famous Dark Lord is so you should also be in dress more carefully, so you will take less damage. Voldemort in the sore spot has no time to take care of Alan's sarcasm. He hides his anger and other emotions in his heart. After fighting, he kneels on the ground with his knees instead of the support of the feet. The Phantom moves away some distance. www.untilnovel.com. Taking advantage of Alan's lack of time to chase, he squatted on the ground and hurriedly waved his wand. With his movements, a rumbling sound came from the ground continued to tremble, and the door of the outside world composed of bones began to appear out of thin air. And just after Voldemort cast the summoning spell and let himself teleport to try to open the distance, Alan's hand without his wand waved, and the wizards who watched the duel were surprised when Voldemort appeared in shape. Exhaling, the bald wizard who had been monitoring the screen quickly moved his hands away from the instrument so as not to cause camera shake. But Voldemort, who had just reappeared, did not feel anything unusual. He seized the time and raised his legs stiffly, pointing his wand at his dusty and grassy feet. The tip of the stick shook slightly, and the Lego flew away from his feet, leaving a few marks of and voluminous depressions. Blood came out of those depressions, and the painful taste of the soles of the feet seemed to be written into the memory of the skin. Dark Lord did not intend to end this duel. He knew that this kind of magical injury could heal him quickly with just a little time. All the collections of ugliness, evil, and chaos are mapped, due to the brutal extreme spreading from the other side of the formed door to the other world, and began to gradually spread in this park. A huge monster flew out of the fall, standing between Alan and Voldemort. August 1st, Chinese mobile version reading URL, m.81zw.us. Chapter 1027? Holding My Pillow. Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. The appearance of this demon from the bottomless abyss is similar to the original bear. The outline is like a huge humanoid monster composed of flames and shadows, and it is like a shadow in The Wandering, and the whole body is burning with flaming flames. But, unlike bear, its head is more like a weird head of a cow and a sheep with its skin exposed, and its teeth are strangely shaped and sharp. So it is exposed on the face, the nose is wide and flat, and the body. The red muscle knot is worn in a variety of costumes made of woven and entangled thick metal chains. In the middle of the body, a ram's skull is hung as a goggle. The weapon is not a lightning sword like bear, but a giant flaming machete that uses both hands to make it easier to decapitate. It looks amazing. Seeing the summoned Ballow Flame Demon resisting in front of him, the mysterious man could not care about others in order to use healing as before, and he used mirroring on himself. Being the Dark Lord is different from Alan in the 4th grade. He can directly achieve the best effect of this magic, turning into 8 mirror images. Since the last duel with Alan after the Ministry of Magic War, Voldemort has changed the way he used her. Only like direct offensive defense. He no longer thinks that illusion is just a trick for incompetent wizards. He not only changed his attitude, but also learned by himself mirroring technique. As long as the Death Eaters arrange for the children who have taken the Alan class to meet up, there is no need to mention Voldemort just to take the mind through the traceless telepathy. The children learned about the spells that Alan had taught. Counting the body instantly, 9 Voldemort appeared on the field, and they used the same action to point their wands at the bottom of their feet, and they made a healing as before against the dirty big feet. So those on the feet, the remaining Lego marks disappeared in an instant. Voldemort used himself to heal as before, and looked up at Alan, who had no movement or reaction except for pulling out his pockets. He sneered, deliberately retaliating to imitate the other party's order in Alan's 5th grade war. It was the thorny deep prisoner's tone of refining magic, pointing at Alan and shouting, "Kill that white-haired." Boom boom. Ballow Flame Demon erupted into a powerful breath, which caused himself to burst into flames all around him and Alan. But Alan's freeze-fire curse made him deliberately tease moles like those in the Middle Ages. The sorcerer who executed the fire was generally safe from the fire. Unlike the demons who like to study tactics, this demon didn't care about the effect of his first spell-like effect. He already raised the giant flame scimitar in his hand, and rushed to Alan with its mountain-like shape. There are several steps. These demons living in the bottomless abyss are good at using brute force to solve all problems. Their huge size occupies an innate advantage. Harris boy, don't think that these moves can only be learned by yourself. What about your avatars? No more chances. The mysterious man who is about to heal will make a mockery. But his eyes and the beginning it is full of more fearful colors than already. The Dark Lord knows from the brains of the Death Eaters that the white-haired boy in front of him can create and mirror different avatars, so that the avatars have the effect of real spellcasting abilities. And now Alan seems to have no meaning yet, as he also thought that he had suffered a small loss, and began to try to let his summon monster first try out the reason for the other party. And the demon was about to rush in front of Alan. It had begun to raise its giant scimitar to split the small dots in front of his eyes, so that his internal organs were spilled on the scene. Accompanied by a sharp roar, the devil screamed openly. It's the mouth with sharp fangs. He has almost held the flame machete and hit the head of Alan, who is not dodged and very calm. but the knife is only halfway. Ah! In the next moment, the running demon emptied the entire demon. It loosened the scimitar's arm and waved it in vain. But in vain in an instant. The illusion on the ground by Alan, who had not been moving, was due to the directness of the demon. Touching and failing, an arched door to the outside world composed of countless skulls screaming silently appeared on the ground, just different from the previous door that was perpendicular to the ground and erected. It was tiled on the ground, like a pit. The demon stepped in. The other side of the door to the outside world is a burned, gravel-filled wasteland, a stream full of blood flowing slowly on the wasteland, and the sky is filled with blood-red light. When the demon fell into the trap, Alan pulled a pillow from his pocket and threw it at the other side, holding my pillow. Of a news? No, the falling demon had not yet passed through the door of the outside world at this time. It subconsciously took the pillow and continued screaming screamingly, sifted with fear like a chaff, and finally was helpless. Falling into the door of the outside world, it looks like it was swallowed by the skull-filled door of the outside world. This is from the bottomless abyss, except for the strangest demon lords. The most advanced Barlow Flame demon is so brave the earth alone fell into the base camp of the demons, the enemy of the devil. Waste. Voldemort had just let his foot rest on the flat ground again, the feeling of healing and no pain. Voldemort, who had recovered a little bit of spirit, saw this scene. He originally intended to revenge the Ministry of Magic in the same way. The Dark Lord, Aslan did, saw his summoning creatures turned away by Alan's magic. However, although he knew that he was at a disadvantage, he was also very surprised by Alan's use of curses, and the humiliation and anger made Voldemort not give up the idea of revenge. He felt that although he seemed to have suffered some losses at present, the other party, the insidious and cunning methods used, will not really cause huge harm to Themselves in the current erosion. The other party has not shown overwhelming magic. Voldemort turned his bright red eyes to Alan, and gave a sharp smirk. Boy, I have to admit that you played cleverly. Voldemort looked angrily in front of his eyes and squinted Alan with a smile. This expression looked in Voldemort's eyes. He only felt that the other party was particularly abominable. He cast several life-throwing spells in succession, but all of them were used by Alan. Escaped. But I want to see how many spells you can catch me. Let me see when I can laugh again. Voldemort snorted and looked at the foggy Alan in front of him. But suddenly he felt a strange look on his face, and the forcibly suppressed laughter on the sidelines also reached his ears. When Voldemort looked at his mirror from side to side, he saw the 8 splendid, red and yellow Gryffindor scarves hanging on their shoulders, www.untilnovel.com, and the pure black robe on his chest. I didn't know when he was sewed a logo of the Hogwarts Gryffindor branch by Alan. From the beginning of Voldemort's summoning and wanting to find a chance for treatment, Alan continued secretly adding these costumes to the other party. It seems that the Dark Lord is wearing a Gryffindor uniform. What made Voldemort noticed was that it now had a pair of large black round-framed glasses slipping on its nose without a nose, which was the pair of glasses that Alan had borrowed from Harry, and his bald head appeared. A traditional German men's feather felt hat. The feathers on the hat were now gently swaying with the night wind. Luna's hat before playing to win the red nose. Old Man Grimson is now covered in the Dark Lord's bear on the head. As if the eyes were stabbed by the dazzling red and gold underneath, Voldemort's slender nasal canal twitched, the mouth without lips twisted horror. The original angry red eyes even became a little hollow, and the angry began to tremble. Voldemort, there was a cold wave all over him, and Voldemort couldn't think about anything else. He planned to fight desperately with the in front of him. Wait a moment, Tom, I'm still a little. Alan saw the mysterious trembling coldly, and quickly waved his hand. Sorry. Did the movement of putting on the hat and glasses make you feel too much? August 1st, Chinese mobile version reading URL, m.81zw.us. Chapter 1028, Blood Wizard Tom Riddle, you are assigned to Gran. Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second, www.81zw.us. Voldemort, wrapped in anger and humiliation, couldn't even hear the outside world. He raised his wand and wanted to cast revenge, but Alan's wandless spell casted faster, flying, while using the ability of the spell sequence. He let the crackling blue lightning wrap around these iron Lego toys. The combination of the 10,000 bullets and the lightning spell made those sharp protrusions reflect the cold light under the electric light. Flying towards Voldemort from all angles, Voldemort hummed his wrist and changed the direction of the wand, shaking. The tinkling sounds sounded. These iron Legos seemed to hit a wall, emitting a little blue light, as can be seen from the blinking point of this light. This armored body cast by Voldemort kept him completely unharmed. But this time, it also made other mirror fantasy that could not really cast a spell. At the moment when the Legos who were stimulated by thousands of bombs touched it, they were like blistered blisters and disappeared. Ding dong. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed from the open space on the ground, and then, there were several dull sounds of metal falling on the ground. It turned out that the arched door of the alien world that was composed of countless skulls screaming on the ground began to compress inwards, getting smaller and smaller, and before completely disappearing, the ram skull carried by the demon before the headgear and metal chain clothing fragments flew back, and there were yellow-green bloodstains and near-visceral residues on the residue, and the ballow flame demon died. It would immediately be in the dazzling flash explosion. Alan and Voldemort were not affected as much as the current audience. Voldemort noticed that Alan started waving again after the spell was cast, so he didn't lift the shield until he faced each other, but unexpectedly felt a forehead pain. This Alan attack did not come from outside the shield of the mysterious man, but from the inside of the shield. The feather hat on Voldemort's head hadn't come rushed down. The feather on the hat was under the command of Alan. As if someone had manipulated an invisible hand, and scratched a scar of lightning marks on Voldemort's forehead. The location of the scar was almost the same as the scar on the top of Harry's head, but the essence was just a little skin trauma. But the thing is not over. It's just the beginning. The featherless hat on top of Voldemort's head twisted, and a wide slit was cracked at the edge of the hat, like a mouth. Hat and Hogwarts branch. A similar voice from the hat began to roar loudly, "Tom Riddle, the half-blood wizard, you are assigned to Gryffindor." On the other side, outside the village of Otteris-an-Capel, the dark colors of fields and clusters of trees at night, the pattern appears quiet and gloomy. But a crooked house not far from the village, the orange light revealed by the window was particularly warm. See the leader of the extreme wizard Pure Blood on the terrorist organization Death Eaters, the initiator of the outbreak of the Wizarding War because of the extreme rejection of Muls, Mull-born wizards and descendants of wizards who can't cast magic. That name can't be mentioned. The man, the most dangerous black wizard Voldemort, Tom Riddle in history, was dressed as Harry Potter by Alan, and was assigned to Gryffindor by the fake branch hat on the head, which caused everyone to laugh. The burrow is full the merrier. Alan's talent for mischief is more amazing than his talent for magic. Fred whistled excitedly, slapped Ron's lap with a slap, and Ron's fangs grinned. Joe. I mean Ron, which is much better than what George and I have to do. Alan should personally participate in our joke shop, which is more promising than what he would be a principal. Fred, I haven't asked you to settle the fireworks with George. Mrs. Weasley puffed up her chest like a bullfrog and glared at his son. You will cause trouble for us. The two of you didn't experience the horror of the mysterious people after the First War, my brother and they. Molly didn't say, a little sobbing. She looked at the home clock with 9 hands on it. Each needle worriedly. All the names of the Weasley family are engraved on it. Where the clock face should be marked with numbers, write a series of places or states that each family member may be in, including home, school, work, on the road, missing, hospital, prison and lethal danger. Sorry Mom. Fred didn't quibble as usual, knowing that her mother remembered her 2 brothers Fabian Pruitt and Gideon Pruitt who were killed by Death Eaters in the First War. He apologized decisively. Ginny saw that Voldemort was very similar to Harry after Alan's dress, and showed such a grooey grin under the close-up of the TV station, and also laughed with the brothers, but remembered that he just laughed the happiest, learning about Fred's frowning frown. After she began to worry again, after going back to Hogwarts, Harry would be joked about this matter by others. Some Eon would call her boyfriend Harry the mysterious person, Gryffindor's Dark Lord and the like, and whether they will be described as the girlfriends of the mysterious people. Thinking of this situation, the smile is frozen in the corner of Ginny's mouth. This situation will definitely reduce people's fear of the mysterious man. Arthur, who was nursing his wand, also smiled, and then noticed the wife who was focusing on the clock, and smiled back. If Lon can show more power than the mysterious man, it would be even better to let the mysterious man realize that Alan is his unbeatable opponent. Otherwise, I worry about being mysterious by such a bullying all the time. I mean, Light has always been right. The mysterious man's mischief may drive him crazy to revenge the British magic world. I just saw Harry. Ron stared at the corner of the TV with regret, but the camera flashed back to the lightning scar on Voldemort's forehead. But why didn't Dumbledore send him when they duel go? Boom! A bright green flame suddenly appeared in the grate of the fireplace in the Burrow living room. Bill appeared in the middle of the flame and spun around like a spinning top. After a few seconds, he crossed the grate and stood on the brick of the Burrow on the way. He's still wearing Harry's clothes, like other pretenders, has already changed his appearance. Arthur, who was originally paralyzed on the sofa in the living room, saw the movement of the fireplace. He quickly wiped a few wands on his hand, and then put him back into the waist holster, and saw that it was fully recovered. The original fireplace asked, "How about Sirius? Was it caught by the Ministry of Magic?" "No, when the Eras came over, he sent me back to the Sirius ancestral house. But he didn't worry about Harry, and the Phantom was over, and I came back to safety by flying powder." Bill afterwards quickly grabbed the mother who had been scared before embracing herself and in turn gave her a hug. "Bill, have you seen George?" Molly crossed Bill's shoulder and looked worriedly at the wall clock again. Although the pointer belonging to George was still safe, just think of George this time. In the face of the fierce Death Eaters and the risk of being arrested by the Ministry of Magic, she was still uneasy to see George standing peacefully in front of herself. "Mom," Fred said, "Professor George McGonagall with George." Ron emphasized on the sofa. "To me, he might be safer than Harry in a sense. That's Professor McGonagall, who is not afraid of her." "What, Ron? Do you mean that Harry is in danger?" Ginny glared angrily, trying to find Harry's voice on TV again. "Mom, George is fine. Professor McGonagall took him faster than me and Sirius. I even felt that the Ministry of Magic's arrest of our family and Sirius was significantly less than others." Bill recalled the situation just now, thoughtfully. "I guess it's probably because of the better relationship between Dad and Sirius and the Harris family, so to speak." www.mtlnovel.com. Molly, the natural curse. Before wiping the era with the long tail of Yi-Chi, he deliberately let me and Fred come back. Arthur cheered his wife, then he worriedly said, "But the mad-eyed man was caught." Today's action just broadcast the information on TV. It is estimated that our Phoenix Club this time. "I'm back." George's voice rang at the door. Molly and Arthur rushed out of the living room, walked through the kitchen, and saw Professor George and McGonagall at the door and Freddy not far away. Fred had just sent it out. After hearing the twin brothers, George looked slightly embarrassed at this time, but he was in a good state of mind and was obviously not hurt. It was Professor McGonagall, who had always combed his tidy hair bun to the sides of his cheeks. "Great. Fine." Molly wanted to rush to hug her son, but Professor McGonagall waved her hand directly, nodded to Molly, stopped them from approaching, and stopped. "Sorry, Mrs. Weasley, I have a few questions to make sure." Unlike the McGonagall, who maintains her manners at all times in peacetime, her hand still firmly held her wand and did not put it away. August 1st Chinese mobile version reading URL m.81zw.us. Chapter 1029. Countless Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. Professor McGonagall, what are you? Molly said in amazement, her eyes squinting round the magic wand in McGonagall's hand. "Mother, Professor McGonagall is confirming our identity. Bill explained that his hand was also pressed on his mother's arm. The mysterious man can appear so timely tonight, indicating that our transfer of Harry's news is leaking. By the way, if none of us betrayed the Order of the Phoenix, it is likely that someone was impersonated. Sorry, I neglected. Arthur was a little embarrassed by his own rashness, but he seemed to have adjusted his attitude when he apologized, looked at Bill and the opposite McGonagall with his eyes, and his hands were off his waist. The wand in the room came a little closer. So what is the last sentence that Malwa, Dumbledore said before the action? Harry is our most precious hope. Believe him. The female dean of Gryffindor dressed in emerald green robes was very serious at this time. After she answered, she no longer controlled Arthur, but let her eyes be on Bill. There was a slight shift in the high ponytail in Fred's face. This made Fred unconsciously hold his breath, rubbed his nose nervously, and straightened his body habitually. George saw the tension in his brother and couldn't help opening his mouth to try to relieve the atmosphere. Fred, I thought you were going to date Angelina after your busy schedule. Why are you so? Sorry, Professor. Professor McGonagall withdrew his serious gaze through the square spectacle lens and turned himself to face Bill. Mr. William Weasley, when you first took my transfiguration class in the first grade, follow my animagus creed. Bill put his hands in his trouser pockets. His gaze met McGonagall, and he answered without hesitation, it's me, Professor. A commendable achievement, Mr. William Weasley. The next one to do so after your graduation is Mr. Alan Harris. Professor McGonagall nodded slightly, then turned his attention to Fred. So Mr. Fred Weasley, how many times did I punish your brothers in your 7th grade? Fred scratched his face and scratched his head. He couldn't remember the specific number, so he looked at George for help, but he saw that his twin brother was also a constipated expression at this time. This member of one of the duo who may have done the most mischief during the school since Hogwarts was founded. Looking at Professor McGonagall's serious face, he became more dismayed and said with a stuttering face, uncountable, Professor. It seems that you are indeed Mr. Fred Weasley, Professor McGonagall said in a very serious tone, and the expression seemed to bear a smile and nodded in recognition. She finally recovered the wand in her hand. Seeing this instead of being recognized, Molly struck Fred in disapproval. To be honest, Fred mumbled and jumped aside. After Molikong hit the second time, he rushed over and hugged George in his arms. George, who was not flexible, could only be hugged by his mother in front of everyone in this way that made him feel a little shameful. Sorry, Mrs. Weasley, we are a little late. McGonagall twids his temples behind his ears. Mysterious men seem to think that the person I brought may be the real Harry. I was also entangled. I didn't continue to go back to the safe room as planned, but brought Fred directly. Arthur, what the is going on? Let's talk about it first. Molly can give you something to drink. Arthur clapped hands to greet everyone into the house. Milva, wait to go in and watch TV. I'll tell you something and you understand. The whole family went into the house without incident, which made Molly feel better. She went to the kitchen, and everyone else was already in front of the TV, watching the live broadcast of the duel between Voldemort and Alan on the TV. Arthur was talking to McGonagall, who didn't know much about the current situation because of his escape. I think I can drink some wine to celebrate. Molly brought out the washed fruits and some homemade cakes, and also called Mr. Kieozu to take a few bottles of honey wine and a few glasses, and she pulled out the corks. After pouring the wine into the glass, it was distributed to several adult wizards present to see Ron and Ginny's eyes, and then let them go to the kitchen to get some pumpkin juice, butterbeer or something. Separate the mysterious man to Gryffindor. People have been talking about it for many years. Arthur smiled, even redness on his bald head. Alan shouldn't have dressed the mysterious man like Harry. Ginny was a little irritable after hearing for many years. Ron watched the picture on TV where the duel became normal. Ginny, but honestly I just thought it was funny. George looked at her sister and knew what she was thinking, and deliberately laughed. Sister, Are you the girlfriend who rejected the mysterious man Dark Lord Harry Voldemort Potter? This will make Gryffindor mocked. Professor McGonagall took a sip of mead and disagreed, but her expression was more relaxed and pleasing than when she first came. Fortunately, Alan Mr. Harris, when he was a student, he didn't show his tone. Professor McGonagall suddenly stood up from the sofa. This abrupt action attracted everyone's attention without waiting for them to ask. I saw Professor McGonagall put an index finger on his lip in one hand and motioned for silence. The Weasleys somehow saw Professor McGonagall's expression dignified, pulled out his wand, and moved to the window to check the movement outside. The cheerful atmosphere inside the house was suddenly suspended, and the atmosphere of the quiet room gradually became tension. Molly habitually looked up at the wall clock on the wall, and her hair fell instantly. The pointers of everyone in the house were pointing at danger. She conditionedly pulled out her wand, twisted her head and dragged Arthur, and was hit. The husband's worried eyes. After quieting down, the wizards in the living room vaguely heard the sound of an uneven footstep stepping over the depression. There was a large overgrown garden behind the burrow, and there was a green with many frogs in it. Large pond, and around the pond is a depression covered with reeds. Arthur and Bill glanced at each other and nodded. Then he clenched his wand and whispered, "Auror won't come from here. Draw your wand. Stay at home and don't run around." The kitchen walked towards the yard. www.untitled.com. The twin brothers jumped up and followed. McGonagall took a few steps and stopped. She looked at Molly and Ron Ginny, who was behind her, and said, "Mrs. Weasley, I don't think I should be scattered so that I can't see each other at this time. You take care of the children and go out with us behind us." Molly, who didn't want her husband and sons to take risks separately, nodded. She dragged Ginny in her hand without hesitation and shouted to Ron, "Ron, wait for you. I am optimistic about Ginny behind me, and if you dare to run around, I swear that next year you will have to wear Charlie's old school uniform all year long and there will be no new ones." Ron felt that he had been treated unfairly, and some who were not convinced why he was the only one of all the siblings who was warned, but he didn't say much in this possible danger, but just pulled out his wand and talked vigorously. Behind her mother, the wizards in the burrow quickly ran to the yard, and among the rustling trees and bushes, more black shadows began to fall boldly from the sky, surrounding the burrow group, blocking the front and back roads. These eaten to death the black wizards dressed only, their eyes gleaming in the crevices of the hood or mask, and a dozen sharp wands pointed at the burrow. August 1st. Chinese mobile version reading URL m.81zw.us. Chapter 1030. Return of Fireworks. Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. The Death Eaters had just phantom shifted to the ground, and their wands spewed out fiery flames and fiery spells. The magical flame instantly ignited the tool shed, the chicken coop, and devoured the turf on the ground. However, the fierce fires of the stars began to transform into a large group of beasts composed of fire, fire snake, chimera and fire dragon, who roared towards the crooked burrow. Seeing that her love house was burnt and surrounded, the adults also forced themselves to focus on the enemy. Ginny has quickly used Lihuo to curse and successfully exterminated some monsters. She's now very grateful that she participated in AI last year Luna's course. Systematically learned this spell. At that time, the Death Eaters obviously did not want to give them the time and opportunity to save. Their wand shot a little more flame, but after landing, they will quickly grow and become stronger and stronger until they become monster forms. Arthur glared at the opposite Death Eater. Recognizing Fenrir Greyback, he hurried forward, and the red, bare head was covered with sweat, and he blocked George and Fred behind himself. He was very heavy and shouted to his wife, "Molly, don't let them manage the house. We have to hold on for a while." Who brought the alarm badge? Report to the Ministry of Magic. Mine is in my coat. Bill, what about you? Molly rushed out a little annoyed too quickly. Damn, we changed our clothes and didn't bring that. Bill released the armor curse and shouted, "Today, Most of the eras of the Ministry of Magic were transferred to the duel and support the attacked moles area. The Arasant capital village, the wizarding base, has far fewer errors than usual. Ron, don't run around. In the crackling burning, Fenrir Greyback's grisly face appeared in front of the fire, because it was not a full moon, and still maintaining human form. He exposed his sharpened teeth and called frantically, "Tau, the twins of the Weasleys, this Dark Lord received your salute in return, isn't it nice? It's a pity they didn't come to place an order for you too." McGonagall took a few steps while holding his wand gracefully. "The mysterious man seems to have ordered his men to use this blind spot. I think these gentlemen will not stay here for too long, and the Aurors who stay here will see that they will ask for support soon." George and Fred looked at the already lit house with tears in their eyes. "Sorry Mom, we are in a bit of a disaster this time." "Don't blame you dear." Molly shook her head freely. "Since you can chase mysterious popularity to the beat and come home, your firework must be excellent. Only let that armor protect." Molly quickly cast an iron armor spell and flew a coma spell that shot at her because of what she just said. "Ginny, after standing over me, you come too." "Ron, don't run around." "I didn't run around. Why do I think I would run around?" Ron was still trying to use the universal anti-curse and all the spells to try to extinguish the flames of his house, but the presence of those fierce monsters made his efforts became futile. With a loud bang, Ron's upper left window burst open suddenly, and a group of black soldiers broke through a burrowed wooden wall. On the roof, he appeared as a Death Eater with a hood covering his face. He asked Fred. A life-threatening spell was shot, but Fred was pulled away by his father Arthur because the casting distance was too far, and the spell hit the place not far from his original position. But seeing that his son was attacked with an unforgivable mantra, this angered the crowd to let them fight back instantly, and the fighting between the two sides started. In the blazing fire, the Death Eaters continued to approach the burrow, and their number was far more than the number of people in the burrow, and from time to time new Death Eaters teleported from afar. Arthur, Molly, McGonagall, and Bill stood in a semicircle, protecting the twins, Ginny, and Ron behind them. However, in the face of the aggressive attacks of the Death Eaters, they can only defend as hard as they can. Fortunately, as members of the Order of Phoenix, they experienced the First Wizarding War. They are very rich in combat experience, and like Ginny performed even better than her twin brother, they successfully pulled up some mounds as the first time. With obstacles, she made time for the adults to make super armor shields. Molly held the wand in a flexible manner that did not match her figure. Some magic spells she could cast without even chanting and swinging her cane. Her other hand also kept her daughter behind her. Ginny also not losing his mother. After bulging up some mounds, he began to wrap the face of a Death Eater in his own booger with a familiar Batman curse. Miss Weasley's excellent transfiguration. Horace is a good compliment, indeed a good bat curse. Professor McGonagall's wand whizzed in the air as the Dean of Hogwarts Gryffindor Professor of Transfiguration. She has become the main force. She uses the silent spell technique in many spells to let her fight while talking with others. A tall hooded Death Eater arrived in the scene. McGonagall, waving his wand at the flames caused by the blazing flames spreading on the roof of the burrow, the flames rolled into a fireball and fell into a ring of fire, flying towards the masked Death Eater like a rope. Ginny just wanted to thank Professor McGonagall, but Molly was pulled to the other side, and the words were choked in her throat before she could say it. McGonagall also retaliated and directed some of the burning burrows to fly into a huge black snake, flew towards the Death Eaters, and then blasted it into black smoke for a few seconds. The black smoke inside deformed and solidified into a dense dagger, chasing the Death Eater attacking around them. Several spells struck Bill, and the magical power contained therein was very shocking. The three Death Eaters surrounded the outstanding wizard, even though Bill was the best graduate a few years ago and Gilling's excellent solution. Curseman. He can easily cast iron armor spells with his wand and bounce those spells back, but under the continuous attack of the other three people, he can only barely protect himself. and the ponytail behind Bill's head also follows his constantly waving arms. The body leans forward and back, and constantly stirs up and down. In order to alleviate the pressure on family members and students, Arthur as the parent and McGon as the dean obviously stood on the outer circle more deliberately than others, trying to attract firepower for others. At least 7 Death Eaters are attacking them, some of them still laughing and talking in words they do not understand. Fenrir Greyback is on the side. They look like cats teasing dying insects. Arthur's bare forehead was covered with sweat beads, but he didn't care about wiping at all, and threw a super armor body curse at the Death Eaters, struggling to cover the Twining brothers' curse. This middle-aged man, although good at countering evil curses, never experienced such a test. He resisted hard, his thin body exaggerated from left to right, and his posture looked very embarrassed. "Hurry up. The remaining error is here," said a weird pronunciation of a Death Eater in a muffled voice. The Point Breaker stopped in the past, and Milva McGonagall has more time for us here. Arthur saw a green and red light flying outside the village very close to the burrow. He knew that the errors who were stationed in the village of Otri-Sant-Capel had come, which made it feel like they had already fought. Arthur's spirits were uplifted as long as these errors reported things. Other reinforcements would soon arrive. But just seeing that there was little time left, the Death Eaters suddenly increased their attack strength. The fragments of the spell cursed on the glass and the scattered wood chips made the small courtyard of the burrow a mess. Because he was careless for a while, Arthur had a petrified spell that he didn't know from which direction he shot. In an instant he fell straight down like a slate. Only his eyes were still active. The grey-faced Weasleys spent all their energy just to defend Ginny, and their cheeks were all scratched by the fragments of the spell explosion. Now the situation is not enough to attack, and they can't stop the Death Eaters from approaching. I can't do it either. And seeing that their defense is about to be broken, www.untilnovel.com. Fortunately, George Lee, who was always behind the twins behind Arthur, threw out an invisible smoke bomb to cover Asia. The situation in front of him, he threw a bait bomb and scrambled out to attract the attention of the Death Eaters. This short time for the twins of another twin began to lift the petrified curse for his father. But this made Professor McGonagall on the other side the next target of the Death Eaters. Under the siege of this young witch, he avoided the life-threatening curse spell, but at least represented 3 coma spells. The red light hit her, in front of the burning burrow. She became so bright in a flash, emitting a weird red light. Then she rose into the air, fell heavily on the ground, and no longer moved. When the smoke dissipated, Arthur just stood up and saw Fenrir Greyback screaming wildly. Even though he was still a humanoid figure, he also uttered a wolf, and began to approach them from a distance, trying to pounce. The Weasleys who were behind McGonagall were completely exposed to the Death Eaters' attack. Fenrir Greyback and several Death Eaters worked together to dispel the super armor shield. He deliberately opened his mouth to show his teeth, pointing his fingers at the sharp points. "Shiver, boys, just like I just told you that this is the return from the Dark Lord." August 1st Chinese mobile version reading URL m.81zw.us. Chapter 1031. Escape from Death. Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. Let me go. A masked wizard next to him reached out and stopped Fenrir, squeezing his voice somberly and raising his wand. "See." Hiss. Greyback looked at the other person dissatisfiedly, just wanting to call out the other's name, and was suddenly pulled by another masked Death Eater beside him. "Shut up, idiot. Make sure you are facing a Death Eater." Lucius, who was also wearing a mask, sneered coldly. He greeted Greba, who was not marked with the Death Eater because of his werewolf status. Whose skull did cause some people around him had no way to report to Alan. Lucius was a little anxious. Although he hated the Weasley family, he used to attack the other party to break the house as much as possible. He thought of Alan at this time. There were also spies among the mysterious people, and some doubting Snape's motives. He helped out and stopped Greyback. "Molly, take the children with the Phantom and go first." "Bill is sorry, you need to stay with me for a while," Arthur called behind. "Of course, Father." Bill simply cast his armor again. Molly understands the meaning of her husband and Bill. If the whole family teleports together now, it is very dangerous to be attacked during the atomization. This father and son wanted to buy time for them, but Molly just pulled the child. It felt like Ginny broke free of her hand, and she looked up at the children's eyes to understand what they meant, and didn't talk to the children as usual. The Arthur, Weasleys, and Pruitt didn't sacrifice family traditions. Humphrey, stupid shame. Lucius sniffed with a mask, so ignorant of the Weasleys made him feel very difficult. Snape, who was wearing a mask, didn't speak. He directly raised his hand and quickly shot an Avada spell at Fred, but was flexibly hid by the other party, and he aimed at the turn of his wand. George worrying about his twin brother. At the moment when the danger seemed to be coming, George only felt his ears warm. He could only grab the thin wooden stick, his only weapon, and at the same time he heard Fred's angry shouting. Then, the world gradually became pain and a blur, and the warm, sticky feeling on the side of his head told him that he was bleeding a lot. Fred? Arthur, who had just replied, was pale, his eyes slanted, and he aimed at Snape, who hurt his son, with his wand. Bill just stunned a Death Eater with a coma spell. Hearing his father's unseen roar and raising his head, he saw the werewolf Greyback rushing towards his father from the side, and was focusing on attacking. Arthur did not notice at all. Too late to do other reactions, Bill fell on Arthur's body, which exposed his body to Bill unreservedly. Avoiding inevitable, Bill had to eat the werewolf's shock. Greyback roll with Bill. Ha ha. Let Greyback play with the kid. With a pale doe-like face and a pair of small green bin eyes, a small witch with a shaved shoulder called to another black wizard who looked like her. Amicos, give Weasley's parents some color to see. Torture. A man with a stout, hunched back, and a weird-mouthed man with a weird grin on his face shook his wand. A torture curse shot and hit Arthur, who was pushed to the ground. The arms and legs of Arthur, who wanted to attack the werewolf, were twisted in an irregular way. Instantly heart-pounding bones in this black magic and unforgivable mantra only directly affect the physical body of the subject rather than the soul and spirit. "How dare you!" Mrs. Weasley yelled. She pushed Ginny over to Fred and asked him to protect his sister. "Will I give you a chance to bring Ginny and Leo to you later?" Mirage alien finds Dumbledore to help. Not many words. She didn't wait for Fred's reaction, and the other hand cast a barrier with a silent spell and knocked out Amicos, who was continuing to abuse her husband, and then flicked off the shawl, freed two arms, and then the magic wand bounced off the spell of Electo Carlo in the Carlo brothers and sisters. And while Amicos tried to get scared, another Death Eater with a foreign accent was slightly insidiously making his wand tip glow with green light, and he raised his wand with a grin. The green light reflected in the eyes of Arthur, who couldn't attack. Suddenly, this Death Eater hadn't even come to spell a word, and was cut off by a small black shadow flying over the sky. The head of the black wizard when the grunt rolled down to his waist. The whistling sound of the black shadow just passed to other people's ears. The black wizard's body stayed in place with a stick held up for a few seconds. Fell to the ground. What the? After Amicos and Carlos' brother and sister got up and lost their weight and fell to the ground, he found his leg was cut off by a flying axe. The Death Eaters clenched their wands in fright and looked in the direction of the flying axe. I saw a guy dressed in 3 fully armed knights rushing down the hillside. They were much taller than ordinary people, wearing black tone metal armor. The 2 knights at the beginning carried a long-handled axe on their shoulders, and the 2 Viking flying axes hanging around their waists were one less than the one behind. The Death Eaters recognized that this was the Death Knight who had been on the Harris family of television before, so that these people were running towards the burrow in the night at an unimaginable speed, and looking at the traces of the overwhelming plants behind them. The source was right. It was standing alone in the night on the top of the mountain. That quirky house looked like a giant chess piece, and that was the Lovegood house. When a new round of fighting broke out in the burrow, the duel scene in the small park, whether it was in front of the wizard TV or a handful of wizards who were fortunate to watch at close range, was not like the ones after the duel. In the duel, like the previous campus bullying, the dazzling duel made them a bit dumbfounded. Whether they used or would not use the magic, they were shocked and unfamiliar, and what surprised them even more was the situation at the duel. Known as the most dangerous black wizard in history, ordinary people dare not even call their second-generation Black Demon King. At this time he was barely supporting the body standing. His hat and glasses were gone, but the Gryffindor scarf around his neck was twisted and twisted on his body before he took it off. The black robe on his body became a ragged piece of cloth, barely covering the body, and the exposed body was all over. The wound cut by the blade continued to ooze out blood. Sweat rolled down from the top of his head, filled with cobwebs due to the electric shock, and the fingers holding the wand were trembling slightly, staring red eyes panting gaspingly. And the expression on Alan's face, which was not much different from the previous one, was still calm, and the hand holding the staff was still stable. He brushed back the hair scattered on his forehead back and back, and then looked at Voldemort indifferently. The deputy understatement did not seem to be affected by this matchup. "Tom, I think you should understand it now. You are not my opponent now compared to the 5th grade." Seeing Alan speak, Voldemort's wand pointed at himself. www.untitled.novel.com. In a blink of an eye, the magic robe, shattered and broken by the duel, was restored to its original state. Alan's voice came over. "The last duel, you gave me the opportunity to comb my hair and change my clothes, and now we are clear." Voldemort looked at Alan, who hadn't given him a chance to change his clothes at this time. He was pretending to be generous at this time. The indescribable humiliation and anger made him angry. The boy in front of him was born pure blood, and he also got the favor of the founder of Hogwarts. Will only surpass himself at this age. If you have his luck. Voldemort's eyes widened, and he tried to suppress the jealousy and anger in the duel, but the corner of his mouth was still not convinced to squeeze out, "Harris, you are only born with better luck than me." "It's better." "Tom, it seems that you know nothing about luck." Alan shook his head and sighed. "It's useless. You can't kill me at all." Voldemort opened his eyes viciously, and the remaining reason told him that he should not continue the following topics. But the anger and jealousy and the feeling of humiliation engulfed him and let him blurt out, "Don't think you can look down on me. You can't kill me. Do you know the Horcrux? I've escaped death." August 1st, Chinese mobile version. Reading URL m.81zw.us. Chapter 1032. Stamp. Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. Alan, in front of Voldemort, just raised his lips contemptuously without opening. Two phantom-shaped black mist appeared next to him. The mysterious man's pupils stretched out. His red eyes stared at the suddenly appearing to Alan. He was vertical, as pupils condensed because of restlessness. The name Voldiort comes from French Voldiort, which means escape from death. And Alan's avatar waved his fingers and used illusion to make the name Voldemort appear in front of him, and let them separate into such a sentence. "Tom, of course I know I am so scared of death. You know my sister-in-law's background, so my French is not bad." "Tom, what do you think this is?" Another Alan avatar pulled out Voldemort's demon magic book and a uniquely curved wand-like wand that shook in front of Voldemort. Identified the magic book in the pale big hand that Voldemort screamed, screaming at the mysterious man, clenched together fiercely. "What have you done?" "You went where you shouldn't be." Immediately, before he closed his mouth, he sprayed a flame towards the Alan avatar holding the thing, and a green light flew out of Voldemort's wand and shot at Alan's body. Author's note: the only place where Voldemort felt a little emotional change in the original book, except when applying for a job with Dumbledore, screamed like this after Bella was killed by Molly. Without taking things, Alan's avatar easily blocked the magical flame with a shadow shield for the avatar holding the thing, and Alan's deity squinted in disdain to face the cable still far away from him. Life spell. What happened next broke the common sense of the wizards who watched this duel. Alan's deity didn't move position or let himself atomize Dobby, nor did he use morphing to pull up obstacles. He just stared at Voldemort's shot. A fierce life spell was coming, and after the green light flew a short distance again, it suddenly turned around without any signs and flew back towards its creator. Voldemort was dizzy with anger, and he used a life-spelling spell on Alan without thinking about it. He didn't even consider the distance between him and Alan at the time. This kind of fight had been avoided by Alan in the duel just now. The next life spell will not threaten the other party at all. But now that this life-spelling curse was halfway back, this made Voldemort feel as if he was sober. As he was splashed with cold water, he took steps to avoid it sideways, and the life-spelling curse counteracted by Alan had no suspense. It fell to the ground and hit the place where Voldemort stood just now. This is the magic counterattack ability that Alan learned in ancient times. He has already used this ability at this time in his practical class. Out of prudence, in the previous duel he always used a safer way to avoid the mysterious man's life spell. Until now he was familiar with the mysterious man's curse from the right distance. First hand. Tom, you dared to do multiple Horcruxes for yourself. It's not a secret for me and Dumbledore. It's not difficult, but obviously, you know nothing about the harm. See, when he succeeded in countering Voldemort's life spell, Alan said a few more words. Don't you want to scare me, Ferris? Voldemort saw the secrets he had exposed and he already knew what he knew. He gave a cry of disbelief to refute Alan and appease himself. Tom, you can check it out if you don't believe it. You don't have to worry. I'm different from you. There is no habit of killing a pregnant woman. Sirius' cousin is very safe, but the restraint spell is estimated to be 1. It will only be resolved. It is true that I can't kill you until your Horcruxes are all resolved. Alan spread his hands indifferently. This is just a warning for your wanton attack on the British magic world. In addition, some of the assets in your secret base that I have collected will be used to compensate the losses in the Wizarding World and the Muggle World caused by your mischief. But this magic wand, I will give it back to you. Otherwise you estimate now no money to buy. After talking, Alan threw Bellatrix's wand to Voldemort, and the wand flew to Voldemort quickly, but before he approached Voldemort, he was flicked by Voldemort in armor and fell to on the ground. He bounced a few times before stopping, lying quietly on the lawn of the small park. In a cunning understanding of the wizard in front of him, Voldemort took a deep breath after blocking the wand he thought might be trapped, and slowly spit it out, his eyes staring at Alan, who he and Deng said to Alan's talents Brido already knows and has solved several Horcruxes. Although he can't wait to see the safety of his Horcruxes himself, he doesn't believe or wants to believe. He convinced himself that this is just a cunning. The conspiracy between the boy and Dumbledore was to wait for him to reveal the location of the Horcrux when he was looking at it. Boy, you are still too naive. I was involved in the Ministry of Magic and your actions alone, which attracted the attention of all of you, and my servants. At this time under the live broadcast, I don't want to lose face again. Voldemort sneered, raised his snake face and said arrogantly, do you think that after these errors came over and we agreed to the duel, did I simply order my servants to retreat? Hey! Voldemort saw Alan's expression with some consternation and exclamation in his ears, and he smiled with satisfaction. He thought he finally got a game back tonight, and Alan made one. The phantom disappeared in place. You and Dumbledore's men, the two stupid red-haired twins. The home of the pureblood traitor. Tonight they will taste the bitter fruit. The pureblood family is a bit sick, and I have to trim the leaves to keep him. Isn't it healthy? Voldemort opened his arms, seeming to show that he had returned to the original pure black robe. As for the threat you just said to me, I think the best thing to be careful of is you, Ferris. Even if you can guarantee your own safety, but you cannot always protect those dear friends and relatives around you. They will live in fear, and you can't help me now. And you can't kill me now. Alan in the distance still didn't, just understatement, and waved his hand down neatly, and the sound of something falling from Voldemort's ear almost instantly, and then he only felt a huge pain in his right wrist. He looked down. Go. His right hand has been cut off from the wrist by Alan continuing with his open arms. The pain instantly annihilated his nerves, and blood ran down from his broken wrist to on the ground. The blue veins are clearly visible. Voldemort knows that the ordinary recovery spell has no effect on the damage caused by the black magic. He gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain. He did not try to use the wand to stop the blood from the wound, and the smell of the nose more and more intense. These blood colors stimulated his pupils. Although I'm sorry to break your fantasy, Tom, my avatar told me that the death nights I stayed at Mr. Lovegood's house saved the burrow, and although they were wounded, only you died people. At this time Alan's voice came into his ears, and there was a little sense of silence in his voice. Tom, although I can't kill you now, but remember, if you dare to come to what I declare next time the land blessed by me has beaten you to the state after October 31st, 1981, I think I can still do it. Hearing Voldemort, further disappointing and terrifying him, after noticing that Alan took another step towards him, his figure simply turned into a black smoke and disappeared instantly from the duel scene. The middle-aged bald sorceress who had been monitoring the live broadcast in front of the monitor stood straight and waved his fists excitedly, and there was a sudden burst of cheers on the field. Just because of the live broadcast. www.mtlnovel.com. These wizards have been forcibly suppressing their emotional excitement. At this time, seeing the actions of middle-aged wizards, no matter the scene or the wizards behind the TV, no longer suppress the surging in his own heart. 1. Principal Alan Harris. 1. The most powerful wizard in the world is Alan Harris. And with such an overwhelming victory. Mystery. No. The half-breed wizard Tom Riddle was driven away. A warm cry broke out on the field. Everyone let go of their cheers, and Alan's indifferent eyes glanced at the bloody, bone-like white fingers covered with grass blades, like a spider's broken hand. Using the flying charm, he flew to Alan with the wand he could not pick up when Voldemort fell to the side, and Alan received his pocket. A lot of dark fog appeared again in the duel field. Ren of the Ministry of Magic rushed to the scene with several staff members. He stood beside Alan and said nothing. The two brothers just gave each other a knowing look, and Furong then she took the microphone and took the photographer to the scene. She calmed down a little, determined Alan's position, held her head high, and hurried over to Alan. August 1st Chinese mobile version reading URL, m.81zw.us. Chapter 1033, Justice Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. Dumbledore, can we go to the burrow? It's okay for Alan to win over here. Harry heard the mysterious man say that he had attacked the burrow before hearing it. Although Alan was sure no one was dead, but some people suffer, he just feels that something in his heart is falling, so heavy that he is breathless. Don't worry about Harry, since Alan has confirmed the news. Ginny will be fine. Don't blind your eyes with love. Pain is as natural as human breathing, but since things have happened, worry is unnecessary. His old voice calmed the restless Harry a lot. Dumbledore's silver beard fluttered and led Harry to Alan on the court. But after seeing Furong and their reporters, they had surrounded Alan. His blue eyes flashed behind the crescent-shaped glasses. He stopped and said to Harry, "Sorry Harry, we need to wait. I have to talk to Alan about the Phoenix Society." At this time, the photographer of the TV station has aimed the lens at Alan and gave him all-round close-ups. Furong handed the microphone to Alan and asked in her unhurried language style, "Congratulations Alan." "Principal Harris, you have expelled the mysterious people before. This time, under the witness of all the wizards, they overwhelmed the mysterious people and successfully sheltered the British wizarding world. Do you have any other ideas to tell us?" The photographer excitedly gave Alan a close-up, and then Alan's peaceful eyes turned to the lens. His voice was calm, and he had a calming power. "As a principal of Hogwarts and a wizard of the British Wizarding Wizard, I am all responsible for protecting this land, and many of my family's relatives work in the Ministry of Magic. If I let Tom make waves in this land we love, that's what I don't want to see. A member of the Wizarding Union, I would like to say that I will try my best to help the country that needs my help to expel Tom Riddle as much as possible while protecting the British magic world. And just as Dumbledore seemed to wait a little lonely, Alan's voice suddenly sounded in Dumbledore's ear. Albus, I noticed that you seem to have something to do with me. Ah, Alan. Perceiving the movement, Dumbledore's light blue eyes looked at Alan, who was being interviewed in the distance, and turned to Alan's doppelganger, which was the first time he observed this magic at close range. He nodded again and again. The mystery of magic is really fascinating. I have witnessed the invention of too many new spells, but every time I can see some new ideas from you. I'm honored to get your praise, but we don't have to be too polite. In fact, this is the magic of the ancients. Alan responded politely with a smile, and then his face was correct. So Albus think you're looking for me, is it for Phoenix? I really want to discuss this with you. If President Harris has a place in the future that requires the effectiveness of the Phoenix Society, the members of the Phoenix Society will do their best to complete. Dumbledore saw Alan raised his eyebrows. He continued quickly afterwards. His voice was very low, but it was particularly clear. Alan, the Phoenix Society's actions today are indeed my responsibility. I want to do my best to ensure that Harry's safety is ignored. Other considerations. Alan, if you think there is any possibility and way to make up for this error, if there is any suggestion, I will follow. Harry stared at Alan's avatar and began to lean back, feeling the ground seemed to collapse. For many years, he used to think that Dumbledore could solve all problems, and hope Dumbledore could come up with some good ideas out of thin air. However, as powerful as Dumbledore has also begun to age recently, many things seem to be overwhelmed. Albus, what exactly did the wizard who participated in the operation of the Phoenix Society today deal with? It is a matter of the Ministry of Magic, it is a law, and the Department of Mystery I belong to is unfortunately not managing this aspect. Please forgive me for my powerlessness. I also have some responsible, because I helped you make a line with the Ministry of Magic. Alan lowered his eyes and said calmly, also Albus, I have no intention of the Phoenix Society. As for your responsibility, I think it is still the Ministry of Magic. It is better to deal with it. Outside of Hogwarts, I don't have the power to deal with other things of the greatest white wizard. Harry pleaded guiltily. Alan, I also have a responsibility. The Order of the Phoenix is to protect me. Harry, I know your situation. It's not your responsibility. In addition, strictly speaking, you are not 17 or adult. Alan slowed his tone. Sleep well tonight. Don't think. If Harry needs the protection of the Ministry of Magic, please speak. I think the Ministry of Magic will be happy to help. Alan, and many relatives of the Order of the Phoenix may not be able to sleep tonight. Dumbledore's 10 fingers were brought together, his eyes fixed on Alan, although his attitude was gentle and kind, but with a trace of pleading. These outstanding members of the Order of the Phoenix are to fight Voldemort. I was wrong in this action. I made the wrong decision. I should have listened to your opinions more, and cooperated with you. I am willing to be responsible for the actions of the Order of the Phoenix today. Harry also looked at Alan hopefully, his pale hands clasped tightly. It's really embarrassing. Albus, Phoenix members who have been arrested by the Aurors. This is the Aurors who were arrested in accordance with the law. The evidence is solid. Alan touched his chin in a very embarrassed manner. In this regard, you should understand that. Maybe you can try to give them a lighter criminal law, but the Ministry of Magic is unlikely to favoritism a law if everyone is sure that they committed the crime. This will give the Pure Blood family more various attacks. Our truthfulness, and personally, I am unclear about the various loopholes in the magic world on the lawmaking. And even the law enforcement officers deliberately left themselves with back doors. So these have been arrested. I can't give more help to the Phoenix Club. Harry clasped his pale hands tightly together, and Dumbledore knew that Alan had no words to speak. But there are no members of the Order of the Phoenix who did not encounter combat in your actions, and were not captured by the errors on the spot. The Ministry of Magic does not have enough evidence. I personally speculate that it should not be investigated further. After all, I arrested tonight. I think the Death Eaters and the mysterious people have been driven away enough to satisfy the wizards of the British magic world. Alan said with regret. In addition, the International Federation of Wizards must have blamed our British Ministry of Magic. The Ministry of Magic will not take responsibility for your Phoenix Society on your reputation. Realizing that this was Alan's final decision, although not perfect, at least it would not overwhelm the Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore was relieved. Alan is also satisfied with the ending tonight. Sirius promised to provide Alan with Harry's request to transfer information. In addition to ensuring Harry's safety, it is to try to keep the Phoenix Society from suffering major losses, but just like it's better for Alan to let a few of the crazy-eyed guys go to jail for a few months, and to damage the reputation of the Phoenix Society. Cause if you really want to put the Phoenix Society and Dumbledore in one pot, let them go to prison. Although it is no problem to do so legally, it is not the best choice for the Ministry of Magic and Harris, because such a one-sided situation will instead cause sympathy for ordinary wizards, recalling the greatest white wizards and the Phoenix Society before the role played in the First War. Then it's all up to you to work around Alan. In addition, if there is anything that needs to be contributed by the Phoenix Society in the fight against the mysterious people, I think all our members are willing to contribute to the magic world. If you need anything, please speak. I have to remind you, Albus, because the unauthorized actions of the Phoenix Society violated the Ministry of Magic's request for you to report in advance, resulting in today's accident. So the Phoenix Society's legal right to act in the British territory was affirmed before it will be recycled. And after today, I think Tom is afraid to continue to make trouble on the British surface for the time being. The errors are enough to cope with future safety work. Alan shook his head at Dumbledore, and then thought, when I thought of something, I suddenly raised my eyebrows and said with a little excitement, but Albus, Tom's main infesting place must be abroad. You have always been very popular in the world. Maybe you can let your Phoenix Society start abroad. Actively fight against the Dark Lord. It is true that Tom's future goals will not be placed in the UK in a short time, and those pure-blood families will hesitate about their choices after today. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes and looked at Alan, then moved his mouth. But in the end, I changed the subject. Alan, please forgive me, but please satisfy a curiosity of my old man. There was one thing I just thought I could not understand. How you think Tom just lost his mind? We were told that he possessed Horcrux. But why did you tell him face to face that we have actually solved several Horcruxes? After the mysterious man became vigilant, wouldn't this affect your search for Horcrux after me? Alan's doppelganger put his hands behind his back. You reading www.uukanzu.com raised his chin towards the body being interviewed in the middle of the venue. Albus, this is actually the difference between you and me. I don't expect I will solve all the problems for everyone by myself. I happened to be talking about this issue during the interview. You may as well listen to my thoughts. Harry, would you like me to send you to meet Ginny first? Yes. After Harry shouted, he looked at Dumbledore's face with some uncertainty, and saw that the other party didn't object and quickly trot a few steps closer to Alan's doppelganger. Alan's avatar Dumbledore nodded slightly and took Harry to the spot, while Dumbledore looked at the Alan deity who was being interviewed in the middle of the venue alone. Alan, surrounded by many cameras, is talking about the Horcrux. Solving Tom's Horcrux is about peace in the entire magic world. I hope all wizards can grasp and understand this situation. All of us come in and participate in the search for the mystery of the mysterious person, even if you can't destroy it. I don't recommend you touch it directly, but just find it. or provide us with clues to find it. Ministry of Magic and Umbrella Group rewarding Gingy along with the corresponding amount. This is not just a matter for me and Mr. Dumbledore or other individuals or organizations, but a common cause of justice for all of our wizards. Let each of us wizards be eliminated together. Let us work together as a mystery man. August 1st Chinese mobile version reading URL m.81zw.us. Chapter 1034. Lost People Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. Before, when Alan was bullying Voldemort, the burrow, the ghostly moon hung in the midnight sky, the monstrous fire had been extinguished, and the burrow could not distinguish the original appearance, and it was burnt black. On the land, there were only a dozen corpses with broken walls and faintly discernible human figures. These broken limbs were all left by the Death Eaters. Why? The car hasn't arrived yet. A captain looked at the watch on his arm and pressed the ERA badge on the neckline. Where's the car? Drive fast. It's best not to drag it for too long. After the middle-aged captain finished the call, he looked at Weasley injured on the ground and secretly sighed. Professor McGonagall only suffered a coma spell, but these Weasley and Professor McGonagall were different. As a result of black magic, taking them into a phantom shapeshift is likely to cause their wounds to worsen during the phantom shapeshift. Arthur's hands were lying on the grass, struggling to support his body, and he wanted to sit up, but his entire leg bone had been twisted and he was lying on the ground because of the unbearable pain. Arthur's lips were already bitten and bleeding, and Ginny knelt on one knee next to her father Arthur. Her wand lightly touched Arthur's injured leg, trying to heal those twisted deformations with healing as before bones. It was just that with her click, Arthur's pain did not alleviate at all. His bare forehead was constantly sweating in vain, and his lips changed from normal red to pale white and trembling, but in order to avoid frightened by his daughter, he endured the pain without letting him cry out. His facial muscles twitched, showing how painful he was at this time. George's ears were still bleeding, and his shoulders were stained with red. He leaned on Fred's body. His hands slumped weakly on both sides of his body, and his eyes were dizzy and closed. Bill didn't seem to have any serious injuries. He sat on the grass, covering his bleeding cheeks with his hands, and worried eyes fell on his other hand, as if he would grow bristles and sharp points in the next second. Pause. Molly and Crouch squatted beside Bill, with tears in her eyes. She and another Araletta wand continually pour out fresh water to rinse the wound on Bill's cheek. Professor McGonagall was still lying unconscious on the grass. Her tightly tied hair bun, which had been tied tightly behind her head, was now scattered. Her pale cheeks were tilted to the side, and her wand was still tightly clasped in her hands. The Uras stationed in the village of Otris and Capel are continuously bailing out to their former Professor Transfiguration. Captain, it is reasonable to say that Professor McGonagall should be awake, but several coma spells directly hit her. She is really not young again on her chest. You see. Should you go to Street Mungo Hospital directly? Then you still ask me what I have to do. Captain Uras sniffed and said, Acrylic, you are personally responsible for safely sending the professor to Street Mungo's hospital. If she has a problem, don't come back. Yes. A shorter arrow lifted Professor McGonagall, letting her arm sit on his neck, and the two disappeared from the burrow in a flash. Helpfully, Professor McGonagall will be fine. George, your blood has finally stopped. Fred stared at the hole left in his original place after the ears of his twin brother disappeared, and finally stopped under the action of the Ura potion. After breathing, he took a long breath and tried it with a healing spell just now, but he had little effect in the face of this black magic. George was awake. He groped his finger on the side of his head. This is good. George smiled and said to Billy's mother, who was watching the tears on her side, Mom, we can separate the two of us. Ron, haven't George's ears been found yet? George's ears flew. Fred withdrew his wand and tried to summon George's cut ears with a flying charm, but as before, the spell didn't work to effect. Ron checked on the ash-filled field, and a lot of black and grey ash was rubbed on his face. He opened his mouth in despair. I didn't find anywhere. It may have been burned in the fire. It has been burned. George noticed that Fred was looking at his wand and said quickly, "Don't commit stupid, Fred, don't do it." At this time, the wreckage of the burrow that had just been extinguished with flames heard a collapse. What do they do with the wood? The middle-aged mailer looked around and raised his eyebrows to the necromancers who were standing next to the dwelling house. They seemed to be pulling in the ruins and trying to pull out some wooden pillars, and in front of those Death Knights, lying on the ground with the broken witch holding his broken leg, he just looked carefully in the distance and recognized that it was the brother of the Carlo brothers and sisters, Amico Carlos. At this time around Amico's, except for him, none of the Death Eaters who had left in a hurry to escape, no one was alive. These necromancers faced them after the battle. Weasley's gratitude did not answer anything, but nodded coldly and continued these inexplicable activities. "Bring your hands away. Bill, we have to rinse for a long time." Molly's worried voice recaptured Captain Era's attention. Molly's voice was a little trembling, but her hand was very stable. She carefully opened Bill's wound so that the wound could also be washed with water. "Don't worry, today is not a full moon. Very professional, Mrs. Weasley. The more thoroughly you wash, the less likely you are to be infected." Another Era who helped Bill looked at Bill's injury again. "Greyburk, the werewolf, did not change just now. The bad result is nothing more than just beginning to become raw meat." Brave young people, I mean, don't worry. The Umbrella Company is conducting research in this area, and they should have every means to infect this level of infection. "Sorry, Mrs. Weasley, it was our Era who failed to attack you tonight." Captain Era looked at Molly, a heartbroken mother, and said softly, "I will let you accompany you." Bill went to protect the umbrella to ensure that in case, we have checked that other people are not in danger of life, but it is estimated that it will hurt for a while. "I promise to send them to the hospital safely." "Thank you, sir. And don't say that, it's all blame for the Death Eaters to do evil." Molly looked at her husband uncertainly. Arthur quickly nodded to his wife, and then the mother quickly hugged her own. The son and Era were gone. She did not say anything to Captain Era because she was a little guilty. She knew that what happened tonight was actually related to the adventures of the Phoenix and the mischief of her twin sons. Then the screams of the Death Eaters attracted everyone's attention. The Death Knight wearing a horned helmet grabbed the collar of Amico's hunchback and lifted him up to walk towards the wood stacked by the other two necromancers. The stout Amico C was very petite against the other side. At this time, the Talents found that these Death Knights had erected several wooden pillars in front of the burrow. Just when everyone was puzzled about what these dead souls wanted to do, they found that one of the leading Death Knights took off his waist. In the kettle, he squeezed Amico's chin in one hand, and the other hand pours the blue herbal medicine in the kettle with granular liquid into his mouth. After the entrance of this potion, Amico's facial features that had been wrinkled together due to pain eased a little. He collapsed on the wooden shelf and gasped for a long time. He seemed to be refreshed in a short time, and even became a little bit excited. He broke his leg and struggled to sit up. "The undead are treating the Death Eaters?" a young female said in surprise next to her captain. "But why do they have to save these Death Eaters first without medicine?" "Wesley, will it be difficult to distinguish between good and bad people?" "I'll go and see," Captain Era said in a deep voice, and took the lead towards these Death Knights. The young Era behind him looked at the huge figures of the Death Knights and recalled the brutal performance of the other party. He couldn't help but grasp the wand in his hand, exhaled heavily, and quickly followed. Noting the approach of the Eras, the Death Knights also stopped their movements, and some oppressive eyes were set on the head of the Era. The female Era only felt a trace of fear in her heart. She instinctively moved away from her captain to take a few steps to alleviate the fear of this kind of undead. www.mentalnovel.com. She couldn't help but fall on the ground and had no time. The bodies of the Death Eaters who fled, their heads rolled down, and their limbs were scattered apart and scattered. This made the timid girl leaned against her captain again. The headed Era captain stabilized his mind and was uncomfortable because of his undead status. He said politely, "Gentlemen, Good evening. I have to thank you again for your help tonight. But I am sorry, I just noticed that the medicine you gave to this Death Eater seemed to be very effective. You see, Mr. Weasley's family over there is the object of our common protection tonight. Can you give them a part? Captain Era hesitated and pointed to Amicos. Can this Death Eater be handed over? Please be assured that we are not greedy, and the report will clearly write it is your credit. This melon was hit by the foreman. If you want to take the captive, you can hit it by yourself. The owner does not allow the foreman to do business. The Death Knight in the horned helmet became inexplicably looking at the wizard in front of him, and he shook with the kettle in his hand. The medicine is not used to cure people. Melon counseling. Tell you to open your mouth. You are so sang. Let the master lose money. A necromancer kicked the opening necromancer with one foot, then stared so stupidly. The two Eras, startled by their accents, stopped speaking. August 1st Chinese mobile version reading URL m.81zw.us. Chapter 1035. Blood Eagle Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. Suddenly stunned by the opponent's strange accent and straightforward words, Captain Era was suddenly speechless. He pulled the female team next to him and gave up the idea of continuing reasoning with the other party. If Death Knights in front of him are obviously unreasonable, they are still stubbornly acting according to their ancient set of concepts, not to mention that the other party is not a living creature, and their thinking and actions are also different from them. Captain Era persuaded himself secretly. Anyway, these are the armed forces of the Harris family. Power is half of his own, but it is better not to provoke them for a dark wizard. Seeing that these little men are no longer verbose, the Death Knight wearing a bull's horn turned around, and Amicos Carla was already lying on a wooden pile by his two companions. He felt this. She is like a refreshing ointment on the broken leg. The refreshing and cold touch greatly relieves the pain of the broken leg. His expression looks mentally abnormal under the action of the drug, and his thoughts are no longer unbearable, pain occupied, but still staring at these undead with a stern face just to make Amicos puzzled. The undead creatures in front of them mercilessly killed their companions who had no time to escape, and fell to the ground first. Grab it yourself, and then help yourself again. What is this to do? But as a highly qualified Death Eater and Black Wizard, Amicos saw two giant logs that were originally beams of the dwellings standing not far from his side. They were killed by the dead knights, deeply nailed into the ground. This made him feel more uneasy. Intuitively, the situation was not good for himself, and Amicos, who had eased the pain under the action of drugs, ignored the broken leg and struggled to escape. But then a Death Knight who was noticed by his movement firmly pressed his back. This difference in strength made him like a fish on a sticky board. His body kept plopping, but nothing happened. Can't do without this stake. What the do you want to do? Looking at the cold and indifferent eyes of the Death Knight close to him, he felt shuddering. Although they didn't treat him now, the process of waiting for the result was more frightening. The swelled muscles twitched continually, and his dreadful eyes swept to Captain Era, who was about to leave. He seemed to grab the life-saving straw and begged anxiously, I surrender. I am a Death Eater. Burrow. I burned it. I attacked the Weasleys. I confessed all crimes. You will take me away. This is your duty. You. Can I surrender myself? But the Eras had turned around, and the Death Knight who was headed beckoned the two Death Knights who pressed his arm to put him in the middle of the erected log, untied the iron chain around his waist and cuffed his wrists, and took the two hanging his hands on two logs. He had to spread his arms. The movement here also attracted the attention of the Weasleys. What are they doing? Ron stared straight at the direction of the Death Knight, his face covered with ashes and his mouth widened in surprise. I bet he is going to be punished. Thinking of them as the Death Eaters who burned their home and wounded their loved ones, Ginny held her arm and threw her long red curly hair behind her, gritted her teeth and said, assaulted us, and made us too late to release the ghoul from the attic. He had to pay for it. Captain Era returned to the team. He squeezed his fingers and watched the Death Knights expressionlessly according to Era's regulations. He should have gone up to stop the actions of these Death Knights and arrested Micus, but the dead bodies of the Death Eaters in the previous battle are still lying on the ground. He is sure that his Auror is not the opponent of these Death Knights, and these knights are also people of Ferris. So, this captain can only use the perceptual imprint badge on the H-94 uniform to report to Albert. Seeing that the Aurors had no action, and the leading Death Knight withdrew any handed axe as a flying axe, Amicus was completely guilty. His face panicked. This huge killing was coming soon. Amicus yelled at the watching Aurors in despair. Are you Aurors? Have you fulfilled Aurors' duties? You don't accept prisoners who surrender themselves. The leading Death Knight grabbed the neck collar behind Amicus, the other hand pulled out the any-handed axe hanging on his right waist and raised it high. May the Raven guide you. Although Amicus, as a wizard, did not understand the customs of the other party, but at this time he also knew that he would never be better off. The gurgling voice, constantly begging for mercy vaguely, stop. Don't kill me. The Death Knight was unmoved by Amicus' plea. Under the illumination of the spooky moon, he cut the cold axe into the back of Amicus so neatly. Start pulling from top to bottom. Amicus screamed in a moment of sorrow. The axe was deeply immersed in Amicus' spine. He cut his back down along his spine, and Amicus rolled his eyes in pain. Trembling all over, half-opened a hoarse scream. The worst plan of the other wizards present was that the black wizard in front of him would be executed on the spot. It was completely unexpected that such a scene would appear. Ginny, who had revenge, thought that there was no way to change. His eyes moved away from the terrible scene in front of him. Ron's face was pale and his nose flapped. He murmured, "This is terrible." Captain Auror couldn't help but take a step forward, and then found that the Death Knight's chilling eyes fell on himself. It seemed that if he dared to step forward to interfere with their execution, it seemed that he would shoot himself. After turning around the broken bodies on the ground, he dispelled the idea to stop. Blood splashed onto the mask on the face of the leading Death Knight. The cold eyes in the gap of the armor were motionless, and the blood-stained axe was embedded in the side stake. At this time, the back of the prisoner in front of him was cut open and the spine exposed. The Viking undead stretched out his huge armored armor, and just brushed into the gap in the back of the cut. Amicus raised his head in pain, but unlike before, he seemed to dare not send out screams and big movements at all, so as not to involve the wound and cause more pain. It's cruel. The female Auror, who had just accompanied Captain Auror, was pale, and she was all goosebumps all over her body. Although she had experienced many battles between life and death as a wizard and Auror, the devil curses, especially the visual effects brought by black magic, are no more mild than the scene before them, but this physical method causes a little bit of nakedness to cause everything in front of the wizard to be strange to the wizards. The Death Knight who was tortured did not care about the eyes of the people around him. He used his hand to cut the ribs of Amicus outwards along the slit in the back of the spine, and instantly pried the ribs from the spine to let them out. The connection was interrupted, and the Viking undead broke the ribs of the prisoner out with brute force. The blood-red ribs were oriented like two closed wings, and the bright red internal organs appeared in front of the Death Knight. Many of them are violently undulating. This is Blood Eagle. It originated in Scandinavia in the Middle Ages and is said to be a vengeful punishment ritual invented by the Vikings. Auror pressed his chest and muttered, "Lavencrow, I haven't seen the introduction in the mole world before I entered the wizarding world. I didn't expect that one day I would see it myself." Ron in the distance was stunned and trembling uncontrollably. This Gryffindor's original view of the world thought that the worst magic was nothing more than a Vidisso's life curse, but after witnessing all this, his face was horrified. The freckles on both sides of the nose are therefore clearly visible. He's still alive. Ginna's voice also shivered. She had no thoughts of revenge at all, and only felt that she was cold. They gave him the medicine before, just to make sure he can be alive. "Fred, don't pull Ginny away yet. Don't let her watch." Arthur, sitting on the ground, finally let himself roar out. At this time, The hand on the iron chain hanging Amicos was tightly squeezed into a fist. With the action of the Death Knight, this fist suddenly shuddered and shivered uncontrollably. This severe pain made Amikusi hoped that he could die immediately, and he would never feel the pain again, but the medicine he had taken before not only saved his life, but also kept his mental intelligence awake, and those pains were also weakened to make him not dizzy. It used to be the same, but it made him worse than life, and after the chest was opened he could not even breathe out. But the pain is far from over. This Viking executioner will dig out Amiko's lungs from his chest cavity alive, and then let go, and the lungs will lie on the ribs of the back, driving the ribs to shake up and down. As soon as the bloody, fresh lungs touched the air, they quickly expanded due to emphysema in the process. The Death Knight carefully did not break the trachea of the prisoner. Such a weak breathing lung holding up the wings, a picture of the blood eagle flying is near. Blood flowed gurgling down his back, and soon pooled at his feet. The blood of the undead knight shook his hand and groped for a while, turning his head to his two companions. No salt, no belt. Seeing that the other two necromancers shook their heads the same way, the little leader was only stubborn. Amicos was not thankful for this. He just let out intermittent, humming gasps. His eyes widened greatly, and his lungs had gradually deteriorated and shrunk after exposure to air, until he could no longer inhale oxygen. After a little time, the Death Eater Amicos Carlo gradually turned pale, his wide eyes became apathetic, and his head drooped weakly. The Death Knight lowered his head, raised his right arm and raised his hand over the top of his head, raised his index finger and middle finger, and the other fingers were bent. Untitled.com waved twice as the final ceremony. All the Death Knights watched the scene before them, and they hanged the grey-faced Amicus in this way. Amicus' feet were swaying in the air, the shoes were long gone, and the remaining leg was twisted and twisted, and his stripped back skin was fully stretched by the iron wire, and the whole unfolded. The skin on the back looks like a pair of wings from the front. On the back, his shriveled lung lobes rested on the darkened, flesh-blooded internal organs, and the breath gradually attracted some flying insects in the forest. At this time, the figure of Alan's avatar was teleported in a black mist, and appeared not far under the blood eagle in front of the burrow. His eyes swept over the burned ruins and the injured George and Arthur. However, without noticing the things above the head behind him, Alan frowned, his eyes showing a worried look, and then quickly hurried to the Captainera, who was not far away and looked very ugly. Weasley, what about your wife and Bill? Why are you looking so ugly? Captainera stood on Alan's side and lowered his head to fully introduce the situation. After Alan knew that Weasley did not have any casualties, he seemed to be relieved, so Captainera's expression began to become embarrassing. After a moment of hesitation, he pointed his hand to the top of Alan's head behind him, counting it as a reminder and answering the other question of the other party. August 1st Chinese mobile version reading URL, m.81zw.us. Chapter 1036. Howl, Banshee, Mom. Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. Some inexplicable Alan turned to look in the direction pointed by Captainera, and looked up to see the amicos that had been made into blood eagles on the two cylinders. Alan, who was completely unprepared, was also startled. Then, his brow furrowed tightly, and a blue flame rushed towards Amicos, who had been made a blood eagle. He shrouded him all over the body, and soon burned to ashes with those wooden pillars and collapsed. The Death Knights began to approach Alan when he first saw him, under the leadership of the small knight of the Death Knight. He walked over and took off his helmet to greet him. He noticed the change in the eyes of Alan after the action, which made the Death Knight wearing a horned helmet feel uneasy. He bowed his head like doing something wrong, or if he didn't understand what he did wrong. Some angry Alan rebuked, "How did you do such a thing?" The leading Death Knight murmured and said, "Master, I just want to make trouble in the future." Alan stared at this seemingly sincere face, squeezed his eyebrows, and felt his brain hurt. He felt that he was also unreasonable with the other party. He waved his hand. After going back, I will go to school again. I don't get it in the modern adaptation class. Oh, don't come out. And the lush reeds grow near the water near the burrows. The leaves of these reeds are fat and large. In the daytime, there will be flocks of birds flying towards the sky or flying low on the distant water. Now, the leaves were also covered with drops of dew, rolling on the green reed leaves. The evening wind blew the reeds, revealing a pale, serpentine face. It was Voldemort. He accidentally touched the leaves in the reeds, and the water droplets on the leaves slipped into the river and rippled slightly. The reed fluttered gently, and Voldemort was hiding in the reeds. With his red eyes staring at the burrow's yard, Alan began to lean down and heal the Weasleys, thinking that the amicus just saw was swallowed by the fire. The scene, he was humiliated and unwilling to swallow after swearing, and he did not want to return empty-handed. Voldemort, who was occupied by strong revenge, forced himself to calm down and began to recall what he had reported, and he remembered that the Lovegood family was also on the nearby hillside. The black building on the hillside stood in the ghostly moonlight. Voldemort's eyes narrowed, and he was forced to hold the wand with his non-dominant hand. He practiced a few swings since Alan Harris and him, these Death Knights and Aurors, are all in the burrow, so there must be no one in the Lovegood family above. Voldemort's lips without lips twisted out a smile, and his figure disappeared from the reeds. In the hazy moonlight, Xenophilius Lovegood and Helena stood under the old begonia tree at the door of her house. Behind them, the damaged courtyard door was creaked by the wind. Just now the dead knight caught fire, and the Death Knight who was stationed in his home hurriedly walked out of the nest. They hurriedly walked the room. They accidentally pulled the courtyard door down. 3 hand-painted signs were firmly nailed to the courtyard door. The first one, Harris TV Director, X Lovegood. Second piece, please pick a bunch of mistletoe. Third piece, don't touch the airship Lee. These big guys are pretty powerful, and it looks like the situation has been brought under control. Xenophilius yawned, and he said to Helena in a long pajamas, I don't know the corpse in their attic. The ghost did not come out. Ghouls are natural drummers, and I believed that they are more musical than all ghosts. Ah, all ghosts except yours. If they are not for appearance reasons, they may be able to beat Sutina Vaughn Baker's ghost will also be popular. Aunt Fleur likes Sutina Warbeck very much, and she also asked me for a way to conquer the female ghost. Helena looked at the orangey-shaped Trader-shaped airship Lee fruit. That's not the case. In fact, Miss Dracula actually hates Sutina, she always said. Xenophilius looked a little bit right, and his eyes looked even better. He learned the tone of Fleur. Songs like You Hooked My Heart with Magic, A Pot of Fiery Love are too subtle, not elegant at all, not musical. Helena recalled her Aunt Furong's expression when she talked to herself, and she couldn't see that she hated Sutina at all, but she could consult her hateful singer for her disgust in suppressing her heart. Helena, my dear boy, I have to go back to the room to continue to watch your father's duel, and then review the handed-over program plan. Xenophilius gathered his windblown white hair. Go in after you play for a while. The mountain breeze is too big. Don't blow the stink hook in the mistletoe to you. Helena, who knew her father's strength would not lose the duel, just nodded. As a ghost, she was not worried about what harmful things were blown on her body, but she did not argue with Xenophilius. After disappearing from the yard, she intends to look for the worm hook. She floats through the winding path, and stands far away from the begonia tree with mistletoe in the yard, staring at them looking for this creature. The stink hook was discovered by the magician Eli Googie in a place called Stink Village in the south, so the name was called Stink Hook. Eli Gug was hooked by the stink hook without knowing it. He died of illness 3 days later. It seems that only the Luna family has discovered it according to the introduction of Singing the Opposition. It looks like a maggot, thicker than the maggot, and black. The adult body has 5,000 teeth, 3,000 in childhood. The tail has a sickle-shaped hook, and has 3 eyes. Life expectancy is about 20 years. It often grows in mistletoe. But later, unexpectedly for Helena, she didn't find the creatures in her mother's and grandpa's mouth. What appeared in front of her turned into Voldemort. which she had just seen on TV live broadcast. Voldemort was striding toward the house with his black robe sleeves tumbled in the wind, holding a wand in his hand, and looked fierce. However, after walking under this tree, Voldemort, who was not in a good state of pain and hatred, finally paid attention to the ghost Helena. After gazing at Helena, his pace suddenly stagnated. The blood at the broken wrist also ticked down on the trail. Before Helena realized what was going on, he heard Voldemort seemed to forcibly suppress his anger. He retracted his broken hand into his robe, and then took the initiative to use a soft voice that was rarely used. Miss Gray, good evening. Missed for years. I didn't expect to meet you here. Helena raised her head and glanced at the other person's body. She didn't feel much touching through the screen. Now that she saw the mysterious person's appearance at this time, she found it difficult to find the other person's current appearance. The shadow of the excellent male student council chairman. Her eyes were covered with a spider-like head and robe sleeves after the other was shocked. Although Helena did not watch the whole duel, she also knew that the other party's wrist was cut by her father. There was a trace of disdain and regret in Helena's rare voice. Tom Riddle, you should remember that I didn't call this name. I haven't seen it for years. I didn't expect you to make yourself look like this. Lord Voldemort's ghost at the Ravenclaw Academy in Hogwarts would appear to be at Lovegood's house. www.untitlenovel.com. Now I heard Helena's disdainful tone and made him angry. It's almost impossible to suppress, but although the remaining reason and utter guilt can't be said, he thought he had deceived the girl in front of him. He let out a deep breath, and then became cold again. Look at your mother, Miss Ravenclaw. I don't care about you. After speaking, Voldemort no longer ignored her. He had completely put away the false polite twisted smile on his face. Ignoring the female ghost striding over her, raised his wand with his left hand, obviously forced break into the house to attack the wizard of the Lovegood family. Seeing Tom Riddle ignore the back of herself and the other party about to enter the house, Helena glanced worriedly at the direction of the living room where Xenophilius should be at this time, her hands clasped tightly around the skirt. Anxious below, Helena opened her mouth wide, and she gave out howling of a banshee learned from the female ghost after this terrifying ability was cast. She could make a wailing whimper-like scream like a ghost. Everyone in the range will hear this horrible wailing sound. If the weak is not powerful enough to resist saving it, the subject will die immediately on the spot. Mom. August 1st. Chinese mobile version reading URL m.81zw.us. Chapter 1037. Gypsy Song Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. Helena's voice frequency is high, and the beautiful tone is not harsh, but the magic power contained is almost the same as that of the real female ghost. So even if it is strong like Voldemort, it will not be heard because of the female ghost. He was killed, and at this time, he felt dizzy, and he couldn't help but violently hit his heart and lungs, and blood ran out of his 2 nostrils with only gaps. At the wrist, blood trickled down, spurting faster. Under a sudden shock, Voldemort, who was in a trance, did not understand the meaning of the line when the other party screamed. He closed his eyes and shook his head. He raised his hand and wiped the blood from his nose with his sleeve. The person leaned on the door frame. There was a little chaotic breath, and then he opened his scarlet eyes, pushed open the door, and strode forward away from the garden where there was no movement. But Voldemort, who had just stepped in, seemed to have gotten a petrified mantra, and it was fixed on the spot. What appeared in front of Tom was not a room of a wizard family, but a bare yard. As if he had just pushed it wasn't the door of the house that opened, but another garden door. Under the dark cloud and the gloomy sky, the courtyard is surrounded by a boxy, dark and old-fashioned building, surrounded by high railings. Voldemort's pale big hands squeezed tightly, with blue veins, like a demon walked into a building. He passed through the black and white tiled hallway, and walked along the dark staircase to a narrow and simple room. This is an empty, undecorated cabin with only an old wardrobe and an iron bed. The entire room looked dilapidated, but it was very neat and almost spotless. Voldemort seemed to see a dark-haired boy sitting on a grey blanket, staring blankly outside the door. Staying in this depressed environment for 10 years. Want to hear my mother's song before? An ethereal female voice didn't know where it sounded from. Oh, sorry, it's the opposite. The mother sang to me. Very deep girl's voice. Voldemort didn't speak. He touched his broken wrist fiercely with his wand, so that the pain brought him some sobriety. This is the small, dim Inmol orphanage in his childhood for many years. He has been unwilling to go back or even want to think of a place, but the song does not know where it sounded, and it is getting louder from far and near. This music seems to wrap Voldemort all around and instill it. His mind, poured into his heart, nowhere to hide, inevitable. Later BG adopts the song Gypsy Song Gypsy Bard, Station B. BV1BW 411 G70. Your life is very unsatisfactory. Let me uncover the mystery for you. You are just a toy, trapped in a crystal ball. Aware of consciousness, knowing that what he saw was not the real scene, Voldemort determined that he was in a magic trap. He looked up and looked at the sky. The dark sky was overcast with clouds, but when the cloud gas rolled, Voldemort vaguely saw the flashing glass reflection of Genting, and the content of the lyrics surprise time should have been locked in a crystal ball. He shook some stiff neck and tried to phantom move to the courtyard outside the door, but found that he was still in place. He struck out a curse bitterly, and issued a crisp against the window of his orphanage, the sound of shattering, broken glass splashing all over. But the fragments of powder have not landed. It seems to be recovering as if they were under a repair spell. When the crystal ball is turned upside down, you can only suffer in silence. We can't just give up and sing naughty songs. With the sudden singing, Voldemort's body was unstable, and everything around him began to rotate like a Ferris wheel. In a sense of twirling, Voldemort had to close his eyes again. When that dizzy feeling disappeared, the world was calm. When he came down, he opened his eyes again and found that he was stepping on the dark ceiling of the orphanage. Voldemort turned around, and there was an empty place around him. Not far away was a chandelier turned over but not affected by gravity. Looking up at the sky, the cabinets and beds were all turned upside down, and it looked like they were hanging overhead. Through the window, the flickering snowflakes flew up from the bottom and fell from the sky underneath to the top of the head, and the small world suddenly snowed in the sky. Just now, because the crystal ball fell over, the whole world flipped upside down. Feeling fooled by playing Voldemort, he reluctantly used his iconic flying magic away from the ground to avoid the environment. Recalling my past, my mother left because I gave birth. I was taken to an orphanage and said, "You are no longer a wizard." The blizzard blew the world into white, and Voldemort's eyes turned to a dark room. A ragged belly woman struggled and wailed and gave birth to a baby boy, named Tom of Low Riddle, and then closed his eyes forever soon. This is a scene that Voldemort did not see with his own eyes. He stared at it for a long time after watching it. He suddenly waved his wand violently and wanted to smash the eyes. The picture drove away these things in front of him, making him realize that there will always be a scene in his mind in the future. After years and years, I became a partner with orphans. Although the appearance is blurred, the lyrics of the face are forgotten but still clear as usual. When you destroy all the relics, all your relatives are also ancient. In the cold orphanage, a few older children took away the only piece of bread in the hands of a little dark-haired boy. Other orphans abused the little boy. And then, with the ability of the dark-haired boy to awaken and Voldemort to these orphans, the emergence of the memory of the college companions. Often Billy Stubbs' rabbit was hung on the beam of the house, and then he and the orphan Eric Wallace were infected with chicken pox. Tom, a boy, was in a rock cave by the sea, intimidated Amy Benson and Dennis Bishop. Those ordinary things that were taken away by the little boy and placed in the cupboard: a swimming cable, a silver thimble, a dull harmonica. Adult Tom Riddle stunned Moffin, took Moffin's wand, went to Riddle House and killed his father and grandparents, and then implanted Muffin with the wrong memory. These haven't been remembered for a long time. One by one quickly flashed in Voldemort's mind and sight. This made Voldemort even more furious. His teeth giggled, his fierce face was twitched, and he had realized the useless brain occlusion. These were the memories he never wanted to mention. After feeling the head, it was like a wave of tide. Ding ding dong dong, hurry and hurry. www.mentalnovel.com is my gypsy tambourine. This melody fascinates you. The whole world is full of harmony. Children, please wipe the tears and sing this song with me. The misty song gradually drifted away, unable to escape from difficulty, and gradually become mad about Voldemort because the memory was revealed and analyzed. The heart lost the last point of reason because of fear and anger. He continued to play the Avada Soul mantra incessantly, thinking shatter the cage of memories on this side. But the singing suddenly stopped, and the ethereal female voice continued to sound, but it was not as clear as it was just now. Come back? What are you going to do with this thing? Tom is more reckless than expected, and he still has the courage to come to the door. Maybe he was almost assigned to Gryffindor. This sound made Voldemort want to cast a curse on the speaker's face, which was the Harris boy who had just thrown him into the face in the duel with him. I'm a little tired. Go to bed first. Wake up tomorrow and throw him abroad. August 1st, Chinese mobile version reading URL m.81zw.us. Chapter 1038. Give it a name called Little Hand Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. The day after the duel was overcast with clouds. After breakfast, the Harris family sat around the TV. A live replay of the duel between Alan and Voldemort was playing on the Harris TV station. It was also like watching a ball game. The person who could not mention it appeared again. The live broadcast of Harris TV last night confirmed that the person who could not even mention the name made a comeback, returned to the country, and started a duel with Hogwarts President Alan Harris. These media seem to have reached an agreement now. Furong took a cup of tea and sipped. Their reports all described Alan as the strongest wizard in the world. The Chocolate Frog production company immediately contacted the law enforcement department after the live broadcast last night to apply for the printing of Alan's head on the Chocolate Frog card. Ren said enviously, "One of my dreams was to your own photo is printed on the Chocolate Frog card." This kind of situation. Morgan Le Fay's face was very ugly this time, and at this time the magazine of the bomber was worried. In 1945, Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald in a duel. At that time, the group was excited, and Dumbledore was also recognized as the greatest white wizard in the contemporary wizarding world. Alan is now very similar to this situation. But then others who feared put the object of fear on this white wizard. Don't worry, dear, so we keep the mysterious man. Irving pressed his wife's hand. Where's the Alan man still not up? Will he have a press conference later? I just said I went abroad and thrown away the garbage. Speaking of which, the Weasleys suffered a lot this time. Professor McGonagall also had to be hospitalized. Albert sorted out his uniform and pointed to the door. He came back. I gave some emergency treatments to Weasley last night, and I am assured that Albert can catch up with your wedding. Alan just returned to sit on the dining chair and fork a piece of fried egg into his mouth. Some ambiguously said, Tom tried to attack the Lovegood house last night and was caught by Luna. I didn't sleep well last night, Severus, and they contacted me one after another, saying that Death Eaters couldn't contact their master. And knowing that Tom was terrified and frightened after being defeated by me in front of me. To avoid this group of crowds who betrayed Tom too much, I threw him out early in the morning, and he should be able to get out of it in a few minutes. Because Miles have suffered too many deaths and injuries and seen too many people, although we used Thunderbird to dispose of it properly, we still let them get the handle this time. Irving pouted and said annoyedly, fortunately, the Order of the Phoenix was a shield in front, but if there is the next such large-scale exposure, the International Wizarding Union should send someone to supervise our Ministry of Magic. This is allowed by law. But Alan, This time you can't run another Merlin first-class medal. They dare not find trouble in this kind of thing. It's nothing to do with this stuff, Father. After this time, although we succeeded in other people's goals, then the initiative is in our hands. Alan swallowed the omelette completely. We will start to be real afterwards. Formally stepped onto the front desk, relying on hard power to win what we need. I will have something to eat and wait to tell you my solution. After defeating the mysterious man with such an overwhelming advantage on your front, you should use this limelight now. Ron picked out a few newspapers and put them on the table, and a somewhat ironic smile appeared on the face similar to Alan. The pureblood families have also differentiated within them, which prevents Alan from defeating the power of the mysterious people. Some families have sent a signal in the newspaper that they want to move closer to us, while others have resisted more fiercely. These families, although the words are more circuitous, the point of dispute has not been directed directly to Alan, who has just defeated the mysterious person and has harvested the worship of many ordinary wizards. It is also the old tune that focuses on the Ministry of Magic and the Umbrella. They are dying and struggling. Now Alan can't directly attack them, otherwise ordinary wizards can scold them, and they can only use the excuses to reform things. Point out. You look at this tone as if they saw it with your own eyes, and clearly pointed out that before the Umbrella wanted to buy Hogsmeade, it was because we formulated a reform plan in advance and wanted to annex other people's industries in this way, to take advantage of it. There was also the incident in which the Phoenix Society transferred the Harry Potter privately last night. They placed the cause of the molest death on the head of the Ministry of Magic, thinking that the Ministry of Magic should be primarily responsible for this matter. Because we gave Dumbledore their permission, there will always be wizards of unknown truth who will believe this conspiracy theory, Albert said, holding his arm, angrily. He has always had no solution to such a war of public opinion and cannot make good suggestions. My avatar went to Tom's secret base in Albania yesterday. Alan got upset when he saw Albert, and stood up and walked over, patting Albert's shoulder gently. I evacuated his warehouse. There is not much left for him. He is a poor man who can't afford his men now. It has something to do with my plans afterwards. In addition, Tom is about to have a daughter. What? Are you saying that the Dark Lord has a descendant at this age? Who is the child's mother? Daisy cheered, and Helena, who seemed to have little interest, couldn't help but look towards her father. Alan touched his bare chin with a little gossip. Bellatrix Lestrange is the big belly. The child is Tom. The scene was silent for a moment. The noble and oldest black family, always pure. Irving unconsciously patted Morgan Le Fay's hand. Bellatrix, I thought I liked the family most. The child born with Tom Riddle is half-blooded, always pure. It's ironic. I have met Rudolph a few times, and Bellatrix has no affection for him. She and Rudolph are united. Not like me and your father, out of love, if not because of family marriage. Bellatrix will never choose to marry him. Morgan Le Fay found that Owen put his hand on his palm and glanced affectionately at her husband Owen with some sympathy in his tone. As a woman, you can't choose your own marriage, which is kind of sad. Ren was not interested in these emotional entanglements with Bella. He dropped his newspaper and rubbed his hands. He seemed to understand Alan's idea. Alan, as you said, that is, if the mysterious person wants to maintain his power, he would have to frequently invade Europe to collect property. Well, I will instruct the Law Enforcement Division to continue to collect all kinds of evidence of pure blood families, regardless of size. Ron, at the same time, can issue a document in the name of the Ministry of Magic official, and vigorously crack down on these pure blood families to fund Tom's behavior. Irving also touched himself with some stubborn chin, which was very consistent with his son. It is conceivable that although many of these criminal evidences we collect are trivial, we can't use these criminal evidences in a short period of time. But we can't use these criminal evidences in a short period of time. At that time, you can list them all to expand the results. Father, Ren, although you are not bad, but this is not my main purpose. But you look at this first. Alan, who used to make this funny, saw that the family was not interested in his gossip, directly opened a black box on the table suddenly. Then a big hand with tattoos, abnormal skin, pale skin and clear joints like spider legs emerged from the inside. It looks like he'd pushed the lid of the box from the inside, hooked his finger at Ron, and everyone noticed that a slavery gem was inlaid on the back of his hand. What the is this? Ron was taken aback by the hand that suddenly came out, and then looked closely. This is the right hand of Voldemort that you cut off yesterday. Owen frowned and looked, and the words spoken made the wife on the side immediately cover his mouth and made a retching voice. Don't be afraid of your mother, it's true. After I got up in the morning, I made Tom's broken hand into a necro creature. The mysterious man didn't realize that I could use a part of his body, and then find this broken hand Voldemort at any time. The position of the deity. Alan introduced the broken hand to his family. This box is his home. I will treat it as a pet in the future. I gave it a name called Xioza. The actual English name is THG. The name comes from the little hand of the Addams family. Ren heard his jaw twitch back sharply, choking for a moment. Was this mysterious man's broken hand just saying hello to himself? He felt a little bit greedy. Even Albert, who was a Ray, however, I heard that this is the broken hand of the mysterious person. www.untitlenovel.com. I also felt uncomfortable in my heart. And his fiancée, Furong, only felt panic. Alan, wouldn't this allow Voldemort to locate us in reverse? If he also used prophecy to predict divination. You can think of Alan must have thought of it a long time ago. Daisy immediately seized the opportunity and said, "Did you see the tattoos? I stepped on it to interfere with the detection of the divination." You are impressive today, Daisy. Alan surprised some sisters' keen praise. That's right, of course. If Voldemort is willing to also have tattoos on his body, he can avoid it. Or in the new base. The buildings that cost him a lot of money and time also laid these magic patterns. Well, it's Luna's name. Emily didn't feel any discomfort. Just knowing the style of the name, she soon realized who the name is. Irving nodded to Emily to indicate that he also agreed with this answer, and then he turned to his younger son, Alan. If positioning Voldemort has something to do with your purpose, then, do you want to use it to let the mysterious person do what? Say that you left him, not just for example, the Dragon Warrior. Finally, Jackie Chan, August 1st, Chinese mobile version. Reading URL, m.81zw.us. Chapter 1039. Break Your Wrist. Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. Father, our ultimate goal is to break the secrecy law, and now many countries are having trouble with us because of our previous TV shows, including Bulgaria. And this time, after I defeat the mysterious people, more countries will start to want to suppress us and the British magic world. Alan smiled slyly. I declared to Tom during the duel, if he dares to make trouble when I declare shelter, I will beat him. Alan, you mean? Owen's eyes lit up, but he heard Emily scream before he said anything. Yes, Alan, you are awesome. Emily jumped off the chair and drilled in front of Alan from the bottom of the table. The little girl began to keep her head and face lurching around Alan, closing her eyes. Some whispering words were made in a trembling voice. Which country would dare to disobey us? Which wizard would dare to disobey us? No one dares to disobey us. No one dares to disobey us. Len saw that others were startled by Emily's excitement, sighing in confusion, and suppressing the excitement and fear in his heart to explain. Alan, those disobedient countries have the power to tell us if you go all the way. Naturally you have enough strength to fight Voldemort on your own. Alan can determine the location of the mysterious man, and now the mysterious man is robbed of his money. To raise so many people requires a lot of money, he must act. Daisy didn't understand. Alan, why did you try to make Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix act abroad? Which country is trying to buy the mysterious person? I will just grab it again. Whether it is for the purpose of accumulating money or developing forces, Voldemort cannot stop. This is a conspiracy, let other countries know that. It does not matter. Alan smiled. The laugh added, In fact, I wish I could make them clear about this. As for Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix, you see, although I personally cannot protect all countries due to time and energy problems, but the British Ministry of Magic supports me. Besides me, is the greatest white wizard supporting other countries. The name is better than naked. This is enough reason for us to lie in front of the ordinary wizard and the other party's Ministry of Magic. Rest assured, Dumbledore did not have a day of prophecy class in abroad. The Phoenix Society does not have those inextricable relationships and ways in the country, and it is not so easy to obtain Voldemort's information. If the power of the National Eras is gathered to deal with the mysterious man, he can still be driven away, but if the mysterious man is only robbing and doing things, we can't gather enough power to deal with him in a short time. Only wizards like Alan or Dumbledore can stop him. Albert considered the scene and thought it would be very tricky if he changed to himself, and then sighed again. It's just pitiful to fight against us, against the country innocent wizard. Albert, I have considered this question, and you still don't fully understand my plan. Isn't your curiosity about my plan to build a school awaiting so many wizards in the UK to fill in? Then the magical world in those other countries could not protect themselves. The words of the National. I think that we in the UK are humanitarian and have a responsibility to accept refugees from other countries to settle in our safe UK. Ouch. Alan bounced all over and quickly pushed her sister's head away to prevent her from continuing to bite. Amy Lee, calm down. Everyone knows you are a fan of Game of Thrones. This caused Harris to take a breath. They originally only had experience in the struggle between the factions and families within the country. They did not expect that Alan's pattern was so big, and they did not take those native blood into consideration. Here, it is not just to fight against the difficulties of other countries, he is planning the wizarding population of other countries. Ren, like his trembling mother Morgan Le Fay at this time, was surrounded by fear. He did not expect his family to experience this unprecedented thing in the wizarding world. Alan was pumping those pure blood. After the end, he directly wanted to draw the bottom of those countries. He said with some fear, Alan, we are going to destroy the kingdom of other wizards. Don't talk. Ren made me think about it again. Owen bit his thumb and nails for a while. Fucked. The biggest problem hindering the development of our wizarding community is the population problem. As long as these people are stationed, those pure people who have been holding us back, blood family counts as a ball. Sorry dear, I shouldn't swear in front of the children. I mean, as long as it's done, we will become a behemoth, and it will be like a snowball. Provoke. Ren said urgently, but father, those cultural conflicts, and the attitudes of other countries, if they unite together. We have big fists. No matter what other people or ordinary people, who dares to break our wrists directly with us. Whoever does not listen to let the mysterious person beat anyone. Whoever does not listen to let Alan declare not to shelter him. Alan is in Luna now, as long as we also digest some of the things on the Nether Scroll. Irving's eyes are glowing. We can live forever. As long as we don't have any accidents, our rule is theoretically permanent. Alan, my son, you are the savior of the Harris family. This made Alan shrink back in a bit of fear, fearing that his father would suddenly be excited to bite him. He broke up his sister and stood up and put his hands up like he did. Everyone understands the truth of the cold lips, but it is like a pure blood. It is not easy to unify. It is still between countries, between those in power and ordinary people. Lon, don't worry. The jobs in my new university can digest these people, and they won't let them rob the Aborigines' wealth. Apart from some cultural conflicts, I believe that as long as the benefits are not too much lost, differentiating them is much easier than dividing your families. We are not declaring war like the whole world. Only limited energy cannot protect all countries. Don't come, Emily. Alan threw his sister, who was so excited to thrash, to her mother. The broken palm called the small hand in the box seemed to be frightened to make a random gesture, so Alan went over and shook it and calmed it down. The little hand is great. After that, he looked up to see the various expressions of the family, and in order to ease the atmosphere, Alan's eyes turned and proposed, Albert, Don't you like to break your wrists with your colleagues? Try with the little hand. But be careful. Oh, Albert responded with a trance, thinking that his brother wanted to test his broken hand. He lifted the hem of his magic robe and sat on the sofa in front of the table imposingly. He rolled up his sleeves and leaned his elbows on the table. Then he stared back at Voldemort's broken hand. Perceiving Albert's sight, the broken hand crawled out of the box with a finger like a spider, and jumped onto the table under the jump, and began to let himself and Albert's hands be held tightly together. And with the start of Alan, the broken wrist was exposed with blue muscles. Due to the excessive force, Albert thought that the palm without the arm had no strength, and the whole person was cautiously surprised by this one. He broke his hand and overturned to the ground. It doesn't count. I'll take care of it again. Albert was a little bit embarrassed and angry because of the previous bragging, and felt ashamed in front of Furong. Ha ha. Daisy laughed directly. Albert is different from the tavern stories you told me. Don't play Albert once again. www.untilnovel.com. We are going to be late for work. Ren looked at it and always urged, Alan, don't forget that you have a press conference in the Ministry of Magic immediately. It's almost this time. Albert shouted, glaring at the hand and posing again. This little hand also understood what Albert meant, and even turned it over and used it against Albert. The finger tickled to show provocation. The game soon started again with the initiative of this person and one hand. Albert already knew that this hand is stronger than he thought. Although it does not have any focus, it seems to be countless. His strength is supporting him, but Albert, who has taken the attribute potion, used his full strength to restore his face this time, so that his usual mild and serious face looked a bit daunting. Because of the excessive force, the flesh on Albert's cheeks should also tremble, and he desperately wants to break Voldemort's broken hand as soon as possible. At this time it is indeed as fast as he wants to use his full strength. The broken hand of Voldemort below is not his opponent, except that it was pressed onto the table after a few seconds of the first confrontation. Immediately after being released, he broke his hand into a fist shape, knocked angrily on the table, and then moved himself to float in front of Albert. He stretched himself out and Albert was gripped politely to show his congratulation. August 1st, Chinese mobile version reading URL m.81zw.us. Chapter 1040. Help me write a novel. Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. The Ministry of Magic, a magnificent hall with many reporters gathered. They erected a group of pure gold statues including wizards, witches, fairies, and house elves, and the magic of water jets sprayed from different places in the sculpture around the Brother Fountain. A lot of photographic equipment was erected. The reporters are busy preparing for the interview. Some staff of the Ministry of Magic are directing some tables, chairs and red cloth to the fountain in front of the fountain to set up the rostrum of the press conference. Although the scene is busy, everyone pays attention to controlling their own volume, and there is no excessively noisy sound. Every few seconds, with the sound of poo and the green flame rising out of nowhere, a wizard emerged from one of the rows of fireplaces, and then gathered to the neatly arranged seats around the fountain. Sit down and sit down. With the passage of time, there was no sound except for the sound of water from the fountain. After a while, noisy footsteps came, and the photographers immediately turned their cameras and turned the lens towards the person who came, and Owen hurried over with Len and Alan. Owen sat down in front of the press conference with a comfortable look. Owen used a silent and war-free technique to display a voice loud. After briefly welcoming, Owen said, "Everyone knows that the Ministry of Magic yesterday and the mysterious people, and there was a battle between his Death Eaters. In this battle, many of our comrades did their best to ensure the safety of our magic world regardless of their own safety. Awards. Let me announce the list of awards." In Owen's steady voice, a braver stepped onto the rostrum, took over Owen's award certificate and bonus, and took a photo with Owen. Owen then directly announced that he had declared the Merlin Medal of the First Order to the Merlin Knights for Alan, etc. and probably notified the members of the Phoenix Society of condemning the dumping of the pot, and determined the trial time. At the press conference, there were so many news releases at a time, which made the reporters take a lot of excitement, and in the individual communication link that most awaited them, Alan also patiently answered all the questions they raised. Just as Irving announced the end of the press conference, when these reporters were still trying to pack up their equipment and leave, Alan stood up from his seat. "Dear journalist friends, please stay a little bit. The Ministry of Magic press conference is over, but Horcrux has some other things to communicate with and announce to the society." The media reporters were instantly excited. They could guess that the next news that Alan was about to publish was certainly a big news that would attract social conference theory and focus. Alan glanced at the reporters on the field, and there was a convincing force in his voice. "I have seen many false reports about the reconstruction and expansion of Hogwarts in some media newspapers, some of which seem to be personal. I have witnessed some very ridiculous remarks, which has also caused the attention and controversy of the magic world. Here, I would like to first thank you for your attention to Hogwarts, the attention to wizarding education. Sorry, we were just simply publishing this news and not elaborating. It has caused so many misunderstandings. Today I will make a simple answer to the hot issues caused by the Hogwarts renovation and expansion, and all media friends and audience friends in front of the TV. I also hope that everyone can understand and support our work. Rather than listening to the vague speculations and rumors, what we see is true. After talking, Alan took out the hookah pipe in the shape of a raven skull from his pocket. Under the witness of these reporters, a large cloud of smoke was slowly spit out through the pipe. The reporters keenly aimed their cameras at all. In view of this twisting and spiraling smoke, the smoke spread out in the air above the heads of the people, but the hazy smoke showed a clear, huge macroscopic scene. That's Hogwarts. The expansion plan is so big. A reporter set up the camera neatly, adjusted the angle, and took out a magic camera and snapped at the drawings. For a while, the sound of flashing lights and pressing the shutter sounded at the venue. The designed drawings of Hogwarts reconstruction and expansion slowly unfolded in front of the reporters and the camera. Seeing such a fine and large design, even though the reporters were well trained, they could not help but sigh. Witcher Today reporters excitedly took pictures again and again. "We are all right. This is a small city." Harris. He just wanted to say Alan and their bad words, but thought that this is the Ministry of Magic. The face it was Alan himself who closed his mouth alertly and did not ask the question of the umbrella trying to acquire Hogsmeade Village. But the quill in his hand quickly slid on the parchment. Alan explained the plans and arrangements of their expansion one by one against these drawings. Where is the block? Where are the residential houses? And where are the commercial streets? Because of the huge scale of the expansion, Alan explained for a long time, it's just that the reporters have more questions. They just want Alan to say as much as possible. Just as Alan took a short breath and picked up the glass on the speaker's table for a sip of water, the reporter of The Witcher Today couldn't wait to ask aloud, "Principal Harris, why did you build Hogwarts like this? It is huge. Do you have any ideas and plans to move all the wizards in Britain to live here? This is just planning for the future ahead of time. Of course, if all the wizards feel that the surrounding Hogwarts after our renovation and expansion is more suitable for living, it is also suitable for receiving our protection during this special period. Willing to move over, we are very welcome." Alan put down the glass and looked at the reporter of The Witcher Today. "But you should know that I am a person. I like to give people a choice, so everything is voluntary." Under Alan's gaze, the reporter unconsciously grabbed his arm and turned his gaze to other places. Later, when Alan explained the entire Hogwarts and a large area around it, the reporters thought that the explanation was over. But in the smoke, these cities slowly rose, exposing Hogwarts' underground part. Ravenclaw. He has also divided the underground into an area for reconstruction and expansion. The reporter of the Prophet Daily is a faithful believer of Ravenclaw, and he was stunned at the underground drawings displayed on the sky. Such a large scale. Some reporters murmured with their heads raised. I am afraid that even the wizards all over the UK will be dissatisfied. Why should the scale be particularly large? What is the plot? Compared to moles, our wizards have a deeper understanding and application no matter whether it is time or space. www.untitled.novel.com. Under the Hogwarts, planning to build these areas is also for the honest step. Harris family with this strength to complete this renovation and expansion. We only hope to complete the renovation and expansion as perfect as possible. Capital and technology are not a problem. Alan straightened his back proudly, sonorously said, in the magic world until now, except for a small number of villages and towns, settlements and some commercial streets, our wizards have never developed their own cities. I think this needs to change. Not only the reporters, but also the members of the Ministry of Magic burst out of discussion. They had more questions. Some people with backgrounds also smelled something wrong from this surprisingly large-scale plan. They were very upset. But after Alan finished speaking, he didn't seem to have the intention to continue anymore. Ignoring the reporters who saw him moving up and asking questions directly to try to get him to answer more, Alan put away the water pipe and then took the stage. A woman wearing a pair of jeweled glasses and blonde hair made into an elaborate volume beckoned. The woman immediately exposed her teeth and opened an apparently self-righteous smile. Thick fingers clutched the crocodile leather handbag. The red-coated 2-inch long nails opened and fluttered toward Alan. Mr. Harris? Rita. If you have time, talk to me. I have a business I want to introduce to you. I want you to help me write about Hogwarts. August 1st Chinese mobile version reading URL m.81zw.us. Chapter 1041. Harry Potter and the Magic Stone Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. Facing Alan's unexpected invitation, Rita Skeeter immediately smiled and said, "It's great, Principal Harris, this is my honor." "It's not a good place to talk." Alan looked at the reporters around and raised his head in the direction of the Ministry of Magic to Rita. "We will talk about it in detail." Skeeter wore a banana robe today, she quickly explained to the photographer with a big belly beside her, and walked towards Alan. Punlo, who was standing by, noticed that. She immediately staring. He immediately followed up and approached Alan. Alan looked at Punlo's carefully guarded look, and smiled secretly, but when Alan's eyes were dressed like flowers and butterflies in Rita, she looked helpless to Punlo. Suspiciously sighing secretly, Skeeter didn't notice this. She quickly approached Alan, giggling gleefully as she thought, and her big chin kept shaking, but then she felt Punlo's cold eyes. Seeing this a well-known female demon in the Era office, Skeeter felt a chill in her heart. Thinking of the relationship she had heard with the Era and Alan Harris, she immediately understood the thoughts in Punlo's heart and moved away in awe. After Alan took a few steps, he put away the flattering smile. His body was no longer trembling, and he behaved more dignifiedly. "Rita, don't care. Punlo is my escort. In addition, I will have some things to discuss with her later." Alan saw that the atmosphere became a little embarrassing, so he found reasons for Punlo to make her ample reason to follow. "Miss Crivat's name has been heard for a long time, and I think it would be better for her to be accompanied by Principal Harris." After competing with Punlo on the way, Skeeter couldn't wait to say, "I saw you. I knew you would have made great achievements. I didn't expect this day to come so fast. You once again defeated the mysterious person. You are a veritable strongest wizard." "Principal Harris, what do you need me to write?" Despite the command, the Daily Prophet will gladly serve Harris. The Prophet Daily, as the official media in cooperation with the Ministry of Magic, should maintain its relative impartiality and maintain its transcendent status. Alan explained to Rita that she would simply explain it wrongly. I invite you this time it is for a more personal purpose and has nothing to do with the Prophet Daily. Skeeter didn't question anymore. The Prophet Daily does not belong to the private property of the Harris family, and now the other party is at the cusp of some actions because of some actions. Harris seems to want to create a real belonging to the Harris family. My own paper media editor believes that the other party is presumed to be fond of her ability to talk nonsense, to be able to speak well. The three men were seated in a reception room in the Ministry of Magic. Punlo, who became somewhat in a good mood, commanded the teapots and teacups to fly over, pouring hot black tea into each bone china teacup. After sitting down, Alan didn't go around too much and asked directly, "Rita, I remember you have a green shorthand quill pen. Can this pen be used for writing other than press releases?" Skeeter heard the meaning of Alan's words clearly, but didn't expect the other person to really want her eyes behind Rita's jeweled glasses to widen at once. "Minister Harris? Excuse me, what kind of ghostwriting is it?" "This is a series of long stories. I first estimated that I would write 7. But the first one is about 200,000 words." Alan leaned on the sofa and consulted with Skeeter. "I will give you how long will it take to compile an outline and some information to be written?" "Please give me 3 days. In fact, my pen and I should be faster, but this is the matter of President Harris. I must check the polish more." Skeeter raised his eyebrows. "I am more confident than before. I am not the third-rate female family serialized in What Starting Point magazine." Wanyandon also commented on the feedback less and less. "I have to stay up to 2 o'clock every day to write 2,000 words. Mr. Amos D. Gorey seems to go to the toilet." "Very well, I think our cooperation will be very pleasant. And it will bring you more rewards than you think." Alan took a sip of tea and didn't understand the complaints of these writers. He leaned his body on the sofa. "Do I need to tell you a summary of the story first?" Skeeter's smile flickered a little, and she guessed, is it Alan trying to promote Hogwarts, or because of the recent momentum to write an autobiography for himself? "It would be better if you weren't delayed." She opened her crocodile leather handbag, took out her shorthand pen, pulled a piece of parchment paper on the table, and swiped back and forth on it to write a note. "In this book, the story mainly takes the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as the main stage, describing the protagonist, the young wizard student, the immortal boy Harry Potter studying life and adventure stories at Hogwarts. A piece of content is probably Harry, with the help of good friends, broke through all difficulties and protected the magic stone." Alan briefly described the plot, so the specific title of the first story will be Harry Potter and the Magic Stone. As for the specific outline of the story, I will let my phoenix come to you afterwards. "That's right, don't feed it, it won't eat. Please don't try to touch it, it has a bad temper. It is good." Skeeter was surprised. She didn't expect Alan to use the legendary savior Harry Potter as the protagonist, and to completely remove his own existence from the story. "Principal Harris, if this book is written like this, I am afraid it will not sell well." Her shorthand pen hung over the parchment and stopped swiping. "If you are writing a copy of your autobiography, it will definitely sell very hot in its current form." "Alan, why did you choose that Harry Potter as the protagonist?" Punlo, who had been turning his brain and wanted to win a heroine, when he heard Alan was going to write a book, said with some disappointment, "What's so good about his reckless adventure stories?" Miss Cravat said it well. "In fact, I think that if you write your autobiography of Principal Alan Harris, Miss Cravat can also be written into the story." "This is very interesting." Skeeter saw through Penelope's intentions complemented each other, and hoped that she could persuade Alan to change her mind and write a story of his own. "Only the first one is in this style. As the story goes on, this series of books will be darker than one. No need to worry." Alan explained calmly. "As for what you worry about will not sell, this is not a problem, because this book is not for wizards, but for moles. My own story is too smooth. If it is changed to Harry's situation, words are more literary." "Principal Harris." As the female reporter screamed, the green shorthand quill fell on the paper with a snap, and Rita Skeeter grabbed herself and ignored the image. Curly hair, Principal Harris. This story is all about our magic world. If it is published in the Mole world, I am afraid that it will violate the confidentiality law and make the International Wizarding Association trouble us. Who told you to talk to Alan like this? Pay attention to your identity. Punlo, who was next to him, saw Rita rebelling against Alan and forgot that they had just passed the brief united front, and her roaring voice became a little sharper. You better do it for me according to Alan's wishes. Suddenly yelled at by the other party, Skeeter glanced in panic at Punlo, then he dared not to speak, and the jeweled glasses he wore slid down the bridge of his nose. Don't use Punlo, Rita has such worries, it's actually for our good. Alan stroked Punlo's shoulder to calm her down. www.untilnovel.com. Then he personally directed the teapot to Sri Lanka. Kit continued on the tea. If the International Wizarding Federation is to be held accountable, I take full responsibility for this matter. I don't think this is a big problem at all. The Mole-like fantasy has more than the exaggerated description of the magic world. And you have been wondering why I should write it? I actually have a very good reason. It can benefit the entire magic world. It wasn't just Skeeter, which made Punlo look a little confused, and they united again and asked why. You all know that in the First Wizarding War, Tom took advantage of the fact that people who dared to call him by name were mostly people who dared to resist him. He cast a spell on the name. Once the name was spoken, he and his men will know the short conversation content of the person who pronounced the name and probably know the location to retaliate. Just like ordinary wizards have always worried, he will give his name again after returning this time. This spell was cast. Alan turned up his little fingers in a very British style and twisted his own bone china teacup to take a sip of tea. You think about it, when this book becomes a mole after our bestsellers, moles in every country in the world are using their own unique accent, so the mysterious man and his men are either harassed to sleep until death, or they have to take the initiative to lift the spell. So we write this it as a just act. And it has to share the worries of the International Wizarding Association. August 1st Chinese mobile version reading URL m.81zw.us. Chapter 1042, Joan Rowling Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second, www.81zw.us. Principal Harris, I have to say that your idea is too genius. If you can make the ordinary wizard everyone pronounce that name, it will greatly reduce people's fear once again after you defeat him. Just the flattering smile on Skeeter's face seemed even more exaggerated. Alan sitting across from her could even see 3 gold teeth in her mouth. If he knew that this book was written by me, I'm afraid. Worry. I mean, if he sincerely wants to retaliate against me, I may soon have no chance to play for you. I think you and I understand that Tom is afraid to return to the British country in a short time. In addition, you can officially join the umbrella, then the company will naturally provide you with services. Rita, for Harris, you compare your own imagination is more important, writing is just a trivial matter, and you will be responsible for many other words in the future. Alan put down the teacup and looked down at the other party or the female reporter who was previously affected by the notorious influence of the Dark Lord. This book will not be distributed by the magic world. I let the umbrella contact a mole publisher called Bloomsbury. You will use Rowling as your pen name afterwards. The Ministry of Magic will handle a quilt for you. The document called Joan Rowling's Mole as your identity in the mole world. Remember to change your face and make a new look when the time comes. The green quill pen in front of Rita Skeeter began to write again and again. The nib slipped on the parchment dexterously, and the character Rowling appeared on the parchment, but Punlo suppressed it. I kept wandering around in my head this apparently female name, and my heart was full of wonder why Alan deliberately used this name. Noting Punlo's frowned brows and eyes, Alan's hand was naturally pressed on her hand and patted. I just did a little divination from the name book. Under this combination, this book is the most easily become a bestseller. Looking at the hand movements of Punlo and Alan, Rita Skeeter of some occupational disease attack put the nib of the green quill pen into her mouth, so that she could restrain herself because of the occupational disease attack, and wanted a big book, special book. The value of these gossips is desperate. This earned income is used as your compensation and risk compensation, all of which belongs to you. In addition, because the Galing Pavilion may be used when you exchange mole money for gold gallon, it may be because of the quantity. The reason will cause you trouble, so the mole money will be exchanged directly by the umbrella without going through the Galing Pavilion. Alan continued to explain quietly, "It's just that I have a more personal reason, and we will give." The publishers used a confusion mantra to make these moles think this book was published in the UK on June 26 this year. Rita Skeeter was completely at a loss for the date appointed by Alan, but as a Ravenclaw, she knew that she also had some quirks. She was not familiar with the behavior of her fellow students and did not intend to delve into it. She nodded and agreed quickly. "Down. So, I look forward to your final draft, Rita." Alan stood up and held out her hand to Rita Skeet under Penelow's knife-like gaze. Rita reached out a little timidly, shivering slightly with Alan trembling quickly, and then can't wait to leave the reception room. As soon as the door of the reception room closed, Penelope raised his eyebrows and asked, "Alan, why did you choose June 26th? Does this day have any special meaning?" "This is actually the day I set a long time ago. I have been too busy recently to focus on Harry and the mysterious person, so I missed the date." Alan leaned back on the sofa and squeezed himself forehead. "However, a few confusion spells can solve the problem. I think moles can adapt to overcome this and compromise with us." Author's note: boom boom. The result I thought about before was forgotten and became the first writing. Harry shifted the time to July, and can only use this method to go back and match the actual release time of Harry Potter and the Magic Stone. Penlow sat on the side of Alan. She put Alan's head on her thigh and gently rubbed Alan's temple. "Alan, why write or published in Mole World? I don't think you're going to spend so much effort just to let ordinary wizards pronounce the name of the mysterious person." Smart Alan relieved these days of exhaustion under Penelow's massage. He closed his eyes happily. "Penlow, Harris TV now broadcasts so many mole shows. Wizards." I gradually began to acquire knowledge about moles, and began to have a better understanding of modern mole society, but relatively speaking, moles' understanding of the magic world is basically equivalent to nothing. And according to the present in terms of law, we have to make sure that moles don't know. Penlow understood Alan's intentions somewhat, but she liked the feeling that Alan and her spoke carefully, so she continued to squeeze her fingers gently on the top of Alan's head without chewing. Alan moved his body to make himself more comfortable lying down. "Let Rita write a few books about the magic world, and moles will be able to understand the world of wizards. Wait a few years before making this series into a movie. In this way, moles will become more and more familiar with the world they think they are fictitious. If the influence becomes greater, it is estimated that there will be countless other fan creations, such as J.K. Rowling's writing Harry Potter and Magic Stone. Her book fans may write a book of Harry Potter's Invincible and so on after many years. Just like the wizard has started to learn about moles through the Wizard TV show, moles can also learn about the wizard based on this book and its surrounding products. So, Penelow's voice deliberately expressed some excitement. In line with Alan's, she stopped the massaged fingers and the white face was also flushed with blush. "Alan, this has become the return of everything you often say. This should indeed reduce the harm caused by the change, but would it bother you too much? I mean, although I am from a mole family, you don't have to think too much about my ideas. You don't have any ideas." Penlow: "I sincerely hope that the world of magic and the world of moles are indistinguishable, which is also my long cherished wish." Alan straightened his body and said sincerely, "If we can reduce some harm in the process, why wouldn't you be happy? Know that we don't lack time now." "Right," Penlow said. Nunu couldn't help but red lips. She knew that the reason why Alan insisted on making the magic world and the mole world as peaceful as possible, which should be a little white. The reason for the left Harry which Hermione Granger www.mentalnovel.com. However, Penlow did not intend to continue this much. She just leaned over and let her upper body over Alan, then picked herself up. The cup of warm tea was drunk. Punlo, I'm out of breath. Alan gave up struggling after turning his head a few times. Did you explain the situation to your parents about the Hogwarts remodeling? Are they willing to move in and live? No problem. Of course they are very willing. Punlo replied simply. She turned out a mirror and wiped off her smudged lipstick. That's great. It just happened that after coming to the magic world, the Ministry of Magic just happened to have a job suitable for them. Alan said happily. He pushed Punlo to signal her to let go of her. We're going now. I have something to talk to them. But Punlo was diametrically opposed to the answer she just made. She sat on the sofa without moving, and she didn't speak for a long time. This familiar anomalous behavior made Alan aware of the hidden secrets. He asked softly and gently, "What's wrong, Punlo? But did you encounter any difficulties?" August 1st Chinese mobile version reading URL m.81zw.us. Chapter 1043. Confusion Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. It's no problem, but it's not suitable today. I'll talk about it later. Punlo refused Alan's proposal after he rarely responded. Alan, if you want to ask them for help, you can tell me first. Alan narrowed his eyes slightly, then sighed. Invite in person more sincerely. Punlo, after your parents come to the magic world, some problems just need their help. Are they still not willing to move to the magic world? Punlo didn't answer but directly asked with some surprise, Alan, what can we do with them? You know, the Ministry of Magic enacts laws that are too rigorous, and the chiefs of various departments have left some back doors for themselves. Alan explained. So the Ministry of Magic will redefine more strict laws later, so I hope to be able to invite them to participate, which will give the wizards a good lesson. I'm afraid it's a little troublesome. Punlo squeezed his fingers in embarrassment. And Alan, although we control the Ministry of Magic, we can't fully reenact the law. Punlo, tell me, what is going on? Alan raised his eyebrows after seeing Punlo hesitating several times. Is they not willing to give up the career in the mole world? I can understand. It doesn't matter. Punlo, shall I persuade them with you? I've cast a so-taking spell on them. As soon as he gritted his teeth, Punlo revealed what he wanted to hide. Why? Alan blurted out in a daze. He thought that the other party was just not willing to give up the career that began to rise after he met the Prime Minister, but he didn't expect it to be the result. Sometimes ago, at the Alton Tower in the amusement park, my dad was right there. He saw Luna sitting on your shoulders. Punlo said, annoyed when Alan was still asking, so he was strong. I was opposed to continuing to be with you, and after several quarrels, I couldn't persuade them, so I used a curse on them. It's really not appropriate to pass by now. Alan just felt his voice was a little dry and immediately recognized him. He recalled the situation of the day and glanced in a panic from the upper left direction. Punlo was distracted. Speaking of which, I haven't sat in the roller coaster of Alton Tower in a long time. We can go together when you're on vacation. Alan responded with an open mouth, and then the sense of disobedience made him frown again, staring at Punlo's eyes. Sorry, for my business you have suffered so many sins. It doesn't matter, I will continue to persuade them. Punlo shook his head quickly and breathlessly. I don't know what happened to the furry head at home. Hermie and his parents are also very hesitant to give up their career in the mole world. Alan frowned, and he asked for a moment in silence. Yes, Punlo, why didn't you use the forgetting spell directly? It was too loud at the time, and I used black magic when I was in a hurry. Punlo's voice was slightly decadent, and his hands were twisted together with uneasiness. Long-term bear the soul spelling curse, without his own thinking, his own reason, so I am afraid that it will affect their health. Alan tried to slow down his tone. We have to think about whether there are other ways to solve. I have arranged for the internal staff of the Red Umbrella Department to protect them. With them, there is no need to worry about safety at the moment. Punlo's tone was a little depressed, but they are just facing the legal hair at home every day. dumb. If I use the Oblivion Curse on them. Punlo reached out anxiously and combed his short black hair back from the forehead twice. No, even if the Oblivion Curse temporarily cleansed their memory, I'm afraid it won't last long. When they move to the magic world and live for a long time, even if we are careful, they will definitely know the situation of the magic world. What's more, long-term use of the forgetting spell will make people more and more forgetful. Then their proud career as a lawyer can be ended early. As a lawyer, it is very important to have a good memory. How about the confusing curse? Alan looked at Punlo and said casually, and then motioned for the other person to lie on his lap in reverse. Just like what Punlo did to him just now, he also massaged the other person's forehead. It's just that there is some silver between my fingers from time to time. The confusing spell works, so my parents can help. Punlo clenched his fist in one hand and knocked on the other, but then his eyes flashed a little manic light. But it's just a little trouble. Even if the super magic spell delay is used, the confusion spell time limit must be cast again if something new happens. With the hands on the other person's forehead pressed back, Alan's eyes glanced across her cheeks. The matter started with herself and Luna, but she didn't seem to blame her and Luna at all. It has been a long time since I had a temper with myself. She didn't ask in detail when Punlo was thinking about the solution. She just shook her head and said that she didn't care. After 2 laps in the room, she couldn't think of a better way. She sat back on the sofa. Alan, I can only do this for the time being. I will find other ways to solve things afterwards. Alan's hand kept turning on the opponent's hand. He secretly whispered, Punlo is a hot temper, and still jealous. Just knew that it would not allow the training class to recruit Ravenclaw, even to prevent Hermione. Alan's student. Alan realized that these two people almost never complained about him because of his scumbag behavior, but instead focused on each other. According to the truth, whether it is Penelope, the chairman of the female student union who was born in Ravenclaw, or a serious schoolmaster Hermione, he originally estimated that this matter will be very troublesome, but now it is not so lucky to be taken care of by nature. In general, it is better to say that the two are like Punlo's parents. They are like being used for the so-taking or confusion spell, and ignore these options. But Alan just probed it by massage and didn't find any curse in the other party. Alan was very confused. Today, the information made him aware of some shadows of Luna behind her. She was driving away Deng before. Bledo manipulated the crazy-eyed man that time, making him very irritable and lost his mind. And Dumbledore, who was suspicious afterwards, seemed to be unable to detect any signs. Now, as Luna recovers and improves his divine power, Nello even blamed the other party this time, which is in line with Luna's habit of fear of trouble. But this time also made Alan aware of this. He even doubted whether he was under the control of the other party. Ignoring the confusion of these violations, he recalled that he seemed to have considered this similar problem before. But immediately thinking of something else went up. Alan didn't create a gap for Luna, he just started to feel uneasy. Why did Luna do this? Why should he help him in this kind of thing in turn? Author's note: it was originally intended to be more obscure and pressed for longer, but I noticed that many book friends did not pay attention to the mad-eyed man and some details, so I could only write out clearly. Alan. Punlo saw Alan didn't say anything. www.mentalnovel.com worried about whether he was angry. She quickly glanced at him, only to find that Alan seemed to be distracted. Sorry, I am just thinking about a solution, but I don't have any better ideas for a while. By the way, the rare medicinal herbs in the arcane garden have accumulated a lot for a long time, which is not as urgent as in previous years. I'll make some potions when Albert's wedding is over. You'll give them some time. Alan's fingers tapped lightly on the table. Out of guilt, he wanted to make some compensation so that he earned the admiration in front of him. Nello is better off. Punlo, who was usually murderous, tucked his messy hair behind his ears and appeared much softer. Don't worry. Wait for them to come to the wizarding world and use the confusion spell. Let's send it together. She was thinking about it in her heart. Let Alan send him when his parents are still awake. in order to narrow their relationship and restore some parents' feelings about Alan. All right, I recently estimated that when I was fine, I would stay in the Department of Mysteries personally and stay in the brain hole to study this matter. Alan responded, then looked at the other person's disappointed expression. Penaluo, so you simply pick up a flying car to pick me up when you commute. It doesn't make much sense to send every day. August 1st Chinese mobile version reading URL m.81zw.us. Chapter 1044. A vomiting genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. The deep Albanian forest was just baptized by a heavy rain. In the sultry weather, it was almost as suffocating as a steam oven. Under the influence of the weather and his own emotions, Voldemort's nose fluttered violently. Before passing by the watermelon field, he glanced at the dead body of the horse-tailed Death Eater, who was beginning to smell, and his expression was cold. When he went further, he heard hissing, crawling, and stopped. Nagini, the mysterious man whispered, hissing louder and louder, and Nagini swiftly crawled through the grass and climbed to Voldemort's side. He leaned up and climbed higher and higher, seemingly endless. His eyes did not blink, and his pupils looked at the injuries on Voldemort's bald head vertically with concern. Voldemort carelessly stroked the serpent with his slender fingers, his eyes looking in the direction of Nagini, where Bellatrix came out from behind a tree with his stomach on his stomach. Master. Bea's voice was tense with excitement. Behind her, Narcissa looked at Voldemort with a pale face, but her eyes avoided Voldemort and the snake. On their right, Lucius and several Death Eaters came out of the forest after seeing Voldemort appear. These Death Eaters dressed in black robes flashed through the forest one by one. They gathered around Voldemort in a loud voice, saluting Voldemort, but were afraid to look up at him at all. Voldemort's head tilted slightly to the side, his eyes first swept over Bella and her tall, intact belly. Bellatrix's face flushed red, tears of joy in her eyes. Master. She seeing the trauma on the head of the mysterious man, he suddenly felt cold all over and couldn't help but rushed over to hug the other party, and the mysterious man rarely yelled at this rude behavior. Very well, you guys are still here. Voldemort's eyes looked at Lucius. Many people have been saying allegiance to me all the time, but only the most loyal still stay here. Many people bowed their heads stiffly and breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, if it were not for the Bellatrix that when these people returned and found that the owner was missing briefly, they strongly opposed their departure. Like the wizard, after knowing that the master was defeated in the duel and the base camp was kicked, they scattered their lives instead of hiding in the surrounding forest and waiting. Voldemort's snake's face twisted, and he stood looking straight at the dark underground entrance. When he retracted his eyes, he seemed to notice that Parkinson was also. Parkinson, besides being useless, you are a little loyal. There are only a few left. What happened here, Master? The Harris. While we were away, he basically killed the people we left, and evacuated most of our belongings. Even our food supplies were not left. Luxusi took the initiative to answer the owner's question. There are only some black magic items left. According to my judgment, these items are estimated to be illegal transactions, and they cannot escape from the market because they cannot be shot normally. But the master. Bellatrix violently undulated his chest, and said in a hoarse, harsh voice, he finally found the master's room. But maybe the master had already carried out the operation and was known by him, so he was in a hurry. Hurry up. In a hurry. I just had time to steal some books in the master's room. Voldemort raised his hideous face and shouted, what about Vic's hand? Sissy, take it out. Bellatrix shouted to her sister, and Narcissa quickly took out a glass cover from her seamless telescoping handbag, and Bella took both hands to Voldemort. Master, some traitors wanted to steal your things before they left. Narcissa and I had to put them together to protect them. Nagini made some hissing noises in Voldemort's ears. Since Bella let you go, I won't hold you accountable for your poor protection. Voldemort narrowed his eyes and stared at the trembling Narcissa. then nodded for a long time, then lifted the lid of the box with his left hand, focusing his attention on it. The dry man's hand covered by a cushioned glass cover engraved with complex magic patterns. Very well. Remember the names of those traitors. In a blink of an eye, Bella stared at his right hand after noticing the movement of the mysterious man, and found that the cuff of the robe was empty and the situation was different. She screamed, "Master, your hand!" He squatted staggering on his stomach, almost kneeling at his feet trying to touch the broken arm. Bellatrix has been hiding in the forests of Albania, and no one of the Death Eaters who returned later was fully aware of the specifics of the duel between his master and Alan Harris, so Bella had never believed the words of others. She didn't think that her master would fail, but now her eyes were slipping through the gap in Voldemort's palm, and her eyes were full of concerns about the person in front of her who was more important than herself in her heart. "You are pitying me, Bella." Voldemort put his eyes on Bellatrix's face. "No. No, Master." Bella shook her head in a panic. "It's broken," Voldemort whispered with his right arm raised, and the broken wrist covered by the falling robe appeared in front of everyone. "Harris is now in full swing. He has control of some forces that I don't quite understand." Voldemort's only intact palm squeezed violently. "But I won't lose all the time. I won't win a game with him alone. Just wait for me to find 3 Vecna artifacts." Bellatrix's eyes were full of tears. "Master, Bella is willing to find them." "This shouldn't be out of your mouth, Bellatrix. Rudolph Lestrange and old Parkinson will know what to do." Voldemort let the box float in front of him, first casting a protective spell for himself. He then opened the lid and picked up the dry broken hand and pressed it into his own. The withered, lifeless disgusting palm, as if the port touched Voldemort's broken wrist, seemed to be alive. Those vascular tendons crawled like worms and began to drill into Voldemort's newly healed wound, and then like leeches generally start to absorb the lives of mysterious people. Voldemort frowned, a wand in his left hand, and a bad luck egg was summoned by the Dark Lord with a flying spell. Then he placed his withered right hand directly on the arm of the Death Eater, as if it was quickly drained of vitality. The Death Eater's quickly aging, the youthful appearance was quickly covered with wrinkles, and their hair turned white, and their bodies were rickety. There was no other reaction except for a few yells, and finally they collapsed to the ground and gasped. The absorbed vitality of Death Eaters was injected into Vicno's hand, and after Vicano's hand was satisfied, it passed it back to Voldemort, along with the evil and chaos contained in the palm itself. Those wounds healed in front of everyone at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, but the hand of the dry Vicana seemed to be completely unaffected by this external vitality, still withering and dying, which allowed the pale black devil to cooperate. This dry and corrupt palm, like the mummy, looked even weirder behind the palm. The mysterious man twitched a few times unconsciously, and then recovered and tried to bend the fingers of his new right hand a few times, then nodded in satisfaction. He gave the wand of his left hand to the palm of the deceased. The reporter waved the wand and did not chant without any care. A green light was emitted, and a green tree on the side that had revealed infinite vitality in the summer instantly lost its life. Regardless of Bella, who was agitated and excited at the side, Voldemort, thinking about her Horcrux, grabbed the unlucky egg that had just fallen to the ground. "Wait in place there." Voice of the mysterious person also became more uncomfortable. Feared. After lightly explaining, he went back to the United Kingdom and returned to Gant's old mansion. In this damp and desolate ancestral home located in Greater Hungerton, about 4 or 5 miles away from Little Hungerton, Lord Voldemort, after a little inspection and a roar of rage, and a thunderbolt exploded and destroyed some rooms, Voldemort laughed at the conquest and satisfaction of the power of the spell, and he recovered for a long time, grasping the unlucky egg and disappearing again. In place. After a while, in the seaside cave, the Dark Lord just dropped his inexplicable Death Eater on the ground after stopping his flying spell, and then he cut the skin on his old and wrinkled arm muscle, let the blood lift the magic barrier he arranged on this cave. The Dark Lord couldn't wait to confirm the safety of his Horcrux. He hoped that this place would not be found by others, and this memory from his childhood was not trapped because of him. The crystal ball was detected by the other party, and because the hidden secret door is now intact, the mysterious person thinks that this place is also intact, and thinks that Dumbledore will never think that they will put the Horcrux in this place that they have no way to study. However, as the stones in the secret door of the cave fell, the strong smell coming from the exposed channel made Voldemort understand that this was only his extravagance due to the lack of air circulation. The whole cave spewed out and was full of corruption. The sour smell and strong human excrement of feces are mixed with the smell of bitter almonds. The smell made the Death Eater, who had become so old and silent, suffocated his blush and restored some ruddiness, and even made a dry cough. In the cave, the air was silent and humid, and the mysterious man was full of vigilance, doubt, and unwillingness to the strangeness in front of him. Shrugged his nostril without a nose, did not call out the ship, but carried the same cough and dried slightly. Without changing his face, the vomiting Death Eater flew to the Lake Heart Island. After landing, a stronger smell came, but the Dark Lord's attention was all in the crystal basin in the middle. When he saw the pendant box inside, Voldemort frowned. www.mentalnovel.com. Having experienced many setbacks in time, he is not as arrogant as before. He does not believe that Alan or Dumbledore discovered this cave but was unable to solve this barrier. So Voldemort cast a so-taking spell on the Death Eater, completely disregarding the other party's feelings, and forcibly poured the potion into his throat, forced to open his mouth. Later, after the potion was consumed by his men, the mysterious man took out the pendant box naturally. Then, after opening the pendant box, the mysterious man naturally found the letters from the two brothers of the Black family. So, the small island in the heart of the lake and the bad luck of the Death Eater were naturally exploded by the mysterious man just using a thunderbolt exploding spell. Finally, the turbid lake water that spattered Voldemort naturally because of the explosion, the bitter almond smell and the stench smell contained in the liquid with a color different from his memory, finally let the face stay unchanged without changing the color. The Dark Lord above the lake also naturally let out an involuntary retching, a vomit. August 1st, Chinese mobile version reading URL m.81zw.us. Chapter 1045. We live by the consequences. Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. 12 Grimmauld Place, located in the northwest of London, England, has been very lively these days. After the borough was burnt to ashes by the Death Eaters, the homeless Weasleys accepted Sirius's invitation and temporarily moved to live in the Black ancestral house. After confirming that the mysterious man was driven off like this after that, the Phoenix Society could not help but relax their vigilance and chose this theoretically safe place, and as insurance, the White Wizard Dumbledore temporarily chose to live here to protect Harry himself. Fortunately, after Cretcher could not provide the service, the Black family got a clever hand robot as their nanny. Otherwise Mrs. Weasley could hardly afford such heavy housework. Otherwise, only the housework skillful Harry and Ginny and Tonks, who occasionally came to help, could share some of Mrs. Weasley's. Correspondingly, the birthday that is coming in a few days is quite different from Harry's usual. This should be the most lively one he has spent in his life. After entering Hogwarts and before his 3rd grade, he almost always hid alone in number 4 Privet Road to celebrate his birthday. The Dursleys will give him a coat hook and things like old socks made gifts, and he didn't start having some normal children's birthday experience until later when he met Alan and Flegg. It wasn't until I met Sirius after the 3rd grade that my birthday was basically spent with the Godfather and the Godson. Although I was a lot happier than when I was a child, it is still very rare for so many people to gather together like this year. But these days, in this Black family's ancestral home, The members of the Phoenix who are constantly in and out let Harry keep hearing about the arrested and the Phoenix that is being treated in the street. Mungo's Hospital of Magical Injuries and Diseases. The news of the members of the club. Harry only felt heavy in his heart, and he was breathless by the unspeakable sadness and guilt. This morning, Harry took a heavy step into the kitchen in the basement, surrounded by rough stone walls, with a fireplace at the farthest, iron cans suspended from the ceiling, and a table that seated many people, and many chairs. Mr. Weasley's family is already sitting on it. Looking at the smiley faces that greeted him, Harry avoided them and lowered his head, only to feel that his eyes were a bit sour. The burrows that had brought his family like these years had been burnt out. Mr. Weasley, the family can only live here temporarily for Sirius, and it's all for him. Be careful, Harry. George moved a chair in front of Harry, avoiding the fate of Harry's knee and chair. Oh, thank you, George. Harry's eyes involuntarily glanced at the dark hole on the side of George's head. Thanks to Mrs. Weasley's careful care, George's wound has become smooth and flat, but Harry's still not used to it, although the twin brothers made a lot of jokes about it. Sorry. You don't have to tell him once a day. And now no one will mistake us. Fred shook his wand. George, you shouldn't stop me. We are not exactly the same. This is a lot less fun. George held Fred's wand in his hand. If you do this, I think Angelina might cut my other ear. Harry's heart sank as well. He remembered seeing Fred gesturing at his ear in front of the mirror these days. He used to think he was only hurting George, but now he realized that the other person wanted to take George's light. Look, give your ears a little. Arthur Weasley, who had been completely healed by the torture and curse, turned around flexibly. This is not funny, Fred. Arthur stared at his twin son for a long time. He thought this son may have done such a stupid thing. If you mention it again, I will tell your mother and let Molly deal with you. Fred yelled nervously and perfunctorily. Wrong, Dad. It didn't take long for the dining table to be full of people. As the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, members of the Order of the Phoenix often came to eat because of research. Sirius leaned absently on the chair and watched Lupin from the small dining room. In the kitchen, help Molly and Tonks bring their prepared breakfast to the table. Ginny, help me send this to Dumbledore. He is probably thinking about something else. Don't disturb him. Just put it in the room. Molly put a lot of toffee finger cakes on it, on a plate. This is a food similar to chocolate sponge cake, but it contains toffee inside, which is more crispy. Ginny, who was across the table, took it over. He seems to have been in a bad mood lately. And so is Tonks. I never thought she loves reading so much. Ginny is in trouble for you. Just put it on the table. Dumbledore's voice came, and he walked into the basement. Sorry, Molly, I have often lived up to the delicious food you made these days. You should rest more. You look too tired. But it also happened to be Albus. Minister N. Harris was not comfortable. Kingsley Shackle's deep voice sounded, but they did not suffer. They were restricted in their prisons. This time because of the Wizarding TV. The causes and consequences of this operation are well known to everyone. The Ministry of Magic cannot be favored for our Phoenix Society. Lupin frowned. Our action is indeed this time the secrecy laws have been violated, leaving the Ministry of Magic very passive in front of the International Wizarding Federation. Pure blood families, including some relatives of my own Shaker family. Kingsley rubbed his forehead. After Alan Harris defeated the mysterious man so strongly, internal opinions also split. Some people think that Harris is unstoppable and intend to surrender. They believe that if they can't stop the teaching of Harris, it's better to directly support his actions and strive to catch up with this reform as soon as possible to minimize losses and ensure their status. Some people are hysterical under despair. You see what they said in the magazine. In this case where Harris just defeated the mysterious man and the reputation is just right. Trying to use the umbrella to buy Hogsmeade to extract the wealth of the wizards. It has such a painless and itchy reason to attack. They first supported me, then I failed, and then some people tried to put expectations on Tom, and now Tom also failed. They don't know how to stop this reform of Harris, but they are not convinced. Dumbledore sighed. It's not just the umbrella. I just received news from the horsemen that a wizard told them that Hogwarts reforms would be impressed by their survival and asked me about the situation. Those pureblood families seem to it is to create more trouble for Alan by inciting the opposition between non-ethnic people and Hogwarts. Most people in the Phoenix Society can commute their sentences, except for the crazy-eyed man who will actually squat for a while. Sirius' voice suddenly sounded. For a while, everyone stopped eating and looked at Sirius. Harris invited me to work in the Ministry of Magic. I took the opportunity to propose this condition so that those members of the Phoenix Society who were arrested could get a reduced sentence. Sirius spread his hand and said easily, "But the mad-eyed man's mouth is too smelly and they refuse." Harry only felt that the bacon in his mouth was difficult to swallow, and how a person like Sirius who loves freedom can withstand the rules and regulations of the Ministry of Magic. "It's okay, Harry. I'm going to the Magical Creature Management Control Department managed by Josephine Harris. Coincidentally, I just chose the Horseman's office." Sirius looked at the depressed Harry and said freely, "No horse person uses this service, so the work is very busy. In fact, according to the convention, if anyone in the Ministry of Magic is sent to this department, then he is not far from dismissal." "But Sirius, I don't think there is any coincidence in Harris now." Kingsley shook his head. "And they let the pure blood attack them on the issue of money accumulation. I worry that these pure blood families will be more to make my reputation even worse. I heard the students I brought before secretly told me that Harris was actually looking at some of the family's painless evidence. I don't understand why both of them used these. Something is nonsense." A vomit. Ron interrupted the crowd with a strange noise. He frowned and spit out the chicken in his mouth. "Well, Mom, this piece of chicken was born with blood." Brothers in elegant look made Ginny look down on Harry and leaned on it. www.mentalnovel.com. "You should have the one that belongs to me." Bill still had a few scars on his face. He replaced the dish he hadn't moved with Ron. "The meat eater will be a little more juicy and delicious. I like it." Recently, Bill noticed keenly that Harry clutched the knife in his hand, and said nonchalantly, "The venom potion developed by the Umbrella Company is very effective. I won't become a werewolf. It's no big deal except to change the taste of the diet." And Harry, the problem of the burrow is actually the responsibility of Fred and I. The two of us specially made fireworks for the mysterious person made him angry. George was annoyed by Harry's mother-in-law, so also took the opportunity to persuade once. No one really left us because of this, which is something to celebrate. In addition, if the therapist at Street Mungo Hospital is too careful, Professor McGonagall thinks she can be discharged long ago. Arthur, he lifted his glass against Harry. "Harry, what's the purpose of being alive?" Dumbledore's kind voice came out gently from his mouth. Noting Harry's confused eyes, he smiled. "I want to express, if I blindly look back, I can't see the front. It's these consequences that make us today. We live in the consequences, understand?" August 1st Chinese mobile version reading URL, m.81zw.us. Chapter 1046, 3 Secrets discovered by the wizard genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. Ron bumped Harry's shoulder. "Hey, look at Merlin's old ghost beard. Cheer up, Harry." "Don't swear, Ron." Mrs. Weasley admonished Ron undoubtedly, and then turned to smile at Harry. "My dear, you really have to let those things forget from your mind. You should move forward." "Read it, Ron. It's more popular to say now Ravenclaw's long hair." George grimaced. "No matter what, swearing is not allowed." Mrs. Weasley received the empty plate on the console with magic, and then refilled the finished wizard with tea. Ron did not dare to argue, and took the fork angrily towards the portion of the chicken Bill gave him bitterly. Tunks, who had been silent in her place at this time, heard Ravenclaw's name, and was choked by the tea that had just been put in her mouth. She coughed a few times. She bowed her head and scooped up some soybeans to cover up his own look, but these cooked soybeans and thick tomato juice dropped a lot before they were put in the mouth. Tunks, as if he hadn't noticed it, just fork another croissant into his mouth. Sirius was still surprisingly silent at the dining table. He was now leaning on the chair as a whole, wandering around with a wineglass and staring at Harry faintly. Lupin noticed his wife's appearance. He patted her shoulder to make her recover, then picked out the mushrooms cooked with cheese sauce and put them on his wife's plate. Tunks nodded gratefully. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but finally he picked up the mushroom and swallowed it. After dinner, Molly and Arthur went out to go shopping. There were Mr. Kieyozu and Tunks who took the initiative to help. It was not difficult to clean up the kitchen, and like Kim Rice they were explained by Dumbledore. After the mission, he also left the ancestral home. Sirius was still sitting in the position, holding a glass of liqueur in his hand and sipping from time to time, making the ingredients that made people feel happy and made him laugh from time to time. Mr. Kieyozu swept away most of the grease in the kitchen with a whirlwind, then hung the slightly smoky handkerchief, and then floated up the stairs. In the kitchen and dining room, only Tunks and Sirius who were drinking were left. Tunks looked firmly at Sirius. She shook her freshly washed hands and walked towards Sirius. Sirius, I know a big secret. Tunks looked really sullen, and even the polite words were straightforward. Sirius, who was sitting in a chair, raised his head in surprise, and did not respond for a moment. Tunks. Sirius, I found a very terrifying secret. This must not be said to anyone outside. Tank raised his palms in front of his chest, palms towards Sirius, and made a stop. You know that I have recently keep checking the history of magic. You also found a secret. But Sirius immediately and impatiently refused immediately before he finished. Since it's a secret, don't say it. You know I can't hide things. I'll find someone who confesses to me sooner or later. Tunk's bright pink hair flicked left and right as she shook her head, and she sent out some pitiful voices. You count as my uncle. Wait. You also found a secret? Yes. My own troubles are enough. I don't have enough time to take care of the secrets of these little witches. Sirius stood up, and the chair underneath swept across the floor with a clatter. Long hair, and suddenly his expression became a bit puzzled. Why didn't you tell Remus? Did you discover his secret? Wait. He's sorry for you. Of course not. What do you want? Tunks heard. The blood of the Black family made her really angry. Of course not. What do you want? That's Remus. I'm sorry for him, he can't be sorry for me. Originally trying to grieve the niece outside the hall, Sirius turned around and grievanced for his friend after listening. What? Are you sorry, Remus? What are you roaring about? Tunk's grey hair turned red again. I just found a secret. No one is sorry. Sirius, who was sprayed all over the face, declined in momentum. Then your secret is? No, since then you will find someone else, whether it's Molly, Dumbledore or Kingsley. I can't do it. I don't think anyone can know this secret. Didn't you choose to help Harris in Hogwarts, Alan and Dumbledore? Tunks pointed his finger at Sirius. He pointed to himself again. I think that apart from Arthur, only you and I are in a similar situation on this matter. But I have no reason to go to Arthur and say, Harris, huh? Sirius wondered. Your secret is also about their home? Also? Tunks was also puzzled. Your secret is also about their home? I may know something about his family is not convenient to tell others, Sirius asked, tentatively, with his hands spread. That's great. I think so too. Tunk's hair returned to pink. Wait. Nothing is too good. Sirius waved his finger. What do you know? You tell me what you know first. Tunks clenched his fists in both hands and seemed to forget that he was the one he wanted to say. The secret I know is Alan. He is, Sirius said, confused. And then his face was full of fury. Don't you have a secret to tell me? Why is it that I am talking about my secret? You don't even know Harris's secret. Alan, who is he? Tunks didn't startle in the synagogue. She opened her mouth. Are you and me the one secret? About Helena and Luna? Sirius pointed at Tunks' nose. You know? Tunks pointed to Sirius' nose. You know, Luna Lovegood is Royna Ravenclaw. Miss Grey is Alan's biological daughter. Sirius opened his mouth. How do you know? Alan also told you personally, Alan. He admitted to you. How long have you known? Tunk's hair color became very fast under this stimulation and excitement. She waved her arms so that the chair was knocked to the ground by her. She shouted loudly. Shouted, I found it myself. And do we have to shout and talk like this? I think we should whisper. Merlin's chest protector. Sirius sighed, and then thought of the niece's reminder outside the hall. Right, we can't yell again. Sirius pulled the chair up and sat back. It didn't take long for me to know it recently. It seems to me that I know longer than you, although I was only doubting before. But I was determined recently, and more than that, I also discovered some other things that Alan did in ancient times. Moving forward to bring her face close to Sirius, even if she said that, it made her feel a little bit cheerful. However, Sirius, you now know why I can't say anything to other people. Especially Remus. Is that all right? They may be very angry if they know. This can only be the secret between your Sirius and my Tunks. You know, Remus is too upright and kind. If he knows about us both, in fact, it will make him very painful and entangled. You know what he thinks of friendship. I am afraid that he may do something uncontrollable in the future when he knows it. So I can't tell him even if I am sorry. Suddenly the door banged the two of them when they hit the wall. They turned back at the same time and saw that Ginny fell off the stairs. Hi, Ginny, Tunks and Sirius said in unison, but everyone jumped up from the same place. How come you come down again? Didn't you hurt? I was just upstairs. Upstairs. Ginny stood up with a blushing face and took a few stiff expressions. Mr. Kiaos, you accidentally slipped down the stairs? Yes, I slipped after sliding down the stairs to the first floor. Sorry. After she said, her long red curly hair flicked, she flew upstairs in a flash. The sluggish Tunks glanced at Sirius only after Ginny left. God, hope Ginny didn't hear anything. If you told Molly and Kingsley, if Dumbledore knew, to yourself, it's bad to be driven out of Hogwarts. After Ginny fled back upstairs, she could not help wandering around involuntarily. She kept thinking about the information she had just peeked and heard after hearing the movement of negative first floor. She walked upstairs so absently. In the living room Altdorf, she only overheard the last point in the conversation between the uncle and the niece outside the hall. In the living room at this time, only Ron was pulling Harry and playing wizard chess by the big fireplace with two gorgeous glass cabinets on both sides. Ginny sat down beside Harry www.mtlnovel.com, secretly whispering the conversation between Sirius and Tunks, who had just inadvertently understood in the restaurant. Ginny opened her mouth and could not believe her judgment. I just raised my arm and turned around, wandering fidgetlessly in the room. In the end, Ginny's eyes turned to the love novels of wizards that the witches she had set aside before, and remembered the Black Family Tree genealogy tapestry. It's much closer than Sirius's relationship with Tunks. This made Ginny, who was ruddy again, yelled loudly, and she suddenly jumped from the sofa, raising her arms violently, as if to cover live your own head on the sides of your head. This made Ron, who was holding the pawn, startled and put in the completely wrong position. He was so angry that he also turned red like his sister. What are you crazy about, Ginny? Do you want to help Harry this way? Harry finally noticed his girlfriend's situation. He put down the wizard chess and waved to Ron to calm him. Ginny, what's wrong with you? Ginny held her arms akimbo and held her heart with one hand and exhaled heavily. I found a very horrifying secret. This must not be said to anyone outside. August 1st, Chinese mobile version reading URL, m.81zw.us. Chapter 1047. Charlie is staying in the garden. Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second, www.81zw.us. In Dorset, where Harris Manor is located, the weather today is very, very good. With a soft and clear blue sky, the clouds are high and thin, and the golden red light shines through the gaps in the clouds. Under the influence of magic, the whole manor is dotted with violets. and lily flowers. On this lovely summer morning, these flowers and plants are extremely fresh, and the sun has just entered the brilliant east. The dewdrops on the multiflora rose and various herbs roll off the leaves and petals. Although there is no wind, the leaves dance lazily under the influence of magic, forming a charming, microwave ripple effect. For the upcoming wedding, Fleur de la Cour's parents will come in advance. Daisy was yawned and came to the courtyard to be greeted, but her mother rushed back to the room, let her put on matching socks and mess up her hair was decently combed, and her new savior brother, Alan, had to pull her face down and use coquettishness to her mother to avoid changing into formal dresses like she was going to a Christmas ball. The auras, red umbrella departments, and death knights that were stationed in the surroundings have been temporarily placed in an invisible position. For this reason, the wizards have to temporarily cast a lot of safety spells on the manor. When Furong's family was delivered by the door key nearby at 10 a.m. on time, and was picked up by Harris' classic car, everyone's eyes involuntarily fell on a beautiful blonde woman wearing a leaf green robe. "Welcome to you." Irving took the lead in breaking the silence with a voice that was a little more enthusiastic than everyday speech. "We haven't seen it in a long time. Was it last time or last time in the Goblet of Fire, Mom?" Furong shouted and rushed over to hug her. "Dad." Albert followed the fiancé's footsteps somewhat honestly. Mr. Dracula was nowhere near as charming as his wife, Apollin, who was half of Iva's descent. He was shorter than his wife, sturdy, and had a sharp little black beard. However, it seems that he has a good temper. He stepped on high-heeled boots and walked quickly to Mrs. Harris, and kissed her on the cheek. "Ganked wise. Morgan Le Fay, it's too much trouble for you," Mr. Dracula said in a low voice. "Furong told us that you have been working hard for her wedding." "It's nothing. Furong is a good girl. We are very honored that our two are about to marry." Morgan Le Fay showed an elegant smile. "Gabri has also become beautiful." "Mrs. Harris, I miss the pastry you made." Gabrielle, who was a little more tall, looked like a small copy of Furong, and her waist-length pure silver long hair shook behind her. She turned towards Morgan Fay, showed a big smile and stepped forward to hug her, then fluttered her eyelashes and looked to Emily, who was the closest to her height. Noting the other person's eyes, Emily glanced at the adults around her, revealing a well-behaved smile, and stepped forward, holding Gabrielle's hand. "Seeing the friends I met before did not forget themselves." Gabrielle was relieved and could not wait. "Emily, I brought a few dolls. They are my new daughters, and I will introduce them to them later." Maggie, wearing a blue skirt, took the opportunity to appear behind the guests without letting the other person see her figure, but she still politely saluted their backs, and then took the heavy luggage from the car and disappeared into the original ground. "Hurry up, kids." Mrs. Dracula walked lightly, and like her husband, she leaned over and kissed Mrs. Weasley. "Morgan Le Fay, so charming. Harris, the manor is more beautiful than what Furong described." Then, she looked at a few of Harris Jr.'s and kissed them one by one, then smiled at Alan. "My dear, the duel that night was wonderful. In addition, those attribute potions are easy to use, and my skin is better than my mother. Welcome. I will make another batch recently. After Albert's wedding is over, you can take Apollin with you." Alan hesitated for a moment and decided not to tell the other about the other's skin and the medicine. Then, after Furong's mother turned around, Alan immediately kicked Len and Daisy. These two were distracted by the kiss of the mixed race Eva. After being kicked, Len finally got rid of Mrs. Dracula's charm. He cleared his throat a little embarrassedly and calmed down, and Daisy was sober after he retaliated against Alan. Over here, she looked at Madame Dracula's slim figure and her husband's chubby, high-heeled boots with a little impolite look, plus his sharp little black beard full of French sentiment. The couple who were not on the side stood together, and Daisy couldn't help but started to giggle secretly. After the Draculs entered the house, the Harris accompanied them to a lunch that was completely different from the usual style for the taste of the guests, and now the adult ladies gathered together again, and they soon chatted hotly. They made a warm final discussion on the details of the upcoming wedding, From the seating arrangement, to the bridesmaids' shoes, and even the details to the direction of the hospitality cup handle. The men are sitting not far from them. Compared with the very busy husbands, they seem to be a little confused and embarrassed in this scene full of female voices, especially in women's groups. When it comes out to ask their opinion, this will make the person being asked the focus of the audience. Owen, look at it. Wouldn't it be better if the tablecloth was changed to such a material with openwork trim and lace? Morgan Le Fay took a sip of lemon juice and pointed to a tablecloth on the album. The picture asked, will it be too much trouble? It's not a problem if you can do better. So your vision is very good, Morgan Le Fay. Irving glanced roughly and praised, which made Morgan Le Fay tickle the album with joy. If the tablecloths are changed, then I think that the fully enclosed chair covers look luxurious, but they are too thick. Remove them and tie the gauze on the white wooden chair back, which will make the wedding more romantic. Honey, what do you think? Apollon blinked charming eyes and looked at Mr. Dracule, but before waiting for Mr. Dracule's position, she continued, the wedding is naturally romantic. What color should we use? Mr. Dracule's finger pointing at the photo album stiffened in the air, and those seemingly similar things made him corner of his mouth helplessly, seeing the appearance of the two mothers. Furlong couldn't help but asked Albert, are you here, Albert? This white teapot is very beautiful, more delicate than the blue one we chose before. What do you think? Really? I'll take a look. Daisy Probe leaned over. Albert and our family are many students of Ravenclaw College. I think the original blue is pretty good. Inexperienced and somewhat incapable, Albert looked at his father for help, but found that Irving, who can also be called a brother, ignored him, but glanced at Mr. Dracula with a wry smile. Draco, Mr. said with a good temper, it is rare to see Apollon so happy. And Owen thought about Morgan Le Fay holding a feather duster and chasing himself, and said with a smile, Morgan Le Fay is always full of energy. Save him? Ren pushed Alan around him, reminding him, the bachelor party for Albert has not been held yet. Alan was originally looking at some of the happily looking Alberts like huskies. Hearing Ren's reminder, he thought he'd better be a brother or don't overdo it, otherwise he would pay it back sooner or later. He nodded. Did the brother start thinking about the Grace Save Albert and the two themselves? On the other side of the room, Emily and Gabri took out their dolls. This is my new daughter Cinderella. Gabri pointed to a very beautiful blonde doll. The shoes on her feet are made of squirrel fur. Emily, what is your daughter's name? She doesn't it look good? This one called Cinderella kindly lifted the skirt angle and performed a court ceremony on Emily. This doll is called Annabelle. I lost it once when I was a kid. I let my brother's men get her back from the Mole world. Emily, who didn't like playing with children, was a little helpless, pointing at her smiling and weird doll with two braids and a smile. But she is not my daughter. I always let her play my stepdaughter when I play. Stepdaughter? Gabrielle seemed at a loss. Being a mother? That's boring. Emily seemed somewhat interested in hearing the question. She glanced at the adults and found that no one noticed it, staring at Gabrielle with wide eyes. I generally all a stepmother. Gabrielle's eyes also widened, looking even more dazed. Speaking of that, I used to give Annabelle a small birth certificate card, and then shrunk in my beautiful little drawer to make sure she couldn't get the key, and then I could pretend to avoid my stepdaughter's biological mother. Oh, I think of it. She ran away before. It seems that I put the cards and some paper into the fireplace that day and burned it, and then lied to her that it was her mother's letter. Emily was somewhat complacent. She began to show off Gabrielle's ability to play with her house. She demonstrated to the other party in general, and said to the doll named Annabelle in a rather harsh tone, www.mentalnovel.com. Why suddenly ask these questions, Annabelle? You are foolish again. It's really beautiful. But how long can it be kept? Your father is gone. I think if you are willing to go to the orphanage, it will be good for all of us. After the performance, Gabrielle did not speak, but quickly pulled her doll away from the other party. Emily was somewhat satisfied with the little fart child in front of her, and seemed to be scared by herself. "Gabri, remember to listen to me later." The little girl with a quarter of the charm frog bloodline hugged her doll and nodded quickly, but couldn't help but curiously asked a little timidly, "What about Annibal's dad doll? Who is he?" "He is a wealthy widower, but he doesn't live in the house anymore." Emily looked at the mud in the garden outside the window. "Charlie is staying in the garden." Emily thought of something else. She looked at Emily's side face looking out the window. "So you married him?" Emily turned her head and smiled evilly at Gabrielle. She narrowed her eyes, but not because of love. August 1st Chinese mobile version reading URL m.81zw.us. Chapter 1048. Buck's genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. Irving and his party appeared in the only Hogsmeade village in the United Kingdom where all wizards had no moles. This is a very unique and beautiful village full of cottages and shops that are covered with thatched roofs. Before every holiday, the trees in the village were covered with enchanted candler suns. Now there is a lot of construction around Hogwarts, but this small village has not been affected temporarily. The three brothers of Albert walked down in front with a bit of frustration, and Albert's father and Albert's father-in-law followed not far behind. "Owen, this is the program for their young Albert. Isn't it appropriate for us to follow the elders together?" Mr. Dracul flicked his cocked moustache and glanced. "The young man in front, especially me, as my father-in-law, is really not suitable for the son-in-law esprit marriage party. They have any programs that are not easy to hold." "Don't worry about your family, Albert, they can come back for a formal stag party on their own." Irving held a cigar, and when he came out of the manor, he seemed to be hanging out more than usual. "His show is nothing more than drinking with a bunch of colleagues. Or do you want to go back and discuss with the ladies what color socks should we wear at the wedding? The last time I came to Three Brooms, the parents of the Bulgarian star warrior said the fruit brandy here is good." Mr. Dracul's pace was firm. Three Broom bars. Owen and their party opened the curtain and walked in. The crowded, noisy, hot, smoky scenes were different from the usual. In Hogwarts holidays, there were neither Quidditch games nor schools. Teachers and students and parents who took advantage of Hogsmeade to visit their children here came to a very deserted scene. After all, the first choice for wizards to shop and play normally is hidden in the diagonal alley in the small patio behind the broken cauldron bar that moles cannot see in London, in Glandonly after work hours. Those wizards who carry out expansion works nearby will go before returning home come here to relax. The lady with the graceful figure and face sign was originally napping on the bar and saw Owen. They came in and quickly got up and hired Ting and came over in a stern manner. "Ravenclaw bless you, Minister Harris, why are you free today?" "I'm so glad to see you, Rosmita. We are here to have a few drinks to celebrate my son Albert's end of single life," Irving said in a good mood. He reached out his palm and pointed to Della who was standing aside. "Mr. Chair, this is Furong's father. We are not going to work today." "Don't worry, let us fill it up." "Ah, Mr. Dracul, please forgive us for not seeing us for several years." Mrs. Rosie Matter smiled softly, her body trembling slightly, and she had some pity in her eyes to take her father and father-in-law to join the premarital Albert, who was lying on the deer, slipped over and invited him sideways. "There is no business anyway. I will close the shop temporarily." Speaking of it, Mrs. Harris did not bother for the wedding. "She ordered from me, young and elegant Yornie." "It's nothing." "Furong is a good daughter-in-law." Owen glanced at the family next to him, somewhat satisfied with the proper compliment from the Three Broom owners. Mrs. Rosetta walked in front of those shiny emerald green high-heeled shoes and took them to a corner of the tavern, as if she only saw Alan at this time. "Principal Harris, your duel a few days ago let us have a sense of security. It is a blessing for us ordinary people to have your presence in the UK. Please be assured that your expansion plan will definitely increase the flow of people. For those of us who open stores, I can't be better. Support by signing, so it's worth a drink. In addition, please help us pack an extra barrel of mead that has been ripened with oak wood. so that when we go back so that the ladies can complain less. Alan smiled and responded, in addition, please give us some dishes, but you can't drink a few drinks. If your father is too big, she will complain about it. Stubborn boy. Here. You can't drink alcohol according to the law. Owen, who is chatting with his family, feels a little ashamed. Rosmeter puts a butterbeer on the boy. Alan, we can't know how to break the law. Mrs. Rosmeter smiled even more charmingly. She responded. The high heels left quickly, and it took a long time to deliver a table of wine and appetizers, because she was the only one in the shop at this time. The wizards who pretended to be gentlemen took the initiative to help. Mr. Draco, I am sorry you didn't prepare the pork pie and pickles from the flame cup last time, but you can try this Scottish bomb, which is wrapped in cooked eggs and seasoned ham, parsley, scallions and spices, fried in a frying pan. It's a kind of Scottish fried egg with tonkatsu wrapped in hot spring eggs. Its method is more complicated. It is estimated to suit your French taste. Mrs. Metu apologized to the French wizard, and turned to point to another pint mug served with mayonnaise and cooked kiwi shrimp. Sir Harris, can I still serve you dark beer? Thank you so much, Miss Rosmeter. After thanking Wren, he asked suspiciously, why didn't I see Cheryl? She's not here? Cheryl and her husband were beaten because they were in conflict. Anyway, there was no business in the holiday shop, so I gave her a few days off. Miss Rosetta sighed. So women, or choose like Miss Dracula for people, it's better to be like me. These words made Albert, who was not high in character because of the stag party with his father-in-law, inexplicable. A little embarrassed. Miss Rosetta, if Cheryl needs any help, you can always ask me and Len for help. I remember that her husband didn't get sick and all depended on her. Thank you. I'll tell her, today's dinner is even mine. Albert, I just refried this Scottish fried pork skin. I remember you like crispy. Mrs. Rosetta smiled. Eyes swept across Albert's face next to Mr. Dracula. The female shopkeeper also felt that the prospective bridegroom's experience today was also too pitiful. After a brief chat with the crowd, after drinking a small glass of his own, without further interruption, Rosmeter returned to the back of the bar to let Harris enjoy their space. After the initial restraint, he went through 3 tours. Albert, who usually didn't talk much, had turned very ruddy. He leaned forward, pressed one arm on the table, and the other hand filled his glass with wine, and there was more talk. He was big. The tongue ignored the father-in-law and asked Owen, Father, what should I pay attention to in getting along with each other? How can I be as loving as you and your mother? For a long time. Then ask the right person. Hiccup. Minister Owen Harris leaned back on the chair. The front of the magic robe had been ripped open, his cheeks flushed, and he pointed to his elder son. You guys, I saw it with my own eyes. I have my own experience in maintaining the happiness of marriage. Albert, I also have the secret. Mr. Dracula handed his cup to Albert, hugged his son-in-law's shoulder, and raised the volume abruptly. Give. Hiccup. Fill me too. Since we are good friends, I will pass it on to you. Alan, Wren, you also listen to. This is good for your future marriage and happiness. Irving nodded solemnly, and then paused. He shook his heavy head and raised his eyes to look at AI. Lon seemed to wake up a little. This kid seems to be better than all of us here. Alan, would you like to teach us? Alan, who was forced to drink only butterbeer and kept awake. www.mentalnovel.com glanced at Mr. Dracula naturally, and found that the other party was looking at himself curiously with drunken eyes, and Alan stiffly revealed with an embarrassed smile. He rolled up his magic robe sleeves, and regardless of whether the glass in front of Owen was full, he raised his hand and poured the wine. Father, Aunt Josephine told me a lot about you at school. I think Mommy should enjoy listening to those stories about your Quidditch team. There is enough wine, as your father. Let me talk about my marriage. Owen immediately sobered and softened. He reached out to block his wine glass and glanced unnaturally at the ruddy Draco. Finding the other party looking at him curiously, Irving stiffly smiled awkwardly. I'm not afraid of her. After Irving finished, he glanced at the bar carefully, making sure that Mrs. Rosie Matter didn't hear it before letting go, clearing her throat and preparing to preach. "This is my father, that is, your grandfather. Before my marriage, a very wise suggestion to me." Albert moved closer, and Ron quickly moved away the wine glasses and dishes in front of him, and took out a notebook and a quill pen seriously, making a posture to record carefully. Even if a pair of Alan's ears, which hadn't been taken seriously, moved, apparently turned his attention. August 1st Chinese mobile version reading URL, m.81zw.us. Chapter 1049. If you eat one bite of fried pork skin, you won't get drunk like this. Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second. www.81zw.us. Your grandfather's marriage is the same as my marriage, and time has proven the correctness of this secret. Owen's finger tapped on the table. "Albert, now apologize to me." "What?" Albert looked dull. "Why should I apologize?" "Don't talk nonsense." Irving looked grim. "Apologize to me." "Sorry, father." Albert obeyed, but he couldn't help but ask, "But why?" "It's like tongues and teeth between husband and wife. It's inevitable that there will be no non-quarreling couples in this world." "But, before you disprove your wife." Irving's hands pressed down, and he took out the magic, the minister's persuasion. "Before that, don't worry. Take a step back and ask yourself 2 questions. Do you want to win the argument, or do you want to live happily?" "My father taught me something similar." Mr. Dracula nodded in agreement. "My father-in-law." Apollon and his father obviously do not know this. You may have heard Furong, Apollon's mother. "From time to time, I will be out of control and transform into a terrible bird-like creature form, which will become the head of a bird with a sharp and large mouth, and a pair of wings covered with scales on my shoulder. Then my mother-in-law is like a fireball just rushed towards my father-in-law, and threw a real fireball at him." Albert swallowed in silence, glanced at Mr. Draco, who was sipping his wine again and again while holding a glass of wine, and looked at Alan with some fear. "Alan, or Furong Animagus, is it still slow?" Ron, who recorded carefully, responded positively like a good student who answered the professor's question in class. "But the debate is not to win in order to be happy. If I win at that time, will I persuade each other?" "Lun, it's not your usual trial." "Alas, I don't have much to worry about, Alan, Albert and even Emily, but you and Daisy are so uncomfortable." Irving shot helplessly, looking at the second son's head. His eyes were full of worries. "I said at the time that I wanted to win, but after your grandpa heard my answer, he fell in front of me and wept." At this moment, they were interrupted by a clatter, and Mr. Dracula next to him, drunk on the table, knocked over the wine glass, and the water spilled into the dish, and some yellowish bubbles appeared. Albert waved his hands quickly, and without a wand, used a cleanup to clean up the table and Mr. Dracula, who was wet with wine. "I didn't quite understand what he meant at that time." Irving recalled that his father was a little sad, but he pointed at his sons with confidence in his face. "But after so many years I can explain to you like this. I am happy, very happy man." I understand." Mr. Dracula's carefully groomed mustache seemed to be drooping down. "With such a beautiful and graceful wife, you know, she has half of the Meiwa lineage, so I am very very happy man." "Then you will not have a quarrel." Albert thought that the attempt to prevent Furong from being transformed into a charming baby was a misrepresentation in front of his father-in-law, complimenting. "Child, don't get it wrong, we will also quarrel. The couple will always quarrel. If you always hold your breath, anger will accumulate over time. It will erode your brain." Mr. Dracula narrowing his eyes, he said feebly, "But since the day I got married, I have never held the right to speak." "Albert, you have to learn how to communicate. That's the word, communication." Irving leaned on the chair, hung one hand on his family member, and waved his arms diagonally. "You have to understand the other half, the way of speaking. But it takes time to practice. The way men and women speak differently." "How is it different?" Ren quickly wrote Owen's keyword on the paper. "For the sake of my wife Ravenclaw." Alan couldn't help but speak to Ron. "Ron, let alone men and women. You think about Daisy and Emily, what they said, isn't it the same way? You don't usually talk to pure-blooded families. I remember it very well. You just talk to them as if you are negotiating. You have to use all your ingenuity on it. I don't really understand. Albert couldn't understand, scratching his head in a confused face. I think I have always communicated well with Furong. Emily told me that before Furong praised you wearing an RA uniform, you always wear it. Alan's anchor came. But she only recently told you that even if it looks good, it can't stand it all the time. I understood it only after 3 years of marriage. Irving sideways acknowledged Alan's sarcasm. Your mother has never said her purpose. You know what happened. Both of our families, she lost her house elf, so if she wanted me to work, she would ask me a question. Everything was hidden in the question, Albert said. But Ren went on to say, but Ellen, don't you wear yourself every day? Why do they have no opinion? Alan shook his head. You have to master the basics before considering these issues. Just like I was just married to Morgan Le Fay at the time. I was about to go out. The Quidditch stick was hanging on my shoulder, carrying my broom cornflower in my hand. Well, my sons, all of you, everyone should have heard your mother ask me this question: where are you going? Irving was recalled by Mr. Dracul's words. He paused and waved his hand. But we were only a few shortly married at the time. Month. How can I know so much? I just raised my broom so stupidly and made a little ironic joke, saying to her that I can't see that I am going to sweep the floor. Albert and Ren couldn't help grinning because of their mother's knowledge. And Mr. Dracul took a sigh of relief and looked at his family sympathetically, shaking his head. Alan thought with some gloating, asking his father to describe the consequences in more detail so that he can be more precise when used to make fun of others, but being forced to have Mr. Dracul present, it made him somewhat worried about not asking the question. What's laughing? If you can't learn, you will cry when. And now I have learned something. Irving swept through Albert and Ren, who listened carefully. If I carry it now, the broom went out and wanted to warm up with a few old folks, and your mother asked me where I went, and I would only answer, I just wanted to put them out to bask in the sun, baby, and come back to tidy up the garden after it's done. I just practice how to carry a Quidditch club and go out with a flying broom. But father, isn't cornflower a flying broom designed for family use? Alan knew the model of flying broom. I remember seeing ads according to their series during the World Cup. Reliable feature. This flying broom has a built-in anti-theft buzzer. Even Albert wasn't born at the time. It would be nice if I could participate in Quidditch. Irving didn't say much on this issue, but Harris knew the meaning of his father's words. Then, as the last of the family's descendants male, he has to ensure his personal safety. His blood is also circulating on Furong. Mr. Dracor, as a French fat man, did not like Quidditch very much. He waited for the Harris to finish, and used his hand to draw a few circles on the table, and then he pointed to his own brain again. Albert, son-in-law, my child, it's up to you to get used to it. I can only crack Apolline's secret code and find what she wants me to do. For example, I lost a pair of underwear on the floor of the bedroom. This thing made her chill. This is what she often said, it is really chilling. Well, Morgan Le Fay complained that way too often. Irving echoed. He leaned back on the couch, tilting his head sideways, looking at Mr. Dracul's eyes as if he had found a confidant. If I didn't make her chill, then I must have pushed her to the wall. This is another anger for her. Furong came home from Booth Barton and asked, "Where's Mum?" I can only say, "She's frosting on the wall." I knew so much. Mr. Dracula recalled those days and sighed. You can't guess how she was forced to the wall. The murderer was on the bedroom floor. A pair of panties, the one with the most lethality in the world, is a piece of cotton cloth in front of your eyes. That was just thrown on the floor of the bedroom. If she came to me and said pick up, it would be just a few words. Then why didn't she say it directly? Albert was confused, and he couldn't understand it. Of course, Apolline wouldn't say that, otherwise it would be too simple and straightforward. At that moment, we must communicate in the highest level of the wizard's language, that is, Merlin gave us the ability to speak and twist. Dracula Mr. pushed his empty glass in front of Albert to fill him up again. www.mentalnovel.com. She looked at me like this, and looked at my underwear again and asked, "Is this yours?" I bowed my head in surprise, and confirmed again and again, "This is not mine." In fact, if it's not Mr. Dracula's own, I think it's your turn to ask questions. Alan discovered that things are gradually developing and beyond his cognitive domain. In fact, the situation is that he is complaining that Luna has littered her underwear and panties. Albert, this matter is still separate. You can't copy it, isn't it? What do you want me to do? This is the only question the husband wants to ask his wife. Mr. Dracula patted his leg. It's like taking an ancient magic class, but they both each has its own version of Rooney. So son-in-law, you have to crack the password in their language and behavior by yourself. Father, Mr. Dracula. I have a question to ask. Alan, who is considered okay in this regard, asked unexpectedly, if the other party helps you find other objects, this one, what is the password? Alan, don't just drink butterbeer. Mr. Dracula seemed to forget that Alan's drink was not alcoholic, and he shook his head. Anyone who takes a bite of fried pork skin will not be drunk like this. August 1st, Chinese mobile version reading URL, m.81zw.us. Chapter 1050. Save the sun shines on the fruit trees with twisted leaves and dewdrops. On the quiet path, the red roses with their first buds bloomed along the path, and they danced along the path, forming a fascinating microwave ripple effect. The entire Harris Manor was grandly dressed, from the entrance to the room in the manor, covered with a long thick purple carpet, which spread to the innermost wedding ceremony site. All the pillars are wrapped with white and gold and dark blue flowers, and you can see floating veils, blooming flowers, and flying colorful balloons everywhere. Inside and outside the manor, apart from the regards wearing black H-94 uniforms that conform to several Harris identity configurations, the armed forces of the Umbrella Company's Red Umbrella Department are the main security forces. They wear black color-matching ancient Nezreal shaman-style. The brand-new uniforms protect the safety of the manor while standing welcoming. Some clerics of the Ravenclaw Temple also seem to be arranged to help this private matter of the Harris family. These blue-robe wizards holding the seat table are guiding the few guests who arrived too early to sit on the seats above. After this group of people, the waiters in white waiter costumes quickly took their seats. The beautiful witches in elegant dresses shuttled around the scene to make final preparations for the upcoming wedding. There was also a band wearing strange costumes in the manor. At this moment, the band members were sitting in chairs under a tree in the manor garden, smoking a pipe, and a smoke of different colors rose from the inside. This is the famous old wizard band called Naughty Goblins. The Naughty Fairy Orchestra held a concert in the Church Hall of Little Norton District in 1980. As a result, the band lead Chubby Fatman was hit by a radish in the ear, and he has since withdrawn from public life. This time the band was reorganized temporarily for the wedding of Albert. They are more eccentric than the young people. The sister band is more suitable for this kind of formal occasion. In the wedding venue of the manor, the reporters of Harris TV station were busy with the final debugging of various erected camera instruments to find the best shooting angle. This striking wedding will be broadcast live simultaneously on Harris TV. The wedding site also set up seats for media people. The heads and reporters of well-known news media such as The Prophet Daily and The Witcher Today arrived at the scene in advance. Therefore, multiple cameras can be seen in the entire scene preparing to shoot every detail of the wedding ceremony, and some cameras will track the VIP's every move from the entrance of the manor to the purple carpet. On the wedding scene, in the Harris Tower, Alan stood in front of a full-length mirror and took off the ancient wizard's robe that had not been changed for more than a year. He was wearing a dark blue suit at this time, and the dress on his body belonged to the traditional style, with a sharp lapel of silk fabric, but this made Alan a little uncomfortable, because this dress is more exaggerated than the flame cup ball, which obviously exceeds the fashionable level that the average British wizard can accept. This was chosen by Fleur Delacour. She thinks that the host may prefer the blue of the hostess. The woven fabric with subtle patterns is lighter and is very suitable for summer. It is perfect with a white formal shirt. The host will be the most handsome groomsman at the banquet. Maggie floated in the air in front of Alan. With a glove, she trimmed the black bow tie at his throat for Alan, who raised her head slightly. Introduced excitedly, since she was in charge of the family's closet, the elf devoted to reading many fashion magazines that Furong gave her, and even installed a TV in her small room for her to watch fashion TV shows and TV shows that witches like to watch. Krecher stood by Alan's lap. He also took off the clothes he wore every day, and put on a rather luxurious blue small suit with a small skirt and a fabric on Maggie's body. The hair in the ears was carefully trimmed, white and tidy like cotton wool. Regulus pendant box and a gold-style classic pocket watch beat on his thin chest. At this time, the elderly house elf was bending over to trim the black satin ribbon on the sides of Alan's pants, and straightened Alan's pants. A real gentleman should never roll the pants, master. After he finished, he came over with a pair of black patent leather shoes and placed them in front of Alan. After Maggie folded another antique silk handkerchief half covered in Alan's chest. Alan's dress was completed. Master, old Krecher can't be sorry for you, and spent a lot of money on the host. Krecher finished, and finally couldn't help but bow deeply to Alan. His body was so funny that his big nose was like a pig nose. Flat on the ground, the low, hoarse voice made by grinning sounded very sad. He kept mumbling, Maggie is too unruly, and he wants Cleese to put on this suit. Cleese borrowed the master's own clothes on weekdays. The clothes are decent enough. She has to order such extravagant suits, and also bought a pocket watch for old Krecher at a large price. This prodigal elf, excellent domestic elf, will not appear in front of the guests. Spend like this a large sum of money is not necessary at all. Old Krecher is sorry for the owner. Bad Maggie, bad Krecher. Cleese, this is for the wedding. Don't you know that the family took a group photo? You and Maggie have to be photographed. Alan casually put a decorative pocket watch into his pocket to reveal the chain, just to stop the house elf who was nagging. Alan's eyes turned and thought, it's like the black family cut off the head of the house elf and hung it on the wall. Think of it as the house elf of the black family. The highest honor of the elf is the same as the reward. The Harris family let the outstanding house elf take pictures with the owner to commemorate his life and reward him for his contribution to the family. It's too extravagant to spend such a large amount of gold on Calendon. In fact, the clothes on weekdays are beautiful enough. Critch murmured. But then he suddenly realized the meaning of Alan's words. The bloodshot eyes were incredible. The ground widened and froze for a moment. The bullfrog-like voice suddenly raised the volume and waved his thin arms. How long has it been for old Critchy? Old Critchy has been approved by the owner. The old Critchy's ultimate, so the goal was achieved. No, master. This highest honor. Old Cleese is not worthy. Old Cleese has not made any outstanding contribution to the family. This is not the highest reward. Alan reluctantly found another reason. Harris' highest honor for the house elves is to draw a portrait for you. Just like the famous wizards, you can be free when and it talks, instills its own thoughts and memories into it. So your life story will last in the family. Klitsch, who was so excited and trembling, suddenly slammed his head to the ground and realized that Alan had used the wrong bait to quickly order his self-mutilation. Critch, do you want to try suicide to escape your responsibility? Don't be old. I thought about cutting down my head and putting it in our hallway. As long as you take the elixir, you can't die, but if you try to make the owner satisfied, it will give you nothing to say to it. Krecher seemed to be so moved and unable to die that he had two big fan-like ears drooping down, and he blown his nose loudly. Cleese is always a house elf of the Harris family. Maggie and Alan looked at each other with a sigh of relief. www.untitled.novel.com. Both the master and the servant felt the brain pain for the elderly neurotic in the house elf, brain pain that was more painful than the head hitting the ground. Alan reorganized his hair against the mirror and frowned when he saw the time on the pendulum clock. Maggie, Luna started to prepare. The hostess is not awake yet. The host. Maggie replied slightly. I'll get it done for the host. The hostess left when I called the hostess just now, and I should be with Amy now. Ms. Harry Harris and Miss Gabri Dracor together. Maggie, let's go to the wedding scene. Have fun today. Don't hide cute eyes light. Alan seemed uncomfortable when he finished. He said in earnest, take this as a command. After pulling the hem of the suit, as for Luna, I used to call her, you don't have to worry about it. I just have something to ask her. Master, I haven't been able to tidy up the hostess room, fearing to wake her up. Maggie looked a little uneasy. It's okay, Maggie, having fun with Dobby today. After that, Alan stepped into the shadow and disappeared in front of the full-length mirror. When his figure disappeared, the mirror was exposed and was originally blocked behind him. Cleach's figure, looking at the mirror, Cretcher couldn't help but also looked at himself in the mirror and secretly looked at him, subconsciously sorted out his ear hair, and then he noticed a smirking Maggie, waving his hands flushed, struggling to drive away the Harris senior female predecessor. Maggie proudly squeezed her chin at Clish. Subtle innovations can always be kept in the fashion history that people talk about. This is what Miss Fleur Delacour said. HTTPS. Remember Ishang novel net in 1 second? Mobile version reading URL.